Hello and welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of Regional Championship number 9 here in Melbourne, Australia. I'm Jim Dowling. I'm joined by Thomas Anderson.
Yep.
How did you find yesterday? There was a lot of interesting Magic decks around, a lot of strong players.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost more than we could cover on commentary, right?
Yeah.
Like, the matches we got to see yesterday, extraordinary. If you haven't seen the coverage from that, it'll all be available on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure you check out the VODs. There were some awesome plays. I don't want to be, like, lost to history, but even the decks that made it through were such an interesting selection, a real kaleidoscope of standard excellence that we're going to get served up for us today in top 8.
Yeah. So let's have a look quickly at what these players were playing for. We had 222 players in the room yesterday, playing for some cash prizes, some Pro Tour qualifications, and that coveted invite to Worlds. We know 2 of the people on the Australian Worlds team for this year, being James Moore and Thomas Bott. We're going to find out who our 3rd player is.
Yeah, and there's every chance there'll be someone who doesn't have a ton of previous international Magic experience, right, Jim? Just looking at our top 8 today, a lot of real up-and-coming qualifiers, as well as, of course, some real old heads. So a mix of experience and perhaps innovation that's going to give us some exciting top 8 matches.
Yeah, we've got a wide variety, as you mentioned. We've got people that are playing in their first RC. We've got people that have traveled here from overseas that have grinded for years on this stuff. We've got local heroes who have played in multiple Pro Tours. It's really a mixed bag in that room. And our top 8 has all of that to show. We have in the 5th seed, I believe, Trevor GEORGESZ, who's qualified for his first ever Pro Tour off the back of making the top 8 today. He's pumped. He's been trying for years. He's been, winning LCQs to qualify for these events.
Yeah, it's amazing how you can kind of toil with like all of that effort and all of the skill of someone who perhaps has had a bit more success or been in a better spot, but the dice don't fall your way, and you end up kind of just unknown below the surface, except for in the local community, and then suddenly this is your time to shine. This may be your one. I don't want to curse anybody, but this may be your one best shot to make it to the next level.
On the other end of the spectrum, we have players like Justin Chung, who's been playing Magic at the top level for well over a decade now.
Yeah, if Justin takes out our top 8 today and takes that Worlds invite, it will be the second RC I've covered that he has won. So in terms,
nobody will be surprised.
Exactly, this is a real old head of the scene.
And then we have players like Ben Tudman, who's played 2 Pro Tours in the past 5 years, second at RC2. Just a storied history in recent history of that player just winning lots of events.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I love the narrative you painted yesterday when he was on coverage for that round 5, where bringing the expertise from the Sydney scene to the Melbourne scene, raising the level of local play, and I mean this is setting the bar quite high already, qualified for top 8, and I'm feeling confident, I believe, about the chances of his deck in the top 8.
Well, we're going to be covering 4 versus 5, which is going to be Benjamin Graves from New Zealand and Trevor GEORGESZ, a local player. We can have a peep at their deck lists here. We have Benjamin Graves playing RAKDOS midrange. We saw him on camera in round 8 yesterday.
I was a little bit jealous of you, to be honest, that you were the one who got to end up covering this deck, because I'd been looking at it all afternoon. I mean, you obviously, you want to cover the top tables, you want to cover the known players, the likely narratives, but in the background, there was this little RAKDOS deck at X and 1. I'm like, if Benjamin keeps winning, if this deck keeps winning, this is the only deck of its kind in the room. And I mean, looking at this was not on anyone's standard bingo card, I don't think, for top 8. 4 Alicia, who laughs at fate. 4 Tiny Bones, the pickpocket. Both Mishra claimed by Gix and Phyrexian Dragon Engine, Jim. If we get to see a merge happen on main stage in the feature match area of top 8, I'll be overjoyed. So
good. And that one of Combustible Gear Hulk, a pile of fair cards as well, Harvester of Mystery, Trumpet Incarnosaur, Anoint with Affliction, the regular powerful removal and interaction you need to have a baseline, where you can have a game against any deck.
Yeah, it's some of the tools we've seen in other mid-range decks, but a completely different approach to how it actually aims to close the game or gain advantage. I'm staring at that one-of Wild Ride and all the ability to discard, not to fuel a Propsydetic Memory or an Oculus, but seemingly just set up a more old-fashioned kind of out-of-the-graveyard, sudden haste attack plan. And it's so exciting to have had it make all the way to top 8 with a pretty impressive string of wins yesterday.
On the other side of the table, we've got Trevor GEORGESZ, local player playing the big bad of the format. IZZET Prowess, 26% of the room yesterday. It's the deck that all of the best players seem to be playing. Everyone wanted to be playing this, or at least having a plan to beat it. We see 8 main deck creatures, 4 Corey Steelcutter, of course, for Storm Chaser's Talent, and then a slew of 1-mana spells to make sure you can cast 2 spells in a turn and grow these creatures.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have the most popular deck in the format, sometimes you have the best deck in the format, or the deck that is the preference of high-level players for being the most expressive, perhaps, of their skill. Rarely is one deck all 3 of those, but it does seem like IZZET Prowess qualifies. It ticks all those boxes. The number of choices you get densely packed in even the first few turns of a game. The ability to play a long game, surprisingly, with 4 stock-ups and the later active abilities of Storm Chaser's Talent. We saw a lot of different situations which the IZZET Prowess deck can win from, and I'm really excited by not only the the bulk of results it posted yesterday, but the fact that the 2 copies that actually qualified to top 8 are both a little bit different from what you'd call the true stock list. They seem to be pre-sideboarded, a step ahead of both the mirror and what the rest of the field is doing to adapt to IZZET Prowess.
Quick look at the bracket here. As I said, we'll be featuring 4 versus 5, Benjamin Graves versus Trevor GEORGESZ. In the 1v8, we have Sam Lewis versus Itai Waterson. Sam playing the ORZHOV PIXIE deck that we saw yesterday against Itai on Oculus. 3rd and 6th bracket, we have Jennifer Rose Holloway on DIMIR midrange against Ben Tudman, who is playing Oculus as well. And then in the 2v7, we have Sam Loy on GRUUL Delirium against Justin Chung playing IZZET PROWESS. So we are still seeing these sort of most represented decks in the room, also represented in the top 8.
Yeah, you couldn't really draw it up any more exciting from a coverage perspective to have, as you said, you do have representation from the known good decks. People want to see what really top-level Oculus and PROWESS play looks like. But the fact that GRUUL Delirium and Red-Black Discard mid-range both made it through this far and look strongly positioned, right? Like this Red-Black mid-range deck, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but it had a pretty good matchup against IZZET PROWESS on day one. Now, granted, maybe not against this caliber of IZZET PROWESS player, but it's not as though these decks have just kind of like fallen over the line and will be washing them away in the quarterfinals, you know, kind of fait accompli.
Well, we've rambled long enough. We're going to get down to the table and see some action. All right, welcome down to the table. On the top of the screen, we have Benjamin Graves, RAKDOS mid-range, this Mishra, this Phyrexian Dragon Engine monstrosity. On the bottom here, we have TREVOR GEORGESZ playing IZZET PROWESS.
Yeah, both players, you know, looking pretty comfortable considering I think the night's rest has done a world of good, I'm sure, for most of these players if they're able to get sleep with the nerves of the day. But that's, you know, part of making top 8 and part of the challenge of these like weekend-long qualifier events. You do have to have the kind of mental stamina to be on your best game all throughout. And I'm not saying that TREVOR is not in that mindset, looking very relaxed there, but it must be cool for someone like Benjamin to have brought your pet deck. No one else in the room is playing it. I don't know that it has a lot of results posted, you know, even online, and to be so firmly validated by your day one results, and now you're kind of playing with house money here in top 8.
Do you think that Benjamin gets an advantage here from the time zone difference? Benjamin, of course, a New Zealand player, 2 hours ahead. So, you know, we're at almost midday local time. It's a crisp 2 p.m. for Benjamin.
He certainly looks fully awake and relaxed, so perhaps so, Jim. Yeah, up here bright and early at the event, and as you said, kind of mentally ahead of someone like TREVOR, but I don't know that that's really the case. These IZZET PROWESS players, they're very sharp. The deck requires a lot of quick thinking and a lot of quick counting, as we saw yesterday, and TREVOR has looked really confident all weekend, you know, seeing, you know, between matches, talking to people, getting data, commiserating with teammates, and, you know, to be one of only a couple of IZZET PROWESS players from the huge number who were here on Saturday morning to still be in the tournament says something to the quality of his play, even though we haven't managed to feature him on coverage just yet.
He's got a ripper of an opening hand here. I'm seeing 2 lands, a cutter, a Storm Chaser's Talent, 2 Swift Spears, and an Opt. We have almost 4 separate threats and an Opt to find more.
Yeah, it's a lot of gas for a deck like Red-Black to deal with where you expect there's not the temporary lockdown to play around. It's going to be one-for-one exchanges. Or perhaps in Benjamin's case, maybe just finding a big enough blocker that it actually does kind of force the PROWESS deck to stay home for a turn or two while it builds up, you know, combat tricks. You're not having the monstrous rage, at least, so if there is some sort of effective defense presented, it won't get bounced or trampled over immediately. That might be something for Benjamin to do, but already being on the mulligan here against what we see to be such a strong hand from TREVOR, the momentum bar is starting a little bit in the IZZET player's favor.
Yeah, Benjamin is on the play, of course. Higher seed in these top cut. Normally has the choice of play or draw, so Benjamin has chosen to go first. Looks like he's happy with a 6. I see a land, a Tiny Bones, a second land, I believe
another
that's an
Tiny
Anoint
Bones
with Affliction as well.
Yeah, and maybe another Tiny Bones at the back of the hand there, although it's hard to see really. But it's a Death Touch blocker on 1. You could have worse openings. Notably, put the Singleton Coalstoke Gearhulk back on the bottom of the deck there. So not understandably a very expensive and kind of complicated to cast card. That's for later on, and possibly even for discarding more than it is for hard casting from hand. But again, I didn't get to cover this deck yesterday. How did it look actually on the feature match area?
Yesterday, the only time that we saw the Coalstoke being drawn, it was also put away for a mulligan. It is really good at, you know, growing the fear of missing out, reaching the Delirium count there. And as you mentioned, it's not a card you need in your opening hand. You really want to draw it later. Unfortunately, being on the bottom of the library, I don't think we actually have any ways of shuffling here.
Oh, well.
So won't be seeing that card in this game specifically. So turn 1 Tiny Bones into turn 1 Swift Spear, into turn 2 Inti, into turn 2 Corey Steel Cutter. These are sort of defining cards for both of these decks.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that Trevor, obviously, as you mentioned, kind of a threat-heavy hand, and so inclined perhaps to sequence it by laying out those prowess creatures first and then going for one big turn of attacks where you can opt into another spell. But I feel like that gives Benjamin a bit more breathing room here, because you can see we're able to already start building up the Inti, and Trevor having to have a look at the card here, making sure that you understand the sequence of triggers that goes on whenever this card or another card you have attack. And with Tiny Bones back to block on defense and that Anoint with Affliction in hand, Benjamin at least feels like he's got a couple of layers of play, ensuring himself against the kind of worst case scenario from these prowess decks.
Yeah, Inti is a card that, you know, you can read it, you can be sure that you understand its abilities, and then if you read it again, some of the abilities have changed, or the way that they function has changed. So always a good card to double check. You mentioned that sequencing this hand is a little bit open to interpretation, you know, with 3 1-drops, one of them being a cantrip, and then a 2-cost that really wants you to play 2 spells on the same turn. Your decisions of which spells you play in which order really shape the game. So Trevor has elected to go with no attack on turn 2, just get the Cori Steelcutter down, and now playing out the second Monastery Swift Spear and the Opt, solidifying that Monk that is in play, ready to go. So we've got 3 creatures in play with prowess. They're all 2 power currently.
Yeah, but I like what Trevor's doing, because the question you're asking yourself here is there's a Tiny Bones across the field with Death Touch. So whatever attack you make, you might be losing a creature for it. And so even if you know, Into the Floodmaw, we've seen this be maybe the highest impact game-swinging card out of these IZZET decks. If you play that on a 1-drop, it's just coming right back down with no real loss of resource or tempo for Benjamin. So Trevor, with Burst Lightning and Into the Floodmaw in hand, seems to be setting up the highest possible payoff of damage from a row of prowess creatures for that one big turn where you can go, okay, bounce your 1 blocker, lightning your 2nd blocker, get in for 8, 10 damage, and really kind of take a strong forward position in this game.
Instead, electing to just go for the attack for, you know, 6 currently,
okay,
but that can always spin up some more.
Still holding 1 mana as well, so has options here, obviously, as you know, both players are aware there's tons of 1 mana spells that Trevor could have to change the outcome of this combat, but looks like he's just letting it go.
I'd be worried putting this Tiny Bones into the graveyard here. You know that your opponent is playing Alesha, and has the ability to just pull that card out of the graveyard at will, you know, especially when you don't have a blocker right now. This Inti could get into the red zone, trigger that raid ability on Alesha in the end step if there was one lurking in hand.
Yeah, it's a tricky kind of compromise to navigate as Benjamin, I imagine, against what is, I think, clearly a more aggressive opponent in the IZZET deck, to keep attacking to trigger some of these raid-type abilities, or Inti's ability, which also triggers on attack. You don't want to give up on these engines. They're essential to how the deck is built, but you do need to make sure you have some blockers as well, and I guess that's the real glue role that Tiny Bones fulfills, holding the deck together as just an effective, cheap blocker. Inti coming into attack again here, clearly wanting to, you know, maintain that velocity, trade out bad cards for good, and put some pressure on Trevor's life total. You know, we said that the IZZET deck can play a long game. You have to let them know they can't just hang around forever and, you know, greed as much as possible. And are we seeing a duress here, exiled and potentially cast off Inti?
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd be super stoked to play that here. Sort of reduce the chance of double spelling for Trevor on the following turn. You know, your opponent has 5 cards in hand, but it's the 2nd spell for turn that is the most important for these decks with this cutter in play. And we do see the hand here. We see Storm Chaser's Talon, Into the Floodmaw, a 3rd Monastery Swift Spear, and a Burst Lightning. Of course, the Duress not able to take the Monastery Swift Spear, and I don't think there's a really good answer for which of these other 3 you take.
I think Into the Floodmaw has to be the take here, surely. It's interesting that Trevor, I mean, I don't think it's incorrect, of course, for Trevor to allow this to resolve. Bouncing the Inti at this junction, and if it just gets replayed with those 2 available mana, doesn't make that much of a difference compared to bouncing a blocker on a future turn. But that's the card that can blow you out the most here. So I guess it depends, how close does Benjamin feel with his deck that he is to turning the corner. He has beaten a lot of IZZET players on the way to the top 8, so clearly has a strong game plan against them, a clear idea of which of these cards has the most potential to impact the game, and takes the Burst Lightning instead. So a removal spell, but also taking away the opportunity to push extra face damage, and a follow-up Deep Cavern Bat now here daring the Into the Floodmaw, but that explains the taking of Burst Lightning, clearly.
Yeah, you know, the Burst Lightning had no interest in getting rid of this Inti, but the Bat, of course, a very good target for the Burst Lightning. And here we see the Bat being bounced in response. which means that the hand is revealed, a card is exiled for 0 seconds, so it's not actually exiled at all.
Depending on the draw here, this looks like a great position for Benjamin, because other than this one unknown card that Trevor's just picked up, the hand that remains doesn't represent that much damage to you. So at 16 life, you've got a window here to maybe turn the corner, although Swift Spear from Trevor, presenting a ton of prowess creatures if there's any more gas in the tank.
Wow, well, there's still a Storm Chaser talent in hand. Surely you commit that here as well, right?
Yeah,
and
it's not lethal, but it's a lot of damage.
That is an absurd amount of prowess creatures. So this is the first prowess trigger for any of them. That's going to be 2 power, 2 power, 2 power, 2 power, 2+1 for the equipment. This is an attack for 11.
Yeah, everything except that Otter somehow manages to have haste thanks to the way that Corey Steelcutter works, and of course, good old Monastery Swift Spear as reliable as ever. This is a lot of damage, so I don't know if this is worst case scenario for Benjamin, but you were prepared you were going to take a lot of damage right here. It comes down to what do you have left in hand and how much mana do you have available to you next turn. It's going to take probably a couple of spells to shore up your life total here, because I don't think there's a way for you to quickly get back out of burst damage range in this red blacklist.
Now, the thing with this prowess deck, right, is that Trevor's either going to draw an interactive spell here or a land and then have the ability to spin up this Storm Chaser's talent to level 2, ready to get back more interaction from the graveyard for a future turn.
Yeah, and we've seen that be game-ending in other situations, but at the very least, if you spin up this talent with exactly 4 mana, that's a sigh of relief for Benjamin. That's as close as you get to like a brick for the turn, because you're not immediately dead.
So Benjamin looks like he's drawn the 4th land here. Of course, there is a 5 cost that would get him out of this, being the one of Harvester of Misery in the deck. But nothing at 4, no Damnation, unfortunately. There could be some Pyroclasms in the sideboard, something along those lines. But this is looking scary. This Inti has attacked on all of the previous turns, but not this turn. This is definitely having to sit back on defense now, unfortunately.
You have a ton of spot removal available as Benjamin. The question is, of course, with so many cheap, small creatures, the effectiveness of an Anoint with Affliction or Torch the Tower or the discard abilities of Harvester of Misery and Trumpeting Carnosaur are all kind of at minimum power. You're only going to pick off a couple of damage from one of these prowesses at a time. You're about to be attacked by 6 creatures, all of which could represent multiple damage very easily. And
Trevor with a stock up off the top of the deck. This is about the best card you could ask for. This could be a land and another 1-cost spell for another Corey Steelcutter trigger.
Yeah, it could miss, but the chances are quite good that it doesn't with just how this deck is constructed. And you can see Benjamin kind of rocked back by that play. Of course, like not something that you've played into, nothing you could have really done about it, but this is maybe the worst case scenario, especially if one of these cards is a second source of trample. Obviously, right now you've only got the 1 Steelcutter, but more than one of these creatures going over a blocker, especially at instant speed, is going to absolutely seal the game. A lot of things probably would, to be fair.
So we do see land number 4.
Into the Floodmoor.
And an Into the Floodmoor.
That's got to be all she wrote.
And surely that is enough.
Damn.
Wow. What an incredible aggressive game from Trevor here.
But it was controlled aggression.
Yeah, really just showing off this deck's ability to hit the red zone, hit it fast. That was all 4 Monastery Swift Spears. And the Corey Steelcutter, which triggered multiple times. That would have been the 3rd trigger that turn, I believe.
Yeah, it feels like it maybe would have been, that's like the best section of the deck to draw against a very removal-heavy 1-for-1 focused red blacklist. You're fast, you get under all the funny late-game graveyard stuff. You're not relying on the slower cards like Drake Hatcher that Trevor and our other top 8 IZZET player, Justin Chung, are kind of pre-boarding to help deal with other matchups. You're just kind of going quick and making those removal spells sort of as difficult to play for value as possible. And we saw, unfortunately, things like, Ben drawing the discard part of the deck, including those Deep Cavern Bats, sort of after there were still valuable targets to hit. Got value from a couple of them, really held up, put up a good fight, but yeah, you were really hoping to get that Harvester or something, because without that kind of big play, you're not buying your way back into the game, and he can turn it around in game 2 and 3.
Let's have a look at the sideboards. Benjamin losing game 1 there. Benjamin has access to Brotherhood's End, some more discard spells, some more pointed removal spells, an Agatha's Soul Cauldron, a Ghost Vacuum, and a Case of the Crimson Pulse. What are we feeling here? What do you think are the slam dunks to bring in this matchup?
It's really interesting, of course, because there's a few different angles you could take here. You could probably cut a number of the more expensive spells. I'm not exactly sure what Ben shaves. I wasn't here watching that last feature match, but Brotherhood's End seems like a pretty good answer in most situations. 3 damage board wipe, a bit bigger than the Pyroclasm you speculated on. It's tough for the IZZET deck to play around. Bringing in the vacuums, I suppose, to help deal with the Storm Chaser's talent late game you mentioned.
Sure.
I would have thought that there's maybe some argument for Dreadmore's Ire against Corey Steelcutter. I'm not sure what else you have that in the board for, but it's possible that you're just limited in how many slots you want to take out of the deck. That's always a consideration.
And then let's have a look over at the other side of the match at Trevor's sideboard. We have access to a REL, some Drake Hatches and Sunspine Links. Some more targeted removal here. Plenty of removal in the sideboard there, actually, and some Ghost Vacuums. Trevor, I'm imagining we're going to see at least the Ghost Vacuums come in, right? You've got to be scared of this Alesha. You've got to be scared of this Tiny Bones.
Well, we didn't see much fear of the Alesha in game 1, but we also didn't see the graveyard part of the deck. So I guess it depends. Do you, game up, do you even potentially push your luck and try and, you know, dodge that part of the deck again or go under it? But maybe on the draw, you do respect it a little bit more, right? Your opponent's going to have more chance to get that running. If you think the Ghost Vacuum's worth bringing in, even at the cost of maybe slightly slowing down your own plan, this deck finds a lot of damage, so that's probably viable. Other than that, I guess like you just want to be able to get rid of those early blockers. We did see Tiny Bones and Inti kind of stonewall the Monks for a while, even if they got through in the end. So maybe bringing in the efficient stuff like a Braids and Torch the Tower will help out there and let you get things like Drake Hatcher in where they can really generate value.
I've got word of some of the scores from the other top 8 matches. I've heard that Itai Watterson is up a game against Sam Lewin. That's our Oculus versus Pixie matchup. Oculus up a game there. And Samuel Loy is up a game against our 7th seed. That is GRUUL Delirium ahead of Juzza. So 1-0 to Sam over Juzza currently. Still waiting. Haven't heard any solid match results, but we now know 3 of the game 1 results.
Yeah, a lot of fast decks here in this top 8. So, you know, there's an outside chance someone could have already, you know, sort of packed their lunch for the semifinals. But no, lots of good players. I'm really interested in all of these outcomes. Slightly sad we don't get to see all of them, especially that third table, Jennifer Rose Holloway on DIMIR midrange against Ben Tudman on Oculus. We saw both of those players in the feature match area yesterday, and they looked so in command of their respective decks. It's a shame only one of them can advance, but that's just how these tournaments work. When you get to the top 8, it is brutal.
The good news is we're going to be featuring both semifinals and the final. So we're going to have a lot of magic here as these players finish up with their sideboarding. Looks like Trevor just deciding on some final cuts here. Who do you think is favored in the matchup between this Dark Horse Rakdos midrange deck and this the deck to beat? Is it Prowess? It's
probably the hardest question for me to answer based on sort of theory all weekend, because I have never seen anyone play this kind of Rakdos list remotely before. This was not, I'll be honest, this was not in my prep, Jim. But the fact is that this Rakdos deck on the way to the finals played against 6 aggro players, 1 mono red, 5 IZZET, and I think only lost once to Juzza, who is obviously like a very high quality IZZET player. It is noteworthy, I guess, that version of the IZZET list is basically the same as Trevor's. It's got the same slight tweaks from the stock list, so maybe that advantages, you know, Justin and Trevor. But I think it might just be variance there. And when you've won so many other matches, I feel like Benjamin, even down a game against a strong player, would have to still have a bit of confidence on his side. This sideboard plan hopefully streamlines you a little bit. You'd have to mulligan in game 1 there as well. So you've got a lot of equity to gain back here just as soon as game 2 starts.
Well, we're here at Regional Championship 9 here in Melbourne, Australia. Of course, we had some results out of the United States Regional Championship last week and the European Regional Championship the week before that, as well as the Champions Cup, the Japanese and Korean tournament last week as well. We've had a little bit less prowess in the room than those events had. The one 2 weeks ago had, you know, 16%. But last weekend's events had 35% prowess. We dropped it down to 26%, but I've got to tell you, they converted pretty well into day 2.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting set of numbers to follow. You're right, Jimbo, because of course it seemed like worldwide this prowess deck has just been soaring and soaring and soaring. It almost seems as though, oh, well, the real cap on how many people play this deck in the room is just how many people can find 4 Corey Steel Cutters and 4 Stock Ups in an environment where those cards are highly sought after. But even given the sort of difficulty of obtaining those cards in Australia, there was a ton of IZZET prowess in the room on Friday for the LCQ. Obvious reasons to choose a deck like that for that kind of fast-paced, rapid-fire, re-queuing environment. And yet, as soon as the actual tournament tournament started on Saturday, there was much more diversity in the room. And as you said, even though a lot of them did make it close to the top 8, a lot of 6-2 IZZET players actually improved their meta share compared to the start of the day. Only 2 of them in top 8, which I think about works out to
That's
the
25%,
the quarter of the field they were to begin with. It all kind of neatly arrives where we are now.
The people that didn't make it too well into the Saturday, the Xur Overlords players dropped from 10% of the field down to 3% once we look at just the winners from yesterday, as well as the Demons players, Mono Black and ORZHOV. Pretty good showing for the tournament, but they didn't end up making it to the 6-2 or better bracket, unfortunately. It was all just expected decks, and then of course some amount of this, this RAKDOS mid-range that no one saw coming, the GRUUL Delirium taking away seats from what we expected to see at the top tables. It's been very cool to watch.
Yeah, I'm obviously, as a coverage guy, I'm always inclined to root for these cool fringe decks. It would have been nice, though, to see the Xur Overlords, because that deck is an important part of the meta, and I don't think that we're throwing it out or anything on the basis of this weekend's results, just because there's no copies in the top 8, and it didn't convert quite as well as expected to those X2 brackets even. There were a lot of X2 Xur. I think there were 3 or 4 X2 Xur players. There were a bunch of players on things like, Jeskai Control in that area as well. So the good decks remain good, but they just seem to not quite have the oomph to get over the line, even with some very, very skilled and storied players piloting those lists and, pre-sideboarding or adjusting for the metagame. They were felled in the end. The IZZET Prowess field took a lot of scalps, I think.
All right, it looks like these players are finished shuffling their opponent's deck, so they're ready to draw their own 7s. Let's see if we can snipe some information from them.
Yeah.
A very good look at Trevor's hand, but let's see what we can find from Benjamin here.
Yeah, we mentioned Benjamin hasn't seemingly necessarily had a lot of experience in these sorts of high-pressure environments. He's got a little bit of a, took a while to shuffle there, a little bit of slip up. Just wants to steady himself, take a deep breath, make sure this is a good 7. You'd love to see a very competitive game 2 here. And I don't know if this represents a keep or not. Both players looking...
Yeah, Trevor's hand there, 1 land. It was a tapped land.
Yeah.
Just a little too slow. No cantrip to find that second land either. Benjamin, I didn't see much. I saw 1 gold card and I didn't see anything else in the hand, but he's happy. He's signified, yeah, this 7 will do. Trevor going back for a 6 instead.
You'd love to see the sigh of relief. He looks at the 7, and all right, and then move back to the life pad. No mulligan this game. No, the horror story of you make day 2, you show up to the Coburg Town Hall, you're ready for a great magic story as part of your journey, and then you sort of crash out of the top 8 immediately with some bad openers. It happens. Variance is a huge part of Magic the Gathering, and controlling it is a key skill, but. We're all rooting, I think, for a competitive game too, and this IZZET deck at least mulligans fairly well, it seems, even for a deck that spends a lot of 1 mana instants.
One more update from the side tables. Side tables? Well, there's only 4 tables.
The other top
One more
8
update
tables.
from the other top 8 tables. Samuel Loy 2-0 with GRUUL Delirium, knocking out Justin Chung on IZZET Prowess. That is a big name removed from the top 8.
This GRUUL Delirium deck, arguably, I mean, if this red-black deck isn't the story of the weekend, like just going from strength to strength, not totally unknown. I think people have been dabbling with various forms of this GRUUL Delirium, but the consistency of the results here from Samuel really implies that he's found the exact right recipe, the real chef's kiss. This is the blend of different card types. These are the Delirium cards you want to play, and it's in an environment where the other red-green aggro decks and aggro decks in general have not overperformed at all. To see this Delirium build being the one that works out is great.
So Trevor there looking at a second hand with 0 lands in it this time. So we're going back. We're looking for a 5-card hand here. The good news for Trevor, of course, is that he's up a game. So even if the variance is against him during this game, he does have this one in the pocket. And we saw in that previous game that, the power level of this deck, of the cards in this deck, you can definitely win off a 6. You can definitely win off a 5 as well.
Yeah, and I guess you have the advantage of, if this was a Prowess versus Prowess mirror, you don't have a lot of time to try and make up for that lack of initial cards in hand. But the red-black deck, I mean, it's very good at dealing with individual threats, but it's probably not going to put so much pressure on Trevor that he won't have some time to piece together a plan. If this opener, if you're able to get a Corey Steel cutter down without it getting, duressed away out of hand, if you're able to get the Storm Chaser's talent in, some of these cards that have a bit more legs for the late game. We saw in game 1 how Trevor was able to sort of gradually assemble an attack force and then punch through for a ton of damage explosively. It's that flexibility of tempo that makes the IZZET deck so strong.
Yeah. More word from our other tables. Itai and Sam going into game 3. Jennifer on DIMIR mid-range up a game.
Wow.
All right, let's have a look at the third hand here for Trevor. See
Lands
if
and
we
spells,
can find...
come on.
Yeah, that's right. We want at least one land, at least a...
Oh,
there's one land
that's
there.
a land.
Okay, a Shivan Reef. We've got a stock up that can probably go back. We've got a lot of removal here. I'm seeing 2 Torch the Tower, a Monstrous Rage, a Burst Lightning. I don't know what that blue card... Oh, it's a Ghost Vacuum.
That looks a decent keeper, right?
So nothing proactive. It looks like we're keeping the land, 2 removal spells, Ghost Vacuum, Monstrous Rage.
I mean, maybe if the Monstrous Rage was a creature, you'd be happier, but...
You'd be very happy with this 5 if the Monstrous Rage was a creature.
If you're already down 2 cards, you need the game to go long for you to kind of recover from that start, and multiple pieces of 1 mana interaction, as well as Ghost Vacuum to stop the graveyard plan running away with things is ideal. But now you also have to deal with the fact that Benjamin's on the play and opens with Duress. That's a beating.
Yeah, look, whenever you mulling into 5 and your opponent has a discard spell, you almost consider just shuffling up and going for the next game here. Benjamin, with all of the information, knows what he has to play through and play around. Can choose to take one of the 2 removal spells if he's holding exactly 2 threats, perhaps. Can choose to take the Ghost Vacuum if those threats are graveyard reliant. The Monstrous Rage, I think you're absolutely fine to leave in hand here. There's no threat. There's no worry of what is going to happen next.
Is that a Spell Pierce?
That is a Spell Pierce, yeah. So there won't be a follow-up discard spell. We can tell you that much.
I mean, I suppose it'd still be a 1-for-1 trade, but yes, is that... Oh yeah, in Brotherhood's End in hand, it looks like for Benjamin. You can't really see those cards as well, but if you're Trevor here, right, game planning from Trevor's side, what does it take for me to get back in this match? A slow hand from Ben and the ability for me to, you know, hold up some key interaction to stop whatever impactful spells he does have is where you need to be at. There's just the question of Ben confidently leaving that Ghost Vacuum around, clearly not that bothered by the idea of his graveyard getting hated out, so long as he can, you know, get through any early interaction and maybe put Trevor down to low life before he's able to, you know, draw into more lands and get back to playing a normal game.
Yeah, Ben's got a super reactive hand here as well. There's an Inti, and then there's a Anoint with Affliction, 2 Brotherhood's Ends, and I believe there's a Go for the Throat.
That looks like an Alicia, right? There's a second card in hand.
As well as Alicia, yeah.
So clearly understands there's a second Torch the Tower in hand, happy to run out this Inti, and that's like, I'm sure Trevor understands that there's layers behind this play, but also can't really afford to leave it around. So that's the second Torch the Tower fired off, and now Benjamin must be thinking it's probably safe for Alicia to get in, especially with nothing around to be bargained up. If Alicia can even get 1+1/+1 counter on it, just sort of 1 turn of breathing room, it might start to run away with the game here.
So the good news, for Trevor at least, is that Torch the Tower does in fact exile that Inti.
Yes.
You've always got to be worried, you know, if I'm just killing this creature, is it just going to come back next turn? You know, there's an Alicia, it could come back anytime in the future, but that Inti is gone, removed from the game, in the exile zone. And Trevor, great draw for turn there, a sleight of hand, gets to look at 2 off the top and lock in that extra land.
Yeah, so the Ghost Vacuum now coming down. That second land, huge for Trevor. Great to be able to find that off the slide. But Ben already kind of knew that Alicia's graveyard ability probably wasn't going to be most impactful part of the card this game, having already seen and chosen to leave around the Ghost Vacuum from earlier. But, you know, she is a growing threat on her own in a game that's as slow as this one's shaping up to be. That could be the deciding factor, obviously, into the Floodmoor. As always, a very impactful bailout spell Trevor could easily find here. It's nice to be playing a cantrip-heavy deck in this kind of situation, I guess, although your mana is limited. Less so now.
Well, there's at least 1 stock up on the bottom of the library from the mulligan, but now having a 3rd land, like a stock up here, would really just give Trevor a lot of tools to keep this game going. Benjamin's still with a very removal-heavy hand. I can see 2 Brotherhood's End. I believe that's another Duress there drawn as well as that Anoint with Affliction. So having that extra Duress is a really nice safety measure here. At this point, you know your opponent has Monstrous Rage. You don't know the other 2 cards in hand.
I think you're about to know one of them. Oh, is Trevor thinking twice about this? It seems like a great time to play the Steel Cutter.
Yeah, interesting. And he may be considering casting Monstrous Rage on Alicia. Decides not to, which is probably the better option.
I don't know how desperate I am to get a Monk token if I'm going to give a creature that gets bigger every turn trample permanently.
Yeah, I think it's okay if you're holding a Into the Floodmoor, but that's not the world that Trevor's in right now.
Trevor's like, no, I can play a bit longer than that.
Brotherhood's End, choosing to not...
But The Spell Pierce chose not to. Do we still have the second duress on hand? So Benjamin choosing to run out that Brotherhood's End. I mean, it would have been a massive haymaker if it connected, right? The Destroy All Artifacts mode, I assume, is what was being gone for there to clean up both the Steel Cutter and the Ghost Vacuum in one fell swoop. But Trevor just having the right kind of clinging to life tenaciously here with these 1-mana interaction spells all coming through at the right time. But game obviously still in Ben's favor, attacking there with that Alicia growing it to a 3/3 and threatening to continue that kind of action. And now we see that play you described. Trevor clearly hasn't found any better actions.
Okay, so casting Monstrous Rage. He appears to be holding priority to ensure that, you know, before this Monstrous Rage resolves, I also want to cast this Abrade.
Yeah.
Triggering the Corey Steel Cutter. We are going to get a Monk here. I think Benjamin might have been happy to roll out that Brotherhood's End and potentially get it countered because there's a second one in hand.
That would explain it.
Being able to nab this Corey Steel Cutter, this Ghost Vacuum. Unfortunately, Trevor is going to be left with a Monk here, so Benjamin doesn't clean up every card. And I think Trevor is actually out of cards in hand at this point.
Yeah.
This Monk may be all that he has access to.
Perhaps not so surprising an outcome given where Trevor started in this game, but yeah, Benjamin able to, one way or another, find his way to a situation where he has a considerable resource advantage, although it's funny, isn't it, how going first, he's kept this hand, which in most situations against IZZET prowess you'd love to have, right, as you said, very removal heavy, very reactive, and yet in this situation you actually have a rare window to take the tempo in the game, and you're kind of short on tools to do that because you've got all these reactive spells.
The good news here is Trevor has very little decisions to make. You know, he doesn't have to think and make the right calls. He draws a haste creature off the top and has no other cards in hand. The opponent has no permanents. All right, we're going to play that one and get into the red zone here.
You almost become a spectator. You're like, this deck's playing itself now. I hope it gets there. Let's go.
Benjamin with 2 discard spells stuck in hand against a hellbent opponent decides to fire up the Restless Vents.
Yes, the creature lands. That might help you get rid. That might be the reason why we didn't see those discard spells fired off. I was sort of questioning, like, you've got a spare mana. Surely it doesn't hurt to duress while your opponent had cards back in hand, but you're aware you've got this Vents in play. It's able to rummage away, discard a card, then draw a card. So you have to consider in a red-black deck that doesn't have a ton of actual card advantage in terms of draw to hand, those cards in hand are always potentially something else later in the game if you can get this land fired up. But
Trevor has drawn stock up at the most opportune moments in Game 1 and in Game 2. 3 lands in play, no action in hand. This is the best card you could draw off the top of the library. This is going to get, you know, a land and a 1-drop potentially, or even just 2 spells to be casting next turn. Could be, you know, a Storm Chaser's Talent and a removal spell or something along those lines. It
has been a fairly miraculous recovery from that Mulder 5, but at the same time, Benjamin, even having gone through a lot of those cards in hand and maybe now almost being down cards after this, you know, eventual chain of spells resolves, it is relevant to know as the game progresses, those one-ofs, those huge haymakers that are just kind of lurking in the red-black mid-range list, they become more and more potent as top decks, right? If you see Harvester off the top this game, you will get to drop it. If you see Mishra Reclaimed by Gix or Phyrexian Dragon Engine or Colstoke Gearhulk, all of those cards come down, immediately change the texture of the game.
Yeah, and here's the duress. You know, we know that Trevor has 1 card in hand. Just clean it up, make sure that there's nothing to stop the attack here with the Restless Vents. And looting away the extra land. We've got 5 lands in play. We don't need a 6th one here. Happy to turn that into another card.
We are very happy to have the other card in hand, which appears to be Go for the Throat. So Ben, still on 15 life, definitely in the realm where you can sit on that removal spell for a little while and really make sure you deploy it at an opportune time, either to remove a more potent threat like the Drake Hatcher or the Slick Shot, or at least in response to something like Monstrous Rage, and buy as much life total as you can. A second copy now added to hand. So as long as this land is rummaging away and improving the hand over time, Ben seems to still be able to continue to have the lead, even as, you know, the stock up or something improves Trevor's hand.
We see here a bat coming down, revealing the hand, looking to take a card. Only a land there, though. The bat can only take non-land cards. So just a 1-mana, a 1/1 flying lifelink, which, to be perfectly honest, is kind of good in this matchup, especially if you can grow it with an Inti, perhaps.
Yes, I love when the game is so slow that you look at the 1/1 lifelink flyer and go, that's really going to make a difference.
Yeah, that's actually fine here, right? It's a 2 life total swing every single turn. But you could imagine a world where an Inti comes off the top here. And Trevor, in fact, respecting it enough to burst lightning. Of course, getting a prowess trigger here, so, you know, we're removing the creature and dealing an extra damage, although a Go for the Throat is pulled off. And now we're down to it. Once again, Trevor with no cards in hand.
That's the Harvester.
Oof.
So this creature is in the deck for a different situation against the Prowess decks, I think, giving Trevor, of course, the opportunity to read this. A slightly more rare standard play, though not unheard of. It enters the battlefield and gives all other creatures -2/-2 till end of turn. Also doubles as a nice removal spell early game if you don't think you're going to have the opportunity to hardcast it for 5. But in this situation, just a 5/4 Menace Body, considering your opponent was happy to remove a 1/1 flyer a moment ago, this is a more sizable threat.
It's important to note as well that it was Burst Lightning that was used on the bat, which does have the kicker, of course, to deal 4 instead, which could have dealt with this Harvester of Mystery. I actually got the chance to talk to Ben about this Harvester of Mystery and, of course, some Trumpeting Carnosaurs in the deck. There is some interactions with Alesha that he was mentioning, as well as the, is it Go Wild, I believe?
Yeah,
Wild
the
Ride?
harmonized cards, you can suddenly haste them out of nowhere.
Yeah,
it's a trigger for Inti. Whenever you discard a card, both of those are discard-based abilities that can suddenly draw you a card out of nowhere. Most opponents probably not ready for that.
But in this situation, just 5 mana, here's my 5/4.
Sometimes you're like, hey, this got stats.
Yeah. We're
Like-
playing limited now.
Exactly.
Happy with a 5 mana 5/4. And it's coming across with the Restless Fence.
Yeah, both of these creatures, I believe, have Menace, so this Otter out of play as a blocker right now. This is just a ton of damage. Trevor has no choice but to hold, and we are moving
two-turn clock.
suddenly towards the end game. Yeah, after that long, drawn-out exchange of removal spell for card, suddenly all of us, we have this giant monster in play. It's like, right, draw something now or die.
So I believe Trevor here, checking out the graveyard, does have access to level 2 on the Storm Chaser's talent to rebuy a spell. Could be a Torch the Tower, could be a Burst Lightning. I'm not sure if there's anything in there that would get him another turn.
I don't think we've seen Into the Floodmaw this game. I don't know whether they were boarded out or what, but we just haven't managed to find one. And Trevor knows, like, yeah, unfortunately, without the ability to pick up and then kick at the Burst Lightning, none of those cards answer the Harvester of Misery. And so not quite the way we expected, but it does get there in game 2. Great fight put up by Trevor, of course, being at a considerable disadvantage on the draw with a 5-card hand that then immediately becomes a 4-card hand from Duress. But in the end, you know, Ben, you can only beat the opponent in front of you, manages to do that and force a game 3. How are we doing at our other tables here in top 8?
I haven't heard much change. We're still, you know, Samuel Loy, of course, winning the match against Justin Cheung, proceeding to the semi-final. Itai versus Sam, the 1v8 seed. Oh, we do have results. We have results from all 3 of the other matches.
That's a really cool thing.
Okay.
First and second seeds both making it through. So the ORZHOV Pixie of Sam Lewin, who was the 2 undefeated players from game 1, right? Were the GRUUL Delirium
Yeah,
and ORZHOV
that's
Pixie.
right.
They remain undefeated here on day 2, advancing to the semifinals. We get to see both of them in action, as well as Jennifer Rose Holloway actually taking out the, you know, much respected Ben Tubman and Justin Cheung, both being eliminated in quarters. I don't know if anyone would have called that.
Yeah, so we're going to see both of these semi-finals, of course. We're definitely going to be watching Green-Red Delirium versus Blue-Black Midrange. And then after that, we'll be watching Sam Lewin versus the winner of the match we have at the table here, Benjamin Graves versus Trevor GEORGESZ. They're going into game 3.
That means 4 different decks in semis, which is great fun. Really looking forward to those matches, but we don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, Trevor, of course, playing IZZET Prowess. This is the first game in this match that he's going to be on the play.
Yeah, exciting for him, I guess, and with an opportunity after that game was like a real test in your low roll, I guess, like how well can you handle adversity. Handled it pretty well, really stayed in the game for a while, gave himself every chance to draw out of it, but there's, other than those stock ups you mentioned, not a lot of draws that kind of really lend themselves to a big comeback in building momentum from nothing. Much more prefer to have a strong opening 7, be on the play, and just blow your opponent off the table like we've been seeing Blue-Red do all weekend.
Yeah, Trevor really wants to see that first game again. The 4 Monastery Swift Spears, the Corey Steel Cutter with 3 triggers. We haven't seen a slick shot show off from him yet. Of course, there is only 2 in the main deck, as well as the 2 Drake hatches.
Yeah, do you have anything to say about that adjustment we saw from both him and Justin Cheung?
We've seen quite a few players moving from the, you know, 4 Swift Spear is a sure thing, as well as 4 Cutter and 4 Storm Chaser Talon, of course. But some players on 4 Slick Shot Show Off, some players on 2 in the main, 2 of them and 2 Drake hatches. All of the 75s have some Drake hatches in the sideboard at least. The split of Drake hatches and Slick Shot Show Offs, I've heard it's good for the mirror.
Yeah, it seems like a case where the field, as we saw, is either Blue-Red Prowess or people who are pretty heavily hedging to beat Blue-Red Prowess because it's sort of the expected top deck based on those past event results you mentioned. And the cards that a lot of people, depending on their color access, are using against this deck are High Noon and Authority of the Consoles, both of which are debilitating to Slickshot Show-Off. They basically turn the card off outright. So going down on Slickshot Show-Offs, which also suffer a bit in the mirror from their vulnerability to removal, and bringing in the more reliable card Drake Catcher, which does not die to the main deck removal spells, only the sort of Abrade from the side, can get you a considerable advantage if it's alive for a turn or two by generating those Drake tokens. It kind of pre-boards you against both the mirror and those sideboard cards from your opponents.
Well, it looks like we're ready to draw some 7s here. We've had lovely opportunities to see what Trevor's drawing. We'll see if we can catch Benjamin. No, picking him up and immediately out of view of the camera. Trevor, on the other hand, we have 3 lands, a show-off, a cutter, a talent, and I believe that's a Lithomantic Barrage at the... No, it's a Monastery Swift Spear. Okay.
So another threat-heavy hand.
Yeah. Turn 1, we've got an Otter. It's got Prowess.
Interesting to lead on the... I guess you have the basic island. Could have led on the Swift Spear there. I feel like a lot of people... Okay, I lead with my Prowess creature and then play the Prowess triggering spell turn 2, but so wanting the haste damage to burst later in the game? Yeah,
that would be my thought here, but we also really want to play the cutter out as soon as we can. Of course. And we're choosing to plot the Slickshot Show-Off. So next turn, we're going to get the cutter down. We're going to get the Slickshot Show-Off down as the second spell for turn. And then even the Swift Spear as well.
Yeah.
Unless this bat has something to say about it. We're seeing the whole hand here. We're seeing 2 lands and a Swift Spear and a cutter.
Yep.
And boy howdy, everyone is happy to take a cutter out of hand these days.
I'm sure Trevor is excited to have dodged that turn 1 removal spell. You think maybe I am just going to get to land all of these cards from my opening hand and potentially land a knockout blow early, or at least get my opponent on the ropes. But that bat comes in real big here, taking away the powerful Corey Steelcutter. Still have to respect the Slickshot Show-Off, and these plotted 2-drops have been a real problem for a lot of opponents over the weekend. Trevor, though, happy to immediately deploy it. Has 3 lands on turn 3, so now you see how much can we cash in this bird for. It often only gets the 1 attack, but that 1 attack is devastating.
So he's drawn a Braid for turn, which means he could right here, you know, he's played the Slickshot Show-Off. He could now play the Swift Spear, Abrade the bat, and get in for a lot of damage. The problem is that this would then leave a cutter in hand with no second spell, and this would leave you super open to Brotherhood's End, which you saw not 1 but 2 of in the last match.
Yeah, look, you could just try to fade that from Ben's hand. Obviously, with only 2 in the deck, there's not a guarantee he draws it, but you're very scared of it. And it's just that slight awkwardness of sequencing. Like, okay, the blue-red deck doesn't quite play itself because, of course, if you play out the Slick Shot and then Abrade the bat, you've missed your second spell trigger for the cutter. But if you try and you know, get the cutter down first, then you've already played your Slick Shot. You're not going to be able to get the value in full from that. So, yeah, I like the decision to leave the Corey Steelcutter there as a bit of a bonus. If the Brotherhood's End goes off, you'll get that back to hand, and you can start to rebuild the board.
This is an interesting spot here. Benjamin playing out a second bat. Trevor has 1 spell, 1 land in hand. And the reaction to any discard spell is always, oh, I'll play the spell that's in my hand. We're going to kill this bat. We're going to get the Corey Steelcutter back into hand. And then the other bat would take the same thing.
And so Trevor makes the decision to kill the new bat rather than leave a bat in. I guess either way, you end up with a bat in play with the Steelcutter under it. He sort of gestured at both bats like, it doesn't really matter what I do.
The difference here is that he's chosen to leave Benjamin with the tapped bat rather than the untapped bat. Which
is that's relevant.
A better position to be in, you know, leaving the bat tapped means that, you know, if you were to draw opt into opt, your opponent doesn't have the chance to block this Slickshot Show-Off, for example.
So this is a situation that looks quite perilous for Benjamin. I think he missed his 3rd land drop there, and obviously having the bat, like having some interaction is nice, and having some lifelink is nice, but you're already down to 10, and your opponent has 4 creatures in play. You really are hoping you can land Brotherhood's End and that there's no spell piece here, because even beyond its ability to clear away artifacts that we saw in the other game, you're running out of time to exchange removal spells 1 for 1 with these creatures. Maybe if you have double spell here with Torch the Tower, but you know, 2 mana removal means that you are hard-pressed to keep up with all of these cheap prowess threats from the blue-red deck.
We can see a 3rd land in hand, and I believe there's a Brotherhood's End lurking at the back there. And that is, as you mentioned, going to clean up all these creatures, including your bat. You'll give back the cutter, and you have to worry about these Storm Chasers talents, right? They're both on the board with, you know, at level 1. And they can pick up this Abrade, so it's going to be really hard for you to stick a threat over the next couple of turns.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that if you can play that Virgin, play Brotherhood's End, I don't think there's a world that you don't do it. You love to wait and duress and try and see that the way is clear for it, but at 10 life, I'd be terrified of either losing or going to so low life that I'm picked off by Burst Lightning later. So you might have to fire it off and hope, and then obviously you're thinking, okay, well then next turn if he picks up the Abrade, if he does this, do I have outs? Is there another way? Don't want to waste your last chance to advance through the top 8 here on a hasty play.
And Trevor, once again, has managed to engineer a situation where he doesn't have to make very many decisions. You know, with no cards in hand, he doesn't have to stress about what do I do during Benjamin's turn. Do I do this? Do I do this? Benjamin has to cook at every single point that he has priority and decide which of these 7 cards in my hand is worth playing now. Which of them should I, you know, wait and play next turn? If I was to play them, what order do I play in? What do I target with them? Trevor, you can see him. He's sitting back. He's comfortable. He's got his arms clasped ahead of him.
Oh. Inti is going to be able to grow this bat and at least increase the life gain, which is an interesting sort of a longer play, right? If you can keep the bat alive, you know that this is going to add up to more saved life over time and more cards to potentially draw out of this scenario than you would find by just removing an Otter token or something else small. I guess that's the upside of your opponent having played out their whole hand, having already made all their sequencing decisions, is now Benjamin does have access to that information. You're not worried about, oh, well, what if I do this and then it just gets into the flood mode back to hand and I get nothing. You know, you're at least able to say, well, whatever's on the top of your deck, you better hope it's good because you can't rebuy and cast that Abrade this turn.
So Benjamin attacked with the bat, triggered the Inti, discarded a fear of missing out, revealed a fear of missing out. Which he didn't have the mana to cast, has drawn an obliterating bolt here.
Interesting removal to have, extra ways to get through blocker-sided in and especially to exile and deal with those larger sort of graveyard-oriented creatures out of the red-black deck and not have to worry about something like an Alicia picking them up later on. Here, perfectly happy to use it on a bat, though. Get that lifelink out of the way and give me that Steel Cutter back. And hey, I've already cast 1 spell for turn, so I reckon I might also make another fairly easy decision if I'm in Trevor's seat.
I'm not sold that it's an easy decision, though. If you play this Gory Steel Cutter here, that is the 2nd spell for turn, and it's not in play to see the 2nd spell.
That's true, but you do have it in play now, so it's not going to get battered or duressed away again, and it gives you a prowess trigger here. If your opponent was on 20 life, you might delay playing the Steel Cutter, but you're like, this is worth an extra 3 damage at bare minimum, and almost guarantees that even if you Brotherhood's End, you can only choose one of the 2 modes.
It's true.
So if you sweep away my board, okay, I don't have a Monk token right now, but I'm threatening you with Monk tokens in future. It's pretty easy with those talents in play to set up a turn 1 or 2 turns from now where you're back on the board and attacking, but at least Benjamin is able to stay alive at 1 life. So now dead to top deck Burst Lightning or any haste creature, but at the very least, you have to have it. I'll make you have that card.
Yeah, well, Trevor with a lot of live draws here. Just something as simple as
Sleight of
a
hand.
Sleight of hand, for example, if we can find
if this isn't 2 lands, I don't think there's a card in your deck you can find that you couldn't cast that's not a land off here, and it's...
Okay, well, we're going to take a land. Is it an untapped land so that we can perhaps Storm Chaser's Talent? We're choosing not to Storm Chaser's Talent here.
Well,
Thinking?
Trevor just kind of, I think, just blown away for a second. Both players shocked that the match is still going.
You know, we saw yesterday on coverage, there was quite a few players that went to 1 and then managed to stabilize their board and win the match from 1 HP.
Most of those players had ways to gain life, though, or at least had counter spells that let them say, well, if I get Burst Lightning, I can negate this, I can get around it. Benjamin is just flying by the seat of his pants here, clinging to that last thread of hope. Is Trevor... Okay, we're pausing. I agree with you. It's a little bit surprising we didn't see the Storm Chaser's Talent activation, right? Because clearly the limiting factor here is, do I have enough mana and access to cards to trigger the Gory Steel Cutter on my next turn? And if you activate the talent, you can pick up something like Sleight of Hand and give yourself a very strong chance of hitting what you missed this turn.
Well, let's talk about what Benjamin needs to do here. You know, we've said that there's a lot of live draws for Trevor. Obviously, we can see here on the screen the Burst Lightnings, the Haste threats, any cantrip into another spell. Of course, the Storm Chaser's Talent has the ability to get some of these back as well. What can Benjamin do? Is there any sort of life gain we're looking at? Obviously, the bats have a lifelink. Is there anywhere else we can get out of
it's a
Ghost
little
Twilight.
fringe, but there's 2 copies potentially, if they're not sideboarded, of Mishra claimed by Gix, which I'll forgive myself for not remembering earlier, but that does have an attack trigger where you gain life equal
true.
to the number of attacking creatures. Now, again, like the bat, that's a pretty slight difference maker, but if you can gain even 2 life to be out range of a normal burst lightning, then gain a couple more, be out range of a kickered burst lightning or a, you know, an unbuffed swift spear, it's going to take a lot, right? Because these little bits of life gain aren't going to get you out of range of these cards immediately. You're going to want to also have blockers because this Corey Steelcutter is going to be coming in at you sometime with trample, with haste. But at start of the long road back for Benjamin as we play this Inti.
That's right. So Trevor has drawn another sleight of hand off the top here, looking at another 2 cards. One of them was a land,
Another
one of them
2
was a red
lands,
spell.
I think.
I don't know what the red spell was here. It is a Swift Spear,
Oh, it was
and
a
that's going
Swift
to make
Spear.
a second haste creature. So Benjamin did manage to play a blocker, which would have been good if it was sleight of hand into something else.
But
does Benjamin have a removal spell here for one of these hasty creatures?
2 mana, he's representing it, blocks the cheap one, and has the Anoint.
That's the Anoint, okay.
So not only able to survive that attack, but eats up the Swift Spear. That was an attempt by Trevor. And I don't blame Trevor, right? You go for that.
Yeah, you go for it, for sure.
But it's so good for Benjamin to be able to hold onto that blocker and basically advance in terms of relative board state. Although that Duress, not the best spell for the moment. You'd love to be able to loot that one away, but attacking is very risky here.
So now Benjamin has the chance, if he chooses to spend this second Brotherhood's End, just 1 for 1, remove that Corey Steelcutter, get it off the table. You've got to wonder if that's good enough, though.
Well, considering you're on 1 life still and how many haste threats your opponent has, maybe you just hope that you can dodge the Steelcutter triggering for another turn. But and this is another way to get rid of it. Dreadmore's Ire. This was one of my fringe tech picks for the weekend where I wasn't sure if we'd see players adopting it, a way to not only, you know, acquire trample in some of these aggro matchups, but to clear away Corey Steelcutter ultra efficiently. A weird little combat trick that buffs the damage from Inti, but more importantly allows it to destroy target artifact that player controls if it connects. And normally the beating on this card is that it's vulnerable to removal on the creature you're trying to combat trick. But as Trevor's empty-handed, Benjamin finds the exact right time to chomp down on that Steelcutter and get the threat off the board while holding up that sweeper you mentioned.
Yeah, and then the ability to follow up with fear of missing out means that we're not even worried about another Monastery Swift Spear. I guess at this point, we're now only worried about Slick Shot Show Off or Burst Lightning. So we are closing the number of options that Trevor has to end this game right here. Of course, Trevor does have some long game options. You know, 2 Storm Chasers talent can return these Sleight of Hands, can return Obliterating Bolt or a Braid. Going for Sleight of Hand on this turn just because of the ability to cast it now. And we see another land and a Torch the Tower. Taking the Torch. Don't have the land to play this turn to fire it off and affect the board, though.
I believe Trevor's draw for turn was Ghost Vacuum as well. So obviously it's nice. Maybe you're limiting the damage you're about to take from this fear of missing out, but chose to go for the Slight Plan instead, maybe ending the game on the spot. And is this Benjamin's counting up the Delirium right here?
We do have Delirium. There's a fear of missing out in the graveyard, as well as an instant in the Dreadmore's Ire, and plenty of sorceries, Brotherhood's End, Duress, and others.
So Benjamin may not be gaining life here, but he is decreasing the number of draws Trevor has left to try and find a way out of this situation. This is a lot of damage coming in, and Trevor's extending the hand.
No, I mean, the creature land's coming in.
Okay, I was wondering, it seemed like we were maybe moving to the attack without the creature land, but on the second combat, we see that land get in. And what a comeback for Benjamin, just staying alive by the skin of his teeth. And Trevor, you know, with absolute grace there, handling a difficult situation. Wow, what a quarterfinal.
Yeah, it's, I got to tell you, going to 1 life is the secret. We've seen it 3 times on coverage this weekend. We're going to come back into the booth, talk about this matchup, and have another look at our semi-finals. Welcome back into the commentary booth here. I'm Jim Dowling. I'm joined by Thomas Anderson. What a quarterfinal that was. That was glorious. That was a lot of back and forth.
Yeah.
Players with no cards, players with no life. We didn't know who was going to win.
1 life to 0 in that final game. It's about as close as you could draw it up, right? And not only to be on 1 life, but from like 1 swing and then you crack back. To sit there on 1 life, like absolutely gripping the table, white knuckle all the way, any burst lightning or haste creature off the top, and then and Trevor even got to check at one point, right, with the Swift Spear, and just happened to have blocker, anoint to survive, and then that red-black deck, we did see a little hint there. I'm sure he didn't go down to 1 every game against Prowess, but that red-black deck has been battle-tested in the Prowess matchup, and we could see the potential. if you can hang in there long enough, these late game cards, whether it's the creature lands activating, the increased card selection from all of the looting and rummaging you're doing, and just the big haymakers like that Harvester of Misery in game 2, you can turn the game off in a hurry once you get to that point.
Well, we now know what both of our semi-finals look like. We know that we're going to have Sam Lewin against Benjamin Graves there as the winner of that other quarterfinal. And down at the bottom of the bracket, we're going to have Samuel Loy versus Jennifer Rose Holloway. We're going to be featuring both of these matchups. We've got Green-Red Delirium against Blue-Black Midrange. We've got White-Black Pixie against Rakdos Midrange. And you know what we don't have left in the entire tournament? Oculus, Prowess, Jeskai Control, Zur, any of the big players.
Yeah, all of the top decks for the metagame. I mean, don't get us wrong, they were well represented, they posted results, but that's the funny thing about Top 8 Cut. Like, it's such a small sample of the field. You are open a little bit to variance, or in this case, it seems like a couple of silver bullet decks that have been really well judged for the metagame. This red-black deck, like, it can't just be chalked up to a fluke anymore. It has great legs, it has good answers to what the format's doing, and the same is true, obviously, the blue-black mid-range deck. Slightly more of a known quantity, but it's that kind of deck where you can tinker and tune from week to week, and it seems like Jennifer Rose Holloway has really been on the secret sauce to advance this weekend. I'm also really excited, a little bit biased perhaps as a white-black player myself, towards that Pixie deck that's been undefeated all weekend, although I worry about the matchup against specifically this red-black deck, just the sort of mix of cheap interaction and high-end threats against the temporary lockdown plan that forces you to discard cards is going to be very interesting.
Well, that's the end of our quarterfinal coverage. We're going to be back shortly with the semi-finals and, of course, the final. We'll see you then. I'm here with Ben Tudman, multiple-time Pro Tour competitor. You've done well this weekend with Jeskai Oculus. Let's have a look at your deck and see what we've got going on here.
Sure thing.
So I'm seeing a lot of the regular threats, a lot of the regular Fair Magic cards, but I'm a little surprised by this.
Yeah, so Guardian of New Benalia, heavily inspired by the Monument of Endurance decks that are running around, and obviously there's a lot of overlap and synergy. Sometimes the Monument of Endurance decks were playing Oculus with no blue pips, and so that's where the inspiration came from. What we found when we were building the deck was we really didn't like the Siren, and so we naturally had 18 creatures that we really liked, but we wanted to play multiple Sheltered by Ghosts because it's one of the more powerful cards to level out the aggressive matchups. And that's not particularly good on the Siren, and there were other cards we really felt like were right spot. We didn't want any other 1-drops because they're just so mopey when you draw them late. Their curve's really heavy on the 3s, so we didn't want to fund a 3. We looked at the 2s. It was like Inti was the other consideration, but Inti's a bit win more. It's good when you're ahead. It's really not very good behind, and it's not good against the aggro matchups. So we found Guardian, we tested it, and I fell in love. It does a few things really well. There's a lot of synergies which we can cover off, but the first thing it did here, and this is why I was drawn to it in the first place, is it wears a Sheltered by Ghosts really well. Right? So your opponent can have most spot removal will just not work. So if they've got holding up a Lightning Helix or a Doomblade or whatever it is, any of those effects, you can very safely put the Sheltered by Ghosts on the Guardian, deal with whatever it is that you're dealing with, and there's not much they can do about it.
You're not even worried about Day of Judgment, any of the sort of non-targeting stuff that would normally get through Sheltered by Ghosts pretty well?
Yeah, so I mean, there are ways to get around it, like sacrifice effects, nowhere to run, still pretty effective here. So there are times where you're definitely cutting them and all of that, or exile just generally. But once we kind of had that idea, then we lent into some of the other synergies, and it wears +1/+1 counters really well from props. It synergizes really well with both Fear of Missing Out and Marauding Marco. Turns Marauding Marco into a Psychic Frog from a modern effect where you can just discard your hand and hit them for 5, 10, whatever it might be. It synergizes a few ways with the Fear of Missing Out. One, that it can turn a non-vigilance creature into a pseudo-vigilance creature by pumping the Guardian and then continuing that power on the second attack step.
Untapping the Guardian,
as well as the ability to just, if you've got 3 types in your graveyard, you can, discard an additional card to turn on your Fear of Missing Out without actually having to work too hard to do that. So there's a lot of synergies throughout, and there's the really obvious one, of course, which is discard a Boron Oculus Helping Hand, right? Like, I'm not sure that needed explaining, but so it synergizes with a huge amount of the deck. One of the other things which is not immediately obvious on the surface is Guardian of New Benalia is one of the few creatures in the format that can block.
Yeah.
Right. So like obviously everything can block, but Guardian of New Benalia, if your opponent's going to start spending Monstrous Rages to do this, or you know, just like cast a bunch of obs to get their power creatures bigger, that's okay. You can just be like, you know what, I don't need this extra land in my hand. I'll keep my creature around. I can keep my mana investment. That 2 mana, maybe it's got some pips on it, maybe it's got some Sheltered by Ghosts on it to gain a bit of life, but it's one of the few creatures that actually can interact on the ground in early turns against the Prowess decks and Mono Red and the variants.
A lot of beef on the ground. I heard you've got something a little strange in your sideboard. I heard maybe you're a little more controlling after game 1.
So we really didn't like the Planeswalkers and everything else that we were looking at, and so we really have a bit of a transformation in our sideboard here, which is, and I guess the other one is a couple of these. So we're really looking to go a little bit more instant speed with the Fairy Mastermind as additional threats, as well as the removal spells and the counters to come in, and then just card draw, right? So if you look at this as a package, when we're pairing into some of the slower, grindier matchups where the Oculus plan's not so good, so your Domains of the world, we can swap into a more controlling build and then play a slightly different game plan, which is a bit more protect the king, doesn't rely on the graveyard so much. And this has treated us really well this weekend. So Fairy Mastermind in particular, there's a lot of incidental card draw going around in the mirror, for example. Obviously everyone wants to draw main phase 1 because of profs, but they also just domain with their up the beanstalk triggers and everything else. So really happy with this.
Awesome. Well, it served you well this weekend. As you said, you've got a good record so far. Looking forward to see how you go for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much. Lovely chatting.
My name is Kira Turetsky. I'm joined at the table by Sam Loy. Sam, you are currently 7-0 at RC9 in Melbourne. You are playing GRUUL Delirium, which is an incredible choice given the current standard meta. So we're going to have a look at your deck and see what you've got going on in there.
All right, absolutely.
Show me, what are we working with? Where are kind of our consequential cards in this deck?
So we're really focused on things like Fear of Missing Out, cards like Breakout, and particularly cards like Wildfire Wickerfolk. So all of these turn on, they have a bigger effect when you have Delirium, a lot of burst damage, and the ability to really close people out quickly if they leave their shields down.
And how easy is it for this deck to get to Delirium? Because that's going to be a lot of different types and card types that you need amongst in your graveyard to turn on the Fear of Missing Out's ability to do that extra combat and the Wildfire Wickerfolk's ability to get +1/+1.
Yeah, so we get there with a couple of different ways. So we have cards like Seed of Hope that will mill us a couple of cards every time, but we also have replaced the mana base a little bit with cards like Bushwhack, which allows the sorcery to get in, and of course you've got things like the Fear of Missing Out, the Wildfire Wickerfolk, and a Patchwork Beastie that both mills and is dual card types. So some enabling, but we're trying to do it in a way where we're not spending excess turns and mana doing that. We're trying to do it on curve, incidentally, while we're developing our game plan.
I've seen as well, you've got some classic red cards in there as well. You've got the Screaming Nemesis, and you've got a new red card to show out. We've got Tersa Lightshatter in as well. And how do these cards play into your deck's game plan?
So they're interesting. Today I was really worried about people using temporary lockdown against me, so I wanted some 3-drops. Tersa's amazing. If you don't have Delirium on 3 anyway, she basically gives you the choice to put the right cards into your graveyard to turn your other creatures on. So that's a really powerful ability. Additionally, Screaming Nemesis, shutting down life gain, as well as just being something that can pressure people through blockers, which can be bigger than the rest of the deck.
Do you find that you are more attacking or blocking with the Screaming Nemesis?
I've considered blocking a lot of times today. I haven't done it a lot. It has come up a couple of times more into the blue-red decks, as well as I blocked once against black-white, but honestly, it's really, I'm turning guys sideways most turns,
Well, and you've got some really good cantrips and not cantrips, but you've got some really good, combat tricks to make these even more intimidating than they already are. We've got things, I believe we've got Monstrous Rage in there. But we've also got some weird ones in there too. What else? What other weird tech do you have in here?
Yeah, so Monstrous Rage is like the premium one. I'm only playing one of them, which feels strange to me. But the one that's really getting the job done in this deck is Violent Urge. So this, with Delirium, gives a creature +1/+0 and double strike. And that can really, especially combined with something like a double attack out of a fear of missing out, you can do 20 damage just in one combat step and close the game immediately, which is pretty good.
That's really intense, because usually as well, the GRUUL aggro decks that we've kind of been seeing, those are slick shots, really dealing that kind of 10 to 20 damage in a single turn, and you're turning it on with a Scarecrow.
It's the plan.
Amazing. Well, I see as well, there's an Overprotect in there. Not seeing too many of those coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah, so Overprotect's an interesting one. It's a bit of tech I picked up from some of the players in the Japanese RC. They were playing a couple of these main. I like them so much, I'm also playing a couple in the board in case I really need to go quickly against someone who's going to outgrind me. So a way to protect your guy, way to give it trample, and also the +3/+3 is really good against cards like Nowhere to Run, which would normally ignore the hexproof ability, but you can get it out of range just with the stat boost.
Well, the decks that we're currently seeing kind of represented or perhaps overrepresented in the meta are IZZET, Prowess, and Jeskai Control, and how have you found your matches against those decks?
So one of my goals in playing this deck, and the reason I selected this deck, is that there's a lot of 3 toughness in this deck, and Burst Lightning out of the IZZET Prowess deck isn't very good at removing my threats. So there, I think that's a relatively good matchup. That deck's really powerful, so you can lose it anyway, but that one's been really strong. The Jeskai Control list, whether it's Oculus or the Shiko, they're a little bit more problematic. They do a lot more 3 damage, they have some temporary lockdowns, and I planned on not playing it.
Well, what other tech have you got there in your hand?
Yeah, so we've got a Keen Eye Curator, a card that I think a lot of people really liked on release, but didn't get played for one reason or another, but really gets really powered up in this deck. Getting +4/+4 and trample, combined with something like a Violent Urge is 16 damage, which can end the game really quickly. Very nice stuff to have there. It also interacts with things like Oculus and Omniscience out of those decks, which is good.
Well, so I was going to ask you actually, what is the impetus for playing Keen-Eyed Curator over something like Scavenging Ooze?
It's mostly that it's big, that it's 3 power, 3 toughness, and turns into a 7/7 for 3 mana. So quite often you'll find in this deck, you'll find something like your dual type cards go into the bin. So it's 1 mana to get 2 types under it, and then you can find the other 2. So for just 3 mana, going from a 3/3 to a 7/7 trampler, you can find lethal out of nowhere.
That seems pretty good to me. And I see as well, what's that on top there? Is that?
So this is a convenient target. This was a good idea, I swear. I have not cast it.
And so what role does this fill in your deck then? Is this a one-of?
Yeah, it's just a one-of. So you can buy it back from the graveyard in addition to it being a permanent. So it gets hit by cards like Seed of Hope when you're milling over cards. And if you just randomly hit it off a Patchwork Beastie, you can buy it back. The real reason I have this in here is as a way to make an opponent's creature not able to block. So it is maybe the world's worst removal spell in some ways, but if you're playing against something like demons or a shield dread or something like that that's very difficult to attack through, it can fill that role in a pinch.
Fantastic. Well, it seems like you've got pretty much every slot covered for the big decks in the format currently.
Yep, that's the idea with it. It's not one of the top 3 decks in the format, but I thought it had a really good angle of approach to the format, and I was hoping to get some surprise value as well.
Well, you've got a Pyroclasm in there as well, and that's paying a lot of respect to the IZZET Prowess deck.
Yeah, I've got a couple of Pyroclasms in the sideboard, along with a couple of Abrades, which come in every time against the IZZET deck. Other thing about having 3 toughness is you can Pyroclasm through your own guys and not kill them, and it really came in clutch for me a few times today.
Well, amazing. Well, this deck has clearly served you well, going 7-0 into round 8. So best of luck to you, and thank you so much for walking us through.
Thanks, Kira.
I'm joined by my co-caster Jim Dowling here at the Regional Championships. It's so exciting. We've just gotten through our quarterfinals, and now all of the rest of the matches in this tournament will be on coverage. We've got a real smorgasbord of top-level play here, Jim.
That's right. They're playing for some big prizes as well. We've gotten past the, you know, you're playing to maybe get some prize tickets, maybe get a little bit of cash. These players are playing for some real money here. So we've locked up first, second, third, fourth. That means everyone here is getting at least the PT invite and 1,250 United States dollars, although the bank will take some of that.
Here in Australia, that still goes pretty far. And not to mention going pretty far, the invite to Worlds, Jim.
If you get first place, yeah, you're going to be alongside the likes of James Moore and Thomas Bott, the winners of RC 7 and 8. Now, of course, you also qualify for Pro Tour Edge of Eternities in Atlanta. Awesome stuff. And the big chunk of prize money, honestly, is a really nice cream on the top of the cake here.
Yeah, sometimes in the past, maybe it's just been that invite that's attracted people, but the money you're going home with today, not inconsiderable at all. And of course, the story, right? For all these players, I'm assuming it's been, for some of them we know, a long road to get to this final stage. And now, of course, that you're here, you have to want to take it all. But, you know, second, third, and fourth, still very lucrative. All
right. Well, we've got players waiting for us down at the table for our semi-finals. Let's head down and see what we've got. On the top of the screen, playing a red-green Delirium, we have Samuel Loy with a very quick forest into Patchwork Beast. On the bottom of the screen, we have Jennifer Rose Holloway playing DIMIR Midrange. Also with a quick opener here of a land into a Spyglass Siren. Into the upkeep Patchwork Beast, milling one Screaming Nemesis in the graveyard. Delirium count 1. Thomas, did you get to see this GRUUL Delirium deck yesterday?
If not on coverage, I definitely was following it closely throughout the event. I think it was on screen once. I wasn't casting, but I was following closely. The breakouts, what a fun card. One of those cards you usually have to show your opponent for them to read. Even the Seed of Hopes, these little cantrips and other cards that no other deck in the field is playing. But Samuel has used to terrifying effect this weekend, undefeated thus far, essentially, all through the Swiss, and then the quarterfinals taking out a big name of Australian Magic in Justin Chung to find himself here. Now in semifinals, must really be able to almost taste that World's invite here. And what a deck to do it on.
Yeah, Seed of Hope was the card there, milling 2 and choosing to take an artifact, a permanent from among them.
Very
into
flexible.
The hand. It's 3 card types in the graveyard now. I know I'm saying that a lot, but this is a super relevant thing for this deck. This Patchwork Beastie in play, it only costs 1 mana. It's a 3/3. The downside, of course, it can't attack or block until you have Delirium.
Yeah, and I was with you on coverage yesterday. Well, I wasn't with you physically, but I was with you in spirit, I think, when you were surprised at how aggressively this deck can turn on a Delirium and how consistently it does it.
So we do have all the information revealed here from us. Jennifer casting a Deep Cavern Bat, revealing a hand of Bushwhack, Keen-Eyed Curator, a red card, and 2 lands.
Yeah, and that Keen-Eyed Curator, obviously a card, another one of these creatures that's surprisingly big for its size. But, you know, I guess the unfortunate downside of that Bushwhack as your removal spell of choice, not able to respond to the bat as we've seen other players do. Convenient
target, the red card of choice here. Yeah. Of course, we're going to enchant the creature. We're going to suspect the creature, I believe.
So +1/+1 and menace, effectively. It also can't block, but I don't know if Samuel was in a real blocking mood anyway, especially against these flyers from Jennifer. So all upside there. It's a fun little one-of in this GRUUL Delirium deck. You sort of go, was there really no other enchantment available? But here we see it is representing some bonus damage.
Yeah, menace on a 3/3. This is great. We've got a 1 mana aura on a 1 mana creature. It's already getting in for 4 damage, and it's evasive.
Yeah.
This is super efficient, and you can see the concessions to needing Delirium, needing these card types. We've got an aura on an artifact creature, both of these costing 1, in a metagame full of Into the Floodmaw.
Yeah, but I guess it is only being a 1 mana aura, and it's definitely not the core part of your strategy. If they bounce the creature, you're like, hey, I got an enchantment in my graveyard. You're in some ways helping me achieve that Delirium. It was when I first read Red-Green Delirium on the list of archetypes, I wondered if we might see an even heavier commitment to Delirium around cards like the fly trap that rewards you for getting a higher delirium count than just 4. But Sam's deck is so efficient and respectable and low to the ground, and that's why it's been so successful, I think.
Now we do see here Jennifer did explore with the Deep Cavern Bat, found a Tidebinder on the top, put that away, really looking for the 3rd land here just to access more of the hand. There's at least one 4-drop in hand and there's plenty of interactive spells. But with 2 lands, we're really limited in how much we can do. We don't have the ability to double spell, as they say.
It's a tough spot that we saw our red-black mid-range player in the previous round, where you're definitely the more controlling, less beat-down player in this matchup, and you find yourself on the defensive with very limited resources to try and respond to these surprisingly cheap and powerful damage-dealing creatures coming in from Samuel as they crash in once again, and we can see it looks like the Curator is going to eat some cards from graveyard in response.
Are we getting big already? That's an artifact
the play.
creature, that's a sorcery, and that's an instant.
So costing yourself Delirium, but in this instance, the Beastie is already attacking.
This is so very cool. Attack with the Beastie. It can only attack with Delirium and then eat the entire Delirium. Grow that keen-eyed Curator.
The best of both worlds there as Sam just finesses this graveyard. It's now a 7/7 trampling Raccoon Scout, so a hefty creature for just green. And this is representing a huge chunk of Jennifer's life total, which, again, as you said, on that limited amount of mana with only some pretty spindly 1/1 flyers in play, or a 2/2 bat at least with that Explorer, still not enough to really put up much of a fight. You're going to need some huge draws here to prolong game 1.
Yeah, it was actually kind of nice that when the bat explored, it didn't find a land. Of course, you know, you'd rather find the land, draw it, start playing more spells, but even missing, you put a +1 counter on your life-linking creature. That goes really well in a racing situation, and if there's one thing we've seen from this GRUUL Delirium deck, it's that every game is a race.
Jennifer goes to combat with both creatures, it looks like, clearly not really valuing the impact of the Siren as a blocker. The Bat clearly can help you defensively by life linking in on offense, but now the ball is in Samuel Loy's court. Can you reestablish Delirium to make that Beastie once again live as an attacker? Can you finish off Jennifer here before you give her a chance to draw out of this 2-land situation?
Yeah, we did hit another artifact creature there, the Wicker Folk, but instead we're just turning this land on. That's going to be coming in here, assuming that Jennifer has nothing to do. Okay, we have a go for the throat on the 7/7.
It's extremely
very
necessary.
timely there. Yeah, of course. The land having the ability to untap the creature.
Yeah,
very cool.
and give it a
clutch.
+2/+0 bonus there from the Restless Ridgeline. It was able to, represent even more damage when you have a trampling creature in play. But Jennifer did have the requisite removal spell there to mop that up. I don't know if anything else would have done it, but she survives. And with the Beastie stuck at home on Delirium count 3 for now, still 3 even after that exchange, there is a bit of a window here. Perhaps the mid-range deck can bounce back. And I was so impressed by Jennifer's play yesterday on coverage in the one match that we did see. I feel like she's got it within her if the cards make themselves available to make this comeback work.
It's very cool to look at the graveyard and see 4 cards, and we have a creature and a creature and a creature artifact and a sorcery. So we're still 1 type away with 4 cards, with something being 2 types, and now we have a creature. But I think a Seed of Hope might have been the draw there, which being an instant, even if it doesn't hit any new types, it itself is a new type here. The little trinket text on Seed of Hope to gain 2 life as well. It's not the reason you're playing the card, but it's a nice little bonus, and we've hit land, so we now have 5 types in the graveyard.
Yeah, I think what we've seen consistently all weekend in this meta where there's so many decks kind of cashing in their hands suddenly to deal explosive damage and, finite amounts of damage as well. There's some grindy late game decks, but not as many. Even incidental life gain like that Seed of Hope can really make the difference in some of these matchups. So Sam definitely might end up appreciating that part of Seed of Hope. Though, as you said, right now, I think he's probably happier just to see Delirium turn back on. That Beastie is now a live attacker. And again, we have Restless Ridgeline shaking off the dirt and cruising potentially into combat. Jennifer, still just the 2 mana available. That's a bit rough.
Yeah, and sometimes, especially with these restless creatures, you need to be acting before they attack. A lot of the time when you have these combat tricks, you want to be acting, removal spells, you want to be acting as late as you can to not give your opponent the information. But these creatures with attack triggers, you need to act before they attack, before they get that trigger to untap another creature.
Yeah, an interesting spot here, able to get the stun off on the Beastie. There's an attack from the ridgeline here. I'm not sure what maybe the trigger went on the ridgeline itself for more damage.
The trigger has to target another attacking
so I guess
creature.
removing the stun counter at the very least, right?
No, it has to be an attacking creature. So there was no targets for that trigger there. A very, very good stun there from the Flood Pit Drowner.
The Flood Pit Drowner really proving its value, though, in like every match we've seen. It's a funny kind of effect, isn't it? And the activation's quite expensive, and yet it somehow seems to do just enough to get these Dimir decks over the line in a lot of situations. As Jennifer now getting aggressive, and Samuel's life total, in spite of that little bit of life gain here and there, getting a little bit to the area where you're worried.
Yeah, you would feel a little awkward if you had to activate this Flood Pit Drowner. Of course, you know, it's better than having a 4/4 menace coming across at you, but that creature only costs 1, that aura only costs 1. So if you do have to activate this Flood Pit Drowner and shuffle it away, and you're shuffling away your 2-drop with a 2-cost activation, you're not going to feel good about it, but maybe it's what you have to do.
The nice thing here, at least, I guess, is that you're not playing it against a deck that is full of flyers or other creatures that are very difficult to block. So in this case, having a Vigilant Merfolk, we saw it get in, add a little bit to Jennifer's attack damage there, and it still represents a blocker against the currently menacing Patchwork Beastie. Sam expanding the board significantly, kind of raising the bar on how many blockers Jennifer's going to need. But Jennifer still gets another turn here, and with Preacher of the Schism, we've seen how powerful that card is over the weekend. Has a lot of options all of a sudden, especially, I can't see if there's a 4th land in there somewhere, but did get up to 3 last turn. So every little bit of air she's able to take in, every expansion of those available options, eventually might even see those curious, enduring curiosity cats coming down.
Yeah, Sam really has presented a very wide and powerful board here, and sort of just saying, look, if you can't end the game on this turn, I'm probably going to end it on my next turn. So what have you got? You know, you have, what, a 2/1 in the air, a 2/2 in the air, a 1/1 in the air. That's 5 damage. If you can pull out 3 more, we'll go to sideboard. If not, you're going to have to learn about how many creatures I have, the attack from the Fear of Missing Out, the attack from the Restless Ridgeline. There's going to be a lot of triggers. There's going to be a lot of damage coming across. Jennifer does have the 4th land. I can see 2 copies of Enduring Innocence in hand there, which are, sorry, Enduring Curiosity, which are not the best card here. We don't have the time to really sort of tap out, draw some cards, and call it a day.
Yeah, it's
So
a flash blocker, but this is a much more efficient way to deal with the potential attacker. The cut down, speaking of attack triggers you want to get off the board before they have a chance to act. The Fear of Missing Out, the Delirium card that you've probably seen the most over the weekend, and follows up that cut down with a go for the throat. So really thinning the ranks of Sam's defenses and obviously his attackers for next turn before cracking in. If not for lethal, then like Sam said last turn, I'm going to give you one more draw step to figure your way out of this, but I am not slowing down. I am coming for your throat right here.
Yeah, it looks like she has managed to sort of, you know, remove enough of the pressure that she might survive this next attack step. You know, the Keen-Eye Curator, 7/7 trample, that's off the board. We're now left with a 3/2 as well as the 4/4 menacing Patchwork Beastie. Delirium well and truly online, having, what is this, 9-10 cards in the graveyard here. The Kangaroo Bloom doesn't particularly have great target, doesn't have any targets, actually, aside from the convenient target. That would be a convenient target for the Kangaroo Bloom if it wanted to remove itself here. So it looks like an attack for 5, 6, 7. Sam down to 1, and there is 2 blockers here for this Menace Patchwork Beastie. That's very important.
Yeah, exactly. The Menace has been impactful this game, but perhaps not impactful enough. As you said, the Kangaroo Bloom not at its best in this matchup. It is just sort of a one-off main deck, presumably for other decks in the field. And here Sam really has to consider his options. As you said, down to 1 life. Very unlikely to have a way to clean up the various flying attackers that are on Jennifer's side of the board. So you'd think that if he has an out, it's to try and find a way to win this turn. And there are cards in the deck like Violent Urge that can pull a win out of absolutely nowhere. But in general, you need to find an unblocked or trampling attacker. And I don't know what Sam has access to on that front.
Yeah, only 1 card in hand. The draw for turn was a land. So Sam just weighing up, you know, is there an attack with this Ridgeline that works? What does this 1 card in hand do? There is only 2 blockers. If you manage to remove 1, then the Patchwork Beastie is safe to come through. But even then, there is exactly 7 damage on board against an opponent on 9 life.
Does Sam have just the 1 card in hand as well?
I believe so.
It's a difficult situation. He's really thinking it through here. He obviously wouldn't, there's no reason to rush to throw away attack or concede, but a finite number of outs, really, when you think about what's in the deck.
We'll wait and see what the players can come up with. These players are both local Melbourne players. Sam Loy plays in the city at Plenty of Games, and Jennifer Rose out in the eastern suburbs playing at Games Portal in Ringwood.
It's funny, obviously, there's no bias on commentary here, Jimbo, but these are both the stores that I play at. Games Portal is a few blocks from my house, and the staff and community there are lovely, and of course, plenty of games. The pillar of the Melbourne Magic community at this point, I think it's hard to disagree with saying that. So these two players representing some fantastic stores and having qualified to here, looking to really put those names up in lights, maybe even at Worlds or on the Pro. Well, they're on the Pro Tour now, right?
They're definitely on the Pro Tour. But, all 8 of our top 8 and 2 extras as well. That was 10 invites.
Yeah.
We do see an attack here. Patchwork Beastie and the Cankabloom both coming in. Of course, the Patchwork Beastie can't block, being suspected.
It's committed too many crimes.
Sam says, I'm going to attack. Let's see if you make the wrong play. Nope, the correct play was made. We're going to be going to game 2. Before that, we're going to look at their sideboards, I suppose. Sam Loy on the GRUUL Delirium deck. Down a game now, so let's see what he has access to in the sideboard.
Some fairly standard cards. I think it's just sort of different kinds of interaction. The Outpace Oblivion is an interesting one. I don't know that there's that many decks we've seen this weekend playing it. It's a way to get rid of high toughness creatures. You'd think like a Sheoldred or perhaps an Enduring Curiosity if you think that's a priority kill.
It does cost 3, which is a lot of mana. Perhaps something to consider whether Sam's on the play or the draw. Obviously, a more appealing card if you've got the extra land down. I think the Paw Patch formations might be pretty good. Overprotect, of course, depending on how much removal you're expecting from the opponent here. I don't think this Convenient Target is the right play.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to why. I have to assume it's just for Delirium count reasons, and maybe, obviously, if your opponent has one blocker, you can discount that blocker no matter how large it is and get through. I'm sure it's been a game winner in clutch spots, but yeah, it wasn't the card you were hoping to draw there. What surprises me is there were the one-of Monstrous Rage in the entire 75. I think we talked a little bit about one-ofs yesterday and the propensity perhaps for those to pop up in open decklist events because they kind of give your opponent something to worry about. But that's a card I'd love to give my opponent, 4 of to worry about.
And Pyroclasm is an interesting one. Does it come in? Does it come out? It hits a lot of the threats, but not all of the threats.
Yeah, and it's cool in that this deck, unlike some of the other Pyroclasm sideboard decks, is pretty much built to dodge its own Pyroclasms, where, okay, maybe if you don't have Delirium, Wildfire, Wickerfolk might be, consumed by the flames, but otherwise you can kind of blow away your opponent's board and then attack through for a potentially huge swing. That said, there's stuff like Preacher of the Schism that survives Pyroclasm and blocks decently well. Sheold, yeah, that is like, what part of the Dimir deck do you want to target? Because it's not a particularly one-dimensional strategy. I don't think there's one sideboard card that's going to be the silver bullet for Sam.
And over the other side, in Jennifer's sideboard here of the blue-black mid-range deck, there's some very clear answers here. Ghost Vacuum against a Delirium deck.
Yeah.
Get it in there.
Absolutely. Even Anoint with Affliction, right? Being able to exile the creature so you don't have to worry about adding to Delirium.
As for what's coming out, Cut Down looks horrendous against this deck.
Yeah, I mean, again, we said the creatures are too big to die to Pyroclasm.
The one drop doesn't die to Cut Down.
That has to feel so awful. It was almost amazing Jennifer did find a target for it in that game 1, but now you have the opportunity to take those out, maybe bring something more apt for the matchup back in. Do you board in the extra copy of Sheoldred here? Are you happy to rely on your late game?
I think you have to, not just for the late game, but also just for the beef on the board. It's a 4/5 with Death Touch. We saw Patchwork Beastie being a 3/3, of course made 4/4 in that game. We see the Wickerfolk, which comes down as a 4/3. There's a lot of big creatures on the ground, and Sheoldred just beats all of them in combat. You've also got a lot of dead air in the main deck that you want to get rid of. Cut Down, not where you want to be. Go for the Throat, also not where you want to be. That doesn't hit most of the creatures in the deck. Of course, can hit a Fear of Missing Out, as can Cut Down.
Even the Tishana's Tidebinder doesn't feel like it's at its most effectual in this matchup. Turning off the Curator if it hasn't grown to a 4/4 yet, pretty valuable, but it's still a sizable body. There's not even that much in terms of evasive keywords that it's been able to sometimes disable in other matchups we've seen this weekend. So maybe those are some more slots you can trim, but it depends how valuable you think cards like Gix's Command or other kind of marginal sideboard pieces would be.
Sure. We see the players here shuffling up, getting ready for Game 2. They've made their decisions. They've committed. They're going down with the ship. One of them is at least. We're going to be featuring both of the semi-finals today. We've seen the quarterfinals. We know who our top 4 is. So we're going to be watching both of the top 4 games as well as the final itself. We actually saw all of the top 4 players in the bracket win.
Yeah, I guess seeding is truth.
First, second, third, and fourth seed all victorious.
Even so, this is sort of a pared down kind of matchup, right? Jennifer Rose Holloway did drop one Swiss round, I believe, over the course of the day, whereas Sam Loy on Delirium had that like blessed run clean through top tables all the way to the end and then arrived safely in top 8. It'd be almost a shame if you managed to lose just one match here in semis and then sort of bounce out in 3rd, 4th place, but that's how big tournaments go, and obviously these players are already in the money, already in the PT invite, so it depends how much do you want it and what can these funky decks produce here with their lives on the line.
Oh, look, the bragging rights is still always the best prize. The trophy
The trophy, man.
Looks amazing. Tournament organisers here do a lot of great work making prizes that the players feel good about. That trophy, very schmick looking if you were to put it on your mantelpiece.
And hey, the bragging rights stuff, right? Like we've talked about, unfortunately they didn't make it through. Would have loved to talk more, but players like Ben Tubman and Justin Chung who have really storied histories, a lot of success on these big RC stages. So, but, you know, for these players, this is their chance to join those ranks or to further establish themselves in the pantheon of really proven Australian Magic players.
So we're going to see some 7s here. Let's see what we can figure out. Sam, I can see 2 Forests, a Seed of Hope, a Tersa Light Shatter, perhaps a Copperline Gorge as well there.
Jennifer had a no-lander, I think, just threw that back absolutely straight away. A bit unfortunate, but you don't worry too much. You just shuffle up and find a better 6.
That's Magic sometimes. And we see plenty of players winning off 6-card hands as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Or at least making a game of 5-card hands.
That's right.
A round to go.
Yeah, they're very close. Sam's hand looks all right, though. It's got access to both colours of mana, has access to a Seed of Hope to sort of start the train rolling, you know, an instant and at least one other card type probably going into the graveyard from that card and replacing itself.
Yeah, certainly in a cheery mood about the hand, no doubt, even after that tough game 1, you know, laughing it off, and must feel he's got a decent chance in game 2. I don't know whether Sam played against any of the blue-black decks in the field. It wasn't one of our sort of most populous archetypes, but it is a deck that's been known for a while, so you'd have to expect when you're putting together a list like this, GRUUL Delirium, you've got some idea of your plan, whereas I don't know that Jennifer Rose, even though she's clearly practiced on the deck, has as much prior plan coming in for GRUUL Delirium.
Yeah, you're right. Sam didn't play against DIMIR mid-range at all through yesterday's event. As we look at the opening hand here, again, I see 2 lands, a Darkflick Shores and a Verge, I believe.
Phantom Interference, Siren, Flood Pits Drowner, Ghost Vacuum.
Ghost Vacuum, yeah, okay. So we've got 2 lands, we've got at least a creature, we've got a Ghost Vacuum. It's a 6. I'm not looking to send this to 5. I'm taking this 6.
Yeah. You're pretty, I mean, if that was a 7, it would be an incredible 7. 7 really live early game spells, pretty much what Jennifer had ordered, but you know, you have to put one of them back. So the Phantom Interference, interestingly, goes, but having the Ghost Vacuum must feel fantastic. As you said, that's got to be the #1 sideboard card between both these players' 75s.
Yeah, I think we're going to see it on turn 1 here. You know, the best thing it can do is just, well, we're starting with a tap land, but the best thing we can do is keeping the graveyards small. You know, it's not so much about exiling key cards in this matchup as it is about just keeping the graveyard small, keeping it in check. As we milled over an Overprotect and a breakout. So a swing and a miss on the Seed of Hope can't replace itself only with permanence. Fear of missing out, though, going to discard that Patchwork Colossus, and guess what? We're delirious.
That's it's crazy fast to just get all those, even with a duplicate card type, still has Delirium, but Jennifer might now get to, you want to have that Ghost Vacuum, maybe almost regretting having the tap land down early, and now with the pressure from the fear of missing out and the fact that the Delirium is already so built up, decides instead to hold up the mana, and so I might have to interact with the board here, and sure enough, Samuel Loy is rocketing out of the gates. Tersa Light Shatter, I feel like it's been quietly one of the impact cards for the weekend in a variety of different decks, just so good at sculpting the hand, being a late game threat, and of course contributing immediate hasty damage. And not this time though, says Jennifer, as the go for the throat snipes that Orc Wizard. Get out of here, into the bin with you.
Yeah, Jennifer did have choices there between the Flood Pit Drowner and the Tersa. Of course, going with the go for the throat, because the Tersa is a very powerful threat. Of course, the fear of missing out, not to be underestimated. Very powerful on a board with other creatures, especially with hasty other creatures, you know, from hand. But on its own, it's still going to get some work done here.
It just goes to show how good Tersa is, especially in this deck. Like, arguably, of all the decks today, the most able to get 7 or more cards in the graveyard very early on. Like, it was almost already representing that bonus trigger. So the fear of missing out, the FOMO, I mean, it's a nasty piece of work, but on its own, at least you can count how much damage it's going to represent. You'll live with that.
There's 7 cards in the graveyard. I guess.
This Delirium deck is for real, man.
Yep. So we see Go to Combat, No Thank You, Flood Pit Triana, and Keen-Eyed Curator coming down. Is this a safe spot to play the It's not even a safe spot for the Vacuum, is it?
I guess at this point you've conceded that Delirium's happening, although you'd love to have exiled a bit more of the graveyard now that the Curator's here, because Sam might actually do some of your work for you, I guess. You could say, well, at least if you turn on the Curator, I can then keep you from re-establishing the Delirium, perhaps. Sam obviously also relatively down on cards in hand compared to the start of the game, so the refill of the graveyard might not be as quick, and now we do find a safe spot to deploy that key artifact, the Ghost Vacuum.
All right, so we have 2 Spyglass Sirens. Jennifer's hand also a little empty here, but perhaps these Spyglass Sirens will give the ability to sculpt the top of the deck. Maybe there's lands and they can get turned into something else later. Maybe there's non-lands. Maybe they're good. Maybe they're bad. That's the glory of these map tokens and the exploring that they let you do.
This is a matchup, though, or this situation where the 1 mana cost of activating the maps is actually feeling pretty significant, because even with 4 lands in play in a more timely manner than game 1, Jennifer's on a bit of a squeeze here, having to really be careful not to overcommit. But Sam, at least, also not completely flush with resources. We're in a spot where Ghost Vacuum denying a Curator activation is going to meaningfully change the clock, because without Trample, the Raccoon is going to have a hard time getting past these Siren Pirates.
You know what? This Ghost Vacuum, this is probably the best matchup for cracking open that Ghost Vacuum.
True.
It is going to suck up so many multi-typed cards, so many big creatures. You could get a Tersa, you could get a Patchwork Beast, you could get your own Keen-Eyed Curator if it all falls the right way for you.
Yeah.
We see an attack here with the Keen-Eyed Curator. It did eat Jennifer's entire graveyard in the end step of 1 card.
I was about to say, don't oversell that, by the way. It is just one, the fact that at least Jennifer had cards in the graveyard this time, so you don't have to bite into your own available Delirium to charge up the Raccoon. But, and Sam going to continue to build up the graveyard here rather than devour it, going with a second FOMO, discarding a Seed of Hope. I haven't done the quick count on how many duplicates of each type are in the graveyard, but you're at least kind of buffering yourself against Delirium being turned off suddenly by that Ghost Vacuum if you can spread the types out enough.
Yeah, that's right. And these this fear of missing out is it's going to be threatening, especially in multiples, right? The ability to untap multiple creatures for multiple combat steps.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's like the combo of the deck, because obviously a lot of the cards are good, but being able to have that gigantic single threat that tramples in the Curator and then repeatedly enable it with FOMOs. You can attack with just the 1 FOMO, then untap, go to next combat, attack with the 2nd FOMO, untap, go to 3rd combat. That's going to run away with the game very quickly if not interfered with.
All right, so we see Sam here thinking about, I guess, whether to activate the Keen-Eyed Kenra or play a card from hand, and he is activating a Keen-Eyed Kenra, exiling the Tersa Light Shatter from his own graveyard.
I think we saw that was a little arm wrestle over exile my card, respond with the Ghost Vacuum on that, and then Sam's thinking, do I retarget the same card?
Sure, yep.
But conserving cards in graveyard ultimately, right? Because you deny a Ghost Vacuum activation effectively on a card that would matter if we do see that second activation of Ghost Vacuum. Have we seen that all weekend? I didn't get it on coverage.
I haven't seen it. I've actually never seen it in person.
I have done it
online.
I've pulled the trigger on that myself in draft.
We have a map being cracked here, a Tishana's Tidebinder on the top of the library.
So did leave those in. Again, not a bad card at all, especially against FOMO and Curator. Those are probably the 2 triggered and or activated abilities you'd love to blank. But
Absolutely.
not the biggest blocker still. Again, it's going to be the advantage to the GRUUL deck almost every time here in terms of straight up trades.
And it's a lot worse when your opponent knows it's coming.
That is the one thing that we've seen multiple times with Jennifer's deck and these map tokens. It seems to always reveal some flashy piece of instant interaction that is immediately not devalued, but harder to use when your opponent's like, oh, okay, I'll play around that Spell Pierce then.
Yeah, so we do see an attack here in the air for 4 damage. Doesn't feel like that much with Samuel sitting on, it should be 5 damage actually. There'll be a dice on one of those. So, oh, it's on the Flood Pit Drowners. And a Preacher of the Schism coming down here. What is the alternate art on that one? Is that from winning a cool in-store event, I believe?
I was about to say, I'm not sure. I don't win cool in-store events, so you'd have to ask someone who's good at the game. But it's certainly been a good card for Jennifer over the weekend, right? Again, in game 1, came down and really helped to stabilize a lot. Even generating those lifelinking tokens, because we've seen what's so essential to this Dimir deck. It doesn't do a lot of burst damage like most of the rest of the decks in the field. You have to whittle away with these little attacks, even when it seems like you want to be, clinched up all on defense. So the fact that the Preacher can come in when you're at a lower life total, swing with Death Touch represents some pretty much guaranteed damage. No one really wants to trade, and then still have a lifelink blocker left behind to help prevent you suddenly dying to FOMO is really good.
And Jennifer did choose to exile the Patchwork Beastie on her own turn with the Ghost Vacuum. I believe that this is not actually a delirious attack, which means that I don't know if that Fear of Missing Out should have done anything there.
There's 3 instants and a land and an overprotect, so...
Yeah, if I'm
and a
not
sorcery.
mistaken, that player doesn't actually have Delirium, which means that this Fear of Missing Out will not be untapping this Keen-Eyed Curator.
Yeah, I think they're counting that just now. He's realizing he doesn't have the 4 types because there's like 4 instants in the yard here. So it looks like there's a ton of cards, but Jennifer, the targeted ability of Ghost Vacuum has really eaten into the available card types.
Yeah, just nabbing that 1 artifact creature as well as forcing Sam to eat the Tersa Light Shadow on the previous turn. I guess this is what happens when your instant mills over 2 instants, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially with not that many non-permanents in the deck, Sam might be feeling a little bit sore about that, but you have to play around the beats that you get. And Jennifer here, seemingly completely in control of the situation. This is the kind of play she's been consistently displaying all weekend. And
we do see what looks like here a second Overprotect. Yeah, there we go. So Overprotect going to make this Keen-Eyed Kenra win the combat step regardless. And oh boy, if there was Delirium for that attack, that would have been so much damage, right? This Keen-Eyed Kenra would have been attacking multiple times.
yeah, Sam might have thought that he was about to just steal game 2 right there and then, but even so, Overprotect, it's a funky card. I haven't really seen many decks able to make great use of it, even though it's obviously, look at all the text on that, a huge power swing, and that was one of the perfect moments for it, right? Instead of trading for your, Preacher of the Schism, I'm just going to bowl over it and really chisel into your life total.
Yeah, that's right. So the shields are now back up. The Ghost Vacuum untapped, ready to nab another card type if needed on the next turn. So Sam really struggling to get this Delirium online.
Yeah.
Going to be putting an enchantment creature in there. We're now up to 5 card types. But
Yeah, it's
how
really
long
interesting. You start to get to the situation where maybe you block just in order to make the creature die. Of course, Ghost Vacuum can then get a 2-for-1 deal on card types. But Sam, as you mentioned, sort of now in a spot where even if you can get Delirium switched on for 1 attack, you get past the sort of +1 over the Ghost Vacuum, maybe with a Terza Light Shadow or another way to put multiple cards into the yard at the same time, and then that could be all she wrote, because as long as that Curator is in play, it's a serious threat.
It's this really interesting dance here between the Keen-Eyed Curator and the Ghost Vacuum, right? I believe we're in Jennifer's end step here, and Sam's thinking, do I activate the Curator? Will the Ghost Vacuum just take that? Take whatever I target? Do I save it? So, is it better just to untap? And Sam does choose, in fact, just to untap.
Yeah, because you could activate and target Jennifer's graveyard, but then you can't respond to the Ghost Vacuum eating your graveyard, which maybe you want.
Yeah, Sam really wants to eat the Fear of Missing Out here, and Jennifer would super love for that to not happen. Instead, we see a Wicker Folk.
Yes.
Right now, it's a 4/3.
Yeah, it's one of those cards where, compared to, say, the Patchwork Beastie, even without Delirium, this is still a perfectly fine draw, right? It's a hasty threat. Obviously, you love for it to be larger and have trample, but, even if Jennifer does some shenanigans with Ghost Vacuum and takes you off your 4 card types, this is still going to represent good damage this turn. Although, now we see the potency of the Tidebinder as a potential blocker, especially with that Delirium potentially turned off again.
Yeah, I don't think this is targeting a ability right now.
No, well, then what ability to target, right?
Yeah.
If the FOMO doesn't have Delirium, it can't trigger, so...
Okay. So the Keen-Eyed Curator does, in fact, get to eat the Fear of Missing Out here.
Yeah.
And we're coming over for an attack. There's no Delirium. There's definitely no Delirium. We've got the same card types as last time, just an extra Overprotect. And Sam having a think, does the Wicker Folk come in? Surely.
There's not that much defensive value in the card, right? If you're at 15 life, that's enough. You're not going to die suddenly. And Sam's been so careful trying to set up a good attack here so that, you don't want to get your Curator Tidebindered. You don't want to get your Graveyard Ghost Vacuumed. You have to really be careful about when you go for the throat, figuratively rather than literally. And it looks like the Curator does indeed end up trading for the Tidebinder's body, which at least clears the way for these other creatures you have in play. And Sam's just going to have to hope to peel more threats or at least another land to get the Ridgeline attacking.
Yeah, with 3 Seed of Hopes already in the graveyard, you're kind of wondering what could possibly break this this Ghost Vacuum chipping away here. There is currently Delirium, but it's all held together by that one creature, that one land in the graveyard, which means, the Wicker Folk is bigger, the Fear of Missing Out has the extra combat step, but the Ghost Vacuum can break that right now. maybe Sam needs to of missing out to put more cards in the graveyard.
If the second copy of Terse is available. It's one of those things where I would fill the yard abruptly like that. So if your opponent gets a lead, so to speak, with Ghost Vacuum, it's going to be hard to catch back up.
Speaking of catching back up, 2 Deep Cavern Bats, taking 2 of the 2 cards that Samuel has in hand here. Sam now hellbent, losing a Bushwhack and a Keen-Eyed Curator there. So living on the top of the deck.
I mean, you have at least reduced Jennifer's life total. Like, there's an area where Sam has to mention a huge breakout here. What will this hit, if anything? Hopefully, you can find at least 1 2-mana or less creature. Then you get an additional hasty attacker, and that might be the thing that Jennifer could not have accounted for, tapping up Venture.
We don't have a card in hand. Yeah, the entire hand was revealed for 2 bats.
So now potentially 3 attackers, and if that Delirium, is there one fragile land here providing the Delirium support? Can't imagine that's going to stick around forever, but...
Yeah, so...
And it is back now after it would have been relevant to combat. Thank goodness.
Yeah, so if you're going to block with one of the bats, you're giving back the Keen-Eyed Curator or the Bushwhack. If you block with both...
Interaction, and you get to use this 1 mana now for the Curator. You probably go for, Jennifer's not allowing you creature cards in your graveyard, so why not eat one out of hers? That gets a bit of a lead in my mind.
Right, and here we are, back on Sam's turn. 2 blockers, Jennifer on 4 life here. A very precarious situation.
1 card in hand, does have the mana represent the Restless Reef as a blocker, but that doesn't feel like a super winning play if that's all you're on. Sam at least has to respect the card in hand, though.
This is starting to feel like we might see a game 3.
I hope so.
It's been a very back and forth game, honestly. Big threats on either side, and then the Ghost Vacuum coming down, a whole pile of flyers.
It's been a wonderful showcase of this Delirium deck, right? Because I'm sure the question a lot of people have, if you haven't seen this deck before, is, well, how does it fare into these popular sideboard cards like Ghost Vacuum? What do you do if you can't consistently turn on Delirium, even with all of those, milling effects? And apparently the answer is play a pretty solid mid-range game.
The Delirium cards, Patchwork Beastie, no good without Delirium. Wicker Folk, fine without Delirium. Not, not an all-star by any means, but certainly a fine stat line. 3/2 haste for 3, acceptable. Fear of missing out, you play this card without Delirium all the time.
Violent Urge, combat tricks over your opponent's creature even without Delirium. Most of these cards are solid. They're playable without Delirium just fine.
Yeah, and we see here the Ghost Vacuum targeting the Wicker Folk in the graveyard, and the Keen-Eyed targeting it again itself. So I believe even with 9 cards in the graveyard, we are not delirious. That is Overprotects and Bushwhacks and all instants and sorceries and 1 land.
But Sam does have 2 types under the Curator and 3 mana to just sort of represent that buff as a baseline, before combat damage, Math Changer. And Jennifer, can't compete with that. There's just too much going on. And the Ghost Vacuum did admirable work there, but in the end, not enough on its own, even after we talked up its sideboard impact.
Yeah, look, I mean, you can imagine that game without that Ghost Vacuum.
True.
First Keen-Eyed Curator would have been going crazy. So we're going to be checking the sideboard, see if maybe anything changes on the play or the draw as we're going for game 3 here. It looks like both players pretty happy right this second to just run back what they ran in game 2.
Yeah, just kind of shuffling up and going again, which I suppose depending on your sideboard makes sense. I don't know if we saw that many sideboard cards. Obviously, there's in Sam's sideboard some just extra copies of, say, Overprotect, and who knows whether those were the Overprotects we saw. Maybe they made the difference, but certainly I don't think that there's a reason to take out the Ghost Vacuum or change any of the game 1 decisions from Jennifer's side. You just have to hope you draw slightly better removal or maybe a Key Shieldred or something in a window where that can start to turn the tide, because she never really threatened to come back into the aggressive role in the game there. Just stabilized for a while and then eventually petered out.
Do you think that being on the play or draw changes, as you mentioned, who is in that aggressive role?
I don't know if it changed. I just don't think the Dimir deck's creatures are ever big enough to outpace the GRUUL deck's creatures, even with that half a turn of advantage. But I do think it makes it harder for Sam to steal the game. A card we haven't seen in either game 1 or 2 is Violent Urge, which does a pretty good Temur Battle Rage impression when you have Delirium. And putting a bonus power and double strike on these huge Curators and other trampling delirious creatures, we've talked about the explosiveness of the Prowess deck, this can end a game on the spot, out of nowhere, where long before you thought you were, having to consider that. So if you're on the draw, there's less likelihood, I think, that you can set up a situation where, oh, my opponent tapped out for some innocuous turn 3 play. I'll deal 12 to you and leave you at a just critical life total.
It does look like Sam, in fact, went back to the sideboard, did make some changes, and Jennifer following suit here. If you're going to have a look, then I'm going to have a look as well. And it looks like she did change one card.
There's no harm in going and taking another look at your sideboarding choices, surely.
It's always worth a look at. Even just to center yourself and make sure, no, I did actually make the correct choices. These players, no stranger to being on the stage, of course. They were both featured yesterday during our coverage as we covered 8 rounds. What a slog for these players. At least today they have a shorter day, you know. They're playing 3 rounds of Magic at the most. There's even a break for them during the semi-finals. You know, we're featuring both of the semi-finals on camera, which means that our other 2 semi-finalists, they're sitting back and recuperating right now, getting their mind ready, getting, you know, making sure that they've got their sideboard plans all in order.
Yeah, and that mental break's very necessary. As you said, not only the sort of sheer endurance test of playing the whole weekend, some of these players were here on Friday playing either side events or even a last chance qualifier. But then also today, with those fewer games, you still have to deal with the fact that the pressure, right, of being up on the main stage, under the lights, it's finals day and everyone in the hall is kind of standing around watching. Your friends are probably here cheering you on. And of course, the prizes, right? Every win at this stage is worth a considerable amount of money and a step closer to Worlds.
Yeah, hundreds of dollars for every win. And there is people that are sitting in the lobby watching the coverage on the big screen. There's people that are playing the 5K. There's people that are sitting there with headphones on, all watching these players play. You know, both of these players have a lot of supporters in the room. I've seen them crowded around. When we announced the top 8 yesterday, there was cheers and hollers for every name that was announced. The community is behind these players. There's only 8 players playing in the top 8 today, but there is many more than that who have a vested interest and a lot of care for what the results of these matches are.
Yeah, I think it's a testament to the community that we have still hundreds of players in the room today, even though, as you said, only 8 of them are technically still in the main event, because, you know, we see the store names under these players, you know, Games Portal, Plenty of Games, both big parts of the community. And of course, if you play with and against these players every week, if you test with them, if you contributed, you know, I lent them a card for their sideboard, that's my copy of that card. It shows the camaraderie that people have. We're all in this grind together in a way, and even though sometimes, you know, players might have to knock each other out or otherwise have a bit of a friendly rivalry, when it comes time to cheer on your friend on the main stage, it's all smiles.
The real magic is the gathering we had along the way.
It might be why the game's called that.
So these players, they'll be finishing up shuffling soon. Jennifer on the play for Game 3. What is the ideal opener for her? Is it a discard spell? Is it a siren into holding up some interaction on turn 2? What are we hoping for?
I don't think we were wrong last game in saying #1 priority is you'd love to see Ghost Vacuum. You'd love to get that down turn 1, or if not turn 1, maybe early in the game after you sequence out whatever other valuable early plays you have, maybe a discard spell. Other than that, I think just early interaction, either the cheap counter spells, Phantom Interference we saw had to be bottomed last game just because Jennifer was already on the mulligan, but that's a great card early on. Because then if you can stop the first couple of plays so there's no momentum on board for Sam, you've got the Ghost Vacuum to stop those cards building up in the graveyard, and then it really limits how quickly he can start to get at your life total. Because all that Jennifer wants to do is create a window to play a card we have not seen yet in the matchup, Enduring Curiosity.
Jennifer here with Enduring Curiosity, Gix's command, I believe, and 5 lands.
Okay, I feel a lot better to see that the command did get brought in. I would put some small amount of money on the idea that that's the card that maybe came out of the sideboard if there was any change between round 2 and round 3, because it's an expensive one, but on the play, you've got a little bit more chance to get up to that 5 mana. And what a haymaker if you do land it, right? We saw the lifelink even of those little bats or the Preacher tokens helping to make a difference in the first 2 rounds, but being able to buff up a creature and lifelink it with just part of the command's effect could be a huge swing.
So both players here throwing the hands back and going to 6. We're going to see a slightly lower resource game than we're used to. And I always feel, you know, if both players take a mulligan, the advantage typically goes towards the player playing the discard spells, at least in the first couple of turns. You know, of course, you can end up in situations where players have no cards in hand, and then drawing a duress off the top is a horrible situation. But you know, if you're mulliganing and then your opponent has a discard spell on turn 1, especially on the play, the amount of resources you have access to is it just falls apart. Dreams of Steel and Oil, by the way. We haven't talked about this card, but what a card for this matchup. Being able to exile a creature from hand, nab one from the graveyard. It's exile, get rid of that Delirium.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
It's almost sad that Jennifer only has that one copy available. I've seen some decks running a few more. Often the mono black decks obviously have a few more slots for discard spells. But even that one off, if you can find it, a massive haymaker. Not only getting rid of a card from hand without increasing Delirium, but decreasing Delirium if the card's in the graveyard are already there. Maybe not on turn one, but in future turns, it makes a great top deck compared to what a 1 mana discard spell usually might be.
Jennifer's hand there had 1 land and it was colorless, so not a very good opener there. On the other hand, Sam has, I believe, that looks like 2 lands and 3 Wickerfolk.
Yeah.
Oh boy. If we can get a 3rd land and just play Wickerfolk attack, Wickerfolk attack, Wickerfolk attack, that could be it. It looks like the 6th card there may be a fear of missing out as well.
Yeah, none of the red, green, gold cards in Sam's deck are good news for Jennifer, especially when you're mulling to 5. But at least, I guess, if one of these players was to mull to 5, I think Jennifer's got a better chance of bouncing back. All you need is a couple of lands, some removal spells, and crossed fingers. Because if you can prolong the game and at least deal with some of the big threats, Sam's deck is going to slow down a little and you'll have time to draw into some shielded or other life gain. Even just land a Curiosity to block and stabilize the board. That's a long way off, though, and Sam, if indeed the hand is so full of Wickerfolk, may not give Jennifer any time to do that.
Looks like Jennifer's managed to pull off a usable 5 here. I see Anoint with Affliction in there. Just deciding on the last card to be putting back here. So I believe she's keeping 2 lands, Anoint, and a Preacher of the Schism, which is for 5 cards. You've got to be happy with, some lands and some spells that I can cast. Floodpit's Drowner is the other card there in the hand. Sam leading off with a tapped land, so no action on turn 1 from either of these players, and I don't think we're going to see much on turn 2 from Jennifer, aside from maybe a removal spell, maybe even Floodpit's Drowner. If a creature comes down here, would this be... Yeah. Oh, okay.
Number 1.
Yep. So the Floodpit's Drowner coming down. Let's stem that haste creature right there. Buy a couple of turns, get an attack in here.
Yeah, great spot for the Drowner specifically as a 2-1 Vigilance lines up brilliantly against the non-delirious 3-2 Wickerfolk, stemming that haste attack for a turn and threatening to trade on the next one. Preacher of the Schism did find that 3rd land. So I think that was the hardest part of Jennifer's mulligan decision there. Crucial. Really tough having to choose between the 3-mana creature or the 3rd land you have to play it, but rewarded for keeping the powerful Preacher of the Schism. That could help draw you out of this hole.
Absolutely crucial. Fear of missing out coming down here, discarding a land. Delirium count 1, being 1 card in the graveyard. And a Patchwork Beastie, so plenty of power on the board, not much ability to do anything with it in the face of a 2-4.
Yeah, we've seen the high rolls for the Beastie so far, and this deck's good at enabling it, but it does feel like the most marginal of these Delirium cards, because right now it is just sort of a 1-mana artifact that does nothing but mill a card every turn, and
I mean, that's useful.
It's not nothing.
We see Go for the Throat, finding a target. Artifact creature. That one's an enchantment creature. That one has a throat, so Go for the Throat can find that one. Fear of missing out in the graveyard here. Delirium count 3.
Why do you think we saw the Go for the Throat there on Jennifer's turn? And on the creature that represents 2 different card types?
I truly could not tell you.
Because the Preacher attack is important to get in. I guess it allows you to attack with the Drowner as well, safely.
Sure, yeah. Really just taking an aggressive stance here. You don't have the cards to take this game long.
Yeah, I suppose if you're satisfied that I'm going to spend this removal spell on this FOMO and I don't worry if, a quote-unquote better creature comes down next turn, then it's best to buy an extra 2 damage with it. And then, of course, the Drowner does find a good trade there against the Wickerfolk. Sam, not concerned with, I must get Delirium before I send these in.
This Patchwork Beastie has revealed 3 lands. That said, with multiple Patchwork Beasties,
surely any moment now they will rise up from their listlessness and attack. And unfortunately, the one creature that could attack on the face of it, the Keynote Curator, instantly exiled by Anoint with Affliction. If Jennifer draws a Ghost Vacuum here, that could be all she wrote. But even another land would be very potent. And this is a commanding position for someone who had to mulligan so harshly.
Yeah, I mean, this Preacher has drawn 2 cards now. And now has the ability to come in. And we're going to be getting... Ooh, is this getting both halves?
Yeah, 12 to 12 it looks like.
Are tied, so we're getting both halves here.
Always feels good.
Draw a card, lose a life, and get a Vampire with lifelink.
Sam desperately needs Delirium for every reason now. Even just the trample on the Wicker Folk must make a huge difference. You need to represent a big attack right here because you can sense the game slipping away.
We've hit a land and the Monstrous Rage.
That will do it, I think. We have Artifact Creature, land, and instant. No way it appears right now for Jennifer to exile the graveyard. So you, at least for a turn, have full power of this Delirium deck available. What can Sam do with it? A FOMO is pretty nice.
With no cards in hand? All right. You're not upset at that? That Monstrous Rage, you know, it also would have been pretty good in hand, to be perfectly fair.
Yeah, I mean, it's never bad, is it? But you didn't get the choice there. That's the thing about the Wicker Folk. It does not even let you choose to mill the card or not.
Yep.
And the FOMO draw being wisely muted by Jennifer, so that will turn off the FOMO's other abilities, but also stop Sam, say, top decking a haste spell or a breakout to add to this already damaging attack here. And now with 2 blockers available, Sam does not hesitate, can't really afford to, but will be offering at least 1 trade.
Yeah, I mean, these creatures aren't going to sit back and block. You know, the Preacher, obviously a great creature. I mean, you're right. Trading your Tidebinder for a Patchwork Beastie and a card draw feels a little bit rough, but these are things you have to do when you're on 8 life.
It does mean that if Delirium is still on by Sam's next turn, that FOMO becomes a much more threatening attacker. We do see the Ridgeline in play as well, so we could see that little combo as long as Sam draws, you know, even if Sam draws a land off the top, that's not a dead draw if it comes in untapped.
Yeah. I mean, it appears that Sam's holding all of the cards right now.
Jennifer attacks.
No cards in hand, but holding all of the cards in the match.
Jennifer still doesn't seem to have the 5th land here, and now at lower life total, can't even use the Preacher to draw one. So that Gix's command is still, I won't say rotting, but still biding its time in her hand.
We mill over a Bushwhack. Does that do it? That's an instant to go with. No, it's a sorcery, right? So it did not add a card type. Although
this might.
The last turn. The Tersa, oh boy.
That's a lot of cards in graveyard as well. We're going to get both halves of this card if Jennifer doesn't have a response. I mean, there is a Flood Pits Drowner and an Anoint, so it seems like surely we will, right?
Yeah, you've got to actually worry if you're in Sam's seat about this Tersa taking you off Delirium.
That's true. I mean, it only exiles the 1 card, but if at random, if it hits that Wicker Folk with that, no, you've got the 2nd Artifact Creature in yard. I don't know if there's 1 hit that would work. There's an instant and a sorcery, so...
Yep. So we have 5 types and redundancy.
Thank goodness. I mean, you have to think about these things when you're playing this deck. It's not normally something you worry so much about.
Flood Pits Drowner coming down and choosing to turn the Tersa Light Shatter off for the turn.
Yeah.
Which means that the fear of missing out is online.
Yeah, so potentially you have to untap the Trampler here, right? Unless I guess you might want to protect your life total if you want to leave the Beastie untapped to block, maybe finally get rid of this Preacher or the Schism, or, you know, stop the free 2 damage coming in from the Drowner. But, you know, Sam, I'm sure, wants to end this game as soon as possible and pressure Jennifer's life.
Whatever decision is made, both players are on 8 life here, so we're not going to have many turns left in this game. Choosing to untap the Wicker Folk, and it does get anointed. That's gone now.
Jennifer waiting patiently for that trigger to be targeted before, like, immediately slamming the removal spell. Just both players understand we're at the pointy end of the game here. Very tense, trading in those last few resources as we almost, you know, demolition derby on these 2 boards right here. Suddenly, all the creatures are cleared away. Tersa's still hanging out there if the game manages to last long enough for her to get unstunned and untapped. But
yeah, it looks like Jennifer's really praying for a land off the top here for this Gix's command. That said, if it's not a land, it's some more action. It's a Spyglass Siren, and that's going to do well at finding a land. There's the land. Unfortunately, 1 card too deep to play the Gix's command this turn. But Preacher coming into the red zone, bringing that Vampire. The lifelink on that Vampire, very crucial here.
I won't say I don't believe it because we've all seen what Preacher of the Schism can do, but it's endlessly impressive how this card has just dominated this game 3 for Jennifer.
It has single-handedly been the card of this game. This is wild to look at here.
Sam can't currently activate the Ridgeline, so staring at 1 non-trampling, non-evasive attacker, an attack from Jennifer that with the number of cards she has in hand, he must surely feel is threatening his life total or threatening to clear away his board and then win in 2 turns. Goes for the attack.
Jennifer having a think here. Do I block? Do I double block? We have seen overprotect.
Yeah, true. Having to consider the potential for trample. At least you don't have to worry about the 1 of Monstrous Rage. That's already in the yard. one of the few times this weekend a player has not had to worry about Monstrous Rage.
Very true. And we do see a keen-eyed curator was the draw off the top.
Pretty solid draw for Sam, I think, in this spot. Obviously, you'd love to just win right there, but with Tersa untapping next turn, recovering from that Flood Pits drowning, won't be able to keep the blocker around, though. Another Anoint with Affliction comes in for Jennifer, clearing the way for a 5 damage swing, since that Explore hit a land.
4 damage.
4 damage, sorry, it hit a land.
Because
Yes,
it hit a land.
because it hit a land, my apologies. But we don't have the creature land either, so... But the Gix's command is going to add 2 damage to the board, and that's it. Final. I'm so glad that card didn't end up costing Jennifer the game. Instead, it closes it out, and Sam smiles, extends the hand. That was a great game 3. You can't really complain too much. And
Very back and forth.
Every resource used, and then in the end, Jennifer able to just stretch out one hand over the line in a dead heat finish.
Well, let's come back into a booth, and we'll talk about that game. Welcome back to the booth. Jim Dowling here at Regional Championship 9 here in Melbourne, Australia. I'm joined by Thomas Anderson. And what a semi-final we just watched.
Absolutely. I'm loving all of the magic we're seeing right here. All these different decks, incredible skill and sportsmanship from the players. Like, they're still talking about their game now. I think we hear on the table, Mike, and just in good spirits. That, you know, this is a super high-stakes game, and all that's happening is some really intense, enjoyable magic. The exciting finish there at the end, the Gix's command coming down, Preacher of the Schism.
Wow.
What an all-star, right?
It's a mulligan to 5, but it's got 3 lands and a Preacher of the Schism, so it's like a 9-card hand.
But it comes down to players and how they see their hands as well, right? Like Jennifer, right from the mulligan decision, choosing to prioritize the Preacher over the land that would have been needed to play it, even though that land was a creature land and itself represented a threat, and you could see her weighing up those lines, but not only stuck with the Preacher there, but continued to prioritize it, protect it, always attacking with it, never even considering a trade, even though your life total is under pressure and you're paying more life to draw, and in the end, fully rewarded.
Well, let's see if we can get a glance at the bracket here. We know the result of one semi-final. We know one of the people into the final. But we still have a second semi-final to be played. We know that we had Jennifer winning over Samuel there, advancing to the final part of the bracket. But we're still going to be watching Sam versus Benjamin. That is Black-White Pixie against RAKDOS Midrange.
Yeah, what a matchup. Wouldn't have called that at the start of the weekend. And it's going to be interesting because we've seen, you know, one of our undefeated Swiss players already, Sam Loy, unfortunately, falling there at the, you know, second to last hurdle. Can Sam Lewin survive and make it to grand final after a strong first day performance in the Swiss? Or will this unlikely RAKDOS midrange deck continue to surprise us?
Well, we're going to find out very shortly as we take a break and come back with the second semi-final here at Regional Championship number 9. Welcome back to the booth here at Regional Championship number 9 in Melbourne, Australia. I'm Jim Dowling, joined by Thomas Anderson. We've got our second semi-final down at the table.
Yeah, it's awesome already. We've flown through the day, but it doesn't feel like we've lacked for good magic. It's just, you know, at some point all good things must come to an end, and already we've unfortunately seen some of these players' tournament runs come to a finish, but 3 people are still alive in the event. Jennifer Rose Holloway having just qualified an absolute squeaker into the grand finals, and now 2 players who will hope to meet her there, either Sam Lewin on the Black-White Pixie deck, or our dark horse favorite, Ben Graves on Red-Black mid-range.
Yeah, we've had 2 close matches, game 3s going all the way down to the wire. I'm curious to see whether this one goes all the way or whether perhaps we have a shorter match. We've got players waiting at the table for us, so perhaps we'll head down there. Alrighty, on the right-hand side of the screen and the top, we have Sam Lewin playing ORZHOV PIXIE. On the left and bottom of the screen, we have Benjamin Graves playing RAKDOS mid-range.
Yeah, playing back RAKDOS mid-range out of Hobbymaster New Zealand, so came a long way to potentially still win this event. Must be a great feeling and a great journey to be on, and you know, now shuffling up to show what the red-black deck can do against a different opponent. I think Ben had one of the most homogenous runs on the way to top 8 in terms of what he faced, and obviously you can only beat what's in front of you, but now you have to beat one of the most formidable and successful player deck combinations of the weekend in Sam's Pixie deck.
Why would you say that is one of the most successful? Is it the first seed?
Yeah, the first seed, the undefeated to this point record, not to jinx anybody, touch wood, touch wood. The fact that I think the Black-White Pixie deck is excellently positioned against, you know, really anything that doesn't kill it on turn 3 or 4. Like, the grind power of this deck is tremendous. And we saw, even against a very weak 5-card hand for IZZET Prowess in the previous round, Ben's deck doesn't necessarily close games out in a hurry. So Sam might have some time to work his white-black magic.
So we saw Sam there throwing a hand back immediately, not happy with it. Down for the other side, we have Benjamin with 2 lands. I saw a Fear of Missing Out and a Tersa Light Shatter amongst some other cards.
I think I saw the one of Wild Ride in there, which is certainly a wild inclusion. That's the it's almost a Silver Bullet haste enabler, and with Harmonize being able to cast from the graveyard, it's like a classic card for that one of slot. You're much more likely to have access to it, whether from hand or with that alternate casting mode. And it means when you drop, you know, that huge Harvester of Misery or Coalstoke Gearhulk or whatever other creature it may be, you can just suddenly represent a lethal threat.
As well as the interaction between this card and, say, Alesha.
That's true. Lots of cards in this deck care about power, care about attacking. So it's a weird one to see at our top tables this close to the end of the weekend. But, you know,
extra combat steps from a Fear of Missing Out?
With
haste?
That's potentially true. Every card in this deck has played a part, I assume, in Ben getting here.
It's all a lot of moving pieces that all interact nicely with each other. We have another look at the hand here for Sam. I can see a Pixie, I can see a Room. That looks like maybe a Nurturing Kirin as well.
Sarah Beza, no, that's the blue sky of the Pixie there. So.
And a Sheoldred.
A shield, okay, yeah, just casually.
Just for good measure.
Yeah, having that Room there, that was a card that one time we've seen Sam on coverage already this weekend. That Unholy Annex certainly lived up to its reputation in the current metagame. Entire decks have been built around this card, and it is certainly capable of winning a game more or less on its own. Of course, Ben Graves being on red-black, singularly poorly positioned to answer enchantments.
So we have a keep here. 6 cards from Sam, 7 from Benjamin. Sam with just a land go, Benjamin with a tapped land go.
That tapped land was pretty good in the previous matchup, but one card that wasn't that impactful against Prowess might matter here, and that's Tiny Bones.
Very true. And we have, you know, no turn 1 discard from either player here.
Okay, having agreed to a nice gentlemanly game of Magic. You're not going to ravage each other's hands like savages. Oh, never mind. Sam Lewin immediately follows up with a discard spell.
Hopeless Nightmare. You know, there's only 4 copies in Sam's deck, but I promise you I've seen Sam casting this card 6, 7 times in a single game, let alone a match.
We were talking about one player's sort of fringe common inclusion, but this common inclusion is one that's really, making its money worth for Sam here. Obviously, every trigger, 2 life closer to victory, as well as depleting your opponent's hand. But we're seeing some of the back and forth between these players. At least if you're discarding or not exiling from hand, as this Deep Cavern Bat is about to do, you might be setting up some of the gameplay for Benjamin Graves. That is now a live Harmonize on the Wild Ride, which is probably where you're more used to casting it from, as Ben considers the hand here, sees the Sheoldred. Obviously not a fun card to see in play, but perhaps you feel pressured to just, take the Momentum Breaker.
Yeah, it's always great to have all of the information here. Kieran and Sheoldred coming. And that Kieran, there's no white source if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, kept the hand with the Soulstone Sanctuary, which is a very good card, obviously, when your deck cares about having demons in play, and there's not that many castable demons around. Now finds the white source, unfortunately, tapped, so Sam accepting a slower start to this game.
That said, Benjamin's cards are expensive. This isn't a prowess deck with, 20 or 24 one-cost cards in the deck. This is, full of 3 drops and 4 drops, and that means that even if this Kieran is taking off another turn and on turn 4 coming down and bouncing this Hopeless Nightmare and replaying it, there's always going to be cards in Benjamin's hand.
Yeah, arguably the slowest matchup we could have gotten on average out of all of the players in our top 8. So I'm glad that it's come here as a fan of grindy, slow decks and kind of a clash of styles when it comes to the late game, right? Sam's deck is hoping to kind of make its money with interactions between handfuls of cheap cards. We've talked about the Temporary Lockdown, Sunpearl, Kieran, all of these ETB triggers. Whereas Ben has all these cards that might be usable early game as just sort of like utility pieces and then later on become big haymakers like Trumpeting Carnosaur.
We do see a Tiny Bones and a FOMO coming down here, so committing it all to the board, has 4 power in play, ready to go. Quite a while away from Delirium, just instant sorcery so far.
Yeah, normally I might be concerned, I mean, you're concerned no matter what, as Ben, a little bit about overcommitting too many of these cheap permanents into, the temporary lockdown deck of the format. But without a second white source clearly present for Sam Lewin, maybe this is the window to get some use out of these cards as Sam takes a reread of Tiny Bones the Pickpocket just to make sure he understands, well, which Tiny Bones is this and what does that do? Casts cards out of your graveyard, Sam, if you, put any in there without thinking too hard about it. Be careful.
Yeah, there is, in fact, 2 Tiny Boneses in Standard. Both of them very cheap, very small creatures with the ability to accrue some advantage over time. And one of the things that Tiny Bones does is block a Sheoldred. Never mind, Sheoldred is being go for the throated.
Great target for that spell, I'd say. And also in hand, I have to say, for Ben, one of the cards I'm most excited about out of this deck, Mishra, claimed by Gix. Really good in this situation. I'm excited about the funny, silly, haha merge potential with Phyrexian Dragon Engine also in the deck. But right now, this is the first time we've seen Ben have this kind of chance to get aggressive, really represent the beatdown versatility side of a mid-range deck. That attack trigger on the Mishra going to add up pretty quickly to help deplete Sam's life total here.
And right now, this Tiny Bones has some real words on it. There is a permanent card in Sam's graveyard that Benjamin would love the opportunity to recast. Instead, we're going to see a Momentum Breaker take out that Tiny Bones.
So Ben clearly okay to lose the Tiny Bones. I think there's another copy of the Legendary in hand. And as you said, this is like an ideal scenario where your opponent has allowed, Sam didn't discard that Sheoldred, but you did risk running it out, and then it's now been placed into the graveyard where it could be pickpocketed. So we wait to see how fast Sam is going.
Not this turn, though, although there was another Tiny Bones drawn for turn. I believe that...
I think that was in hand already, which is why the previous Tiny Bones was...
I think there's 2 now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I believe the hand there is 2 Tiny Boneses and a Mishra. We see Inti coming down here, which is a great way to get rid of the extra Tiny Bones.
You're right, a foiled Tiny Bones there. There is such a possible too much of a good thing going on, so pitch that away. And now we have... Unfortunately, an exiled Mishra, which as one of the deck's more expensive cards, not an option right now. Lucky you've still got a copy on deck, I believe.
I mean, the good news is that card's not on top of the deck being drawn for turn next turn and stuck in hand.
Yeah,
so...
you're basically never sorry to rummage, even if you find something like that and you exile it. Oh, well, I wasn't, drawing that anyway.
Yep, and it's not a key one-of that's now gone from the deck or anything like that. And we do here see a Kieran bouncing the Momentum Breaker.
Yeah, so Sam, I mean, granted, this is not the best Momentum Breaker's ever been, right? Because you're not, forcing your opponent to sacrifice some huge expensive piece. There are smaller bodies around that Benjamin can throw away in response to that trigger, but you are at least starting to chip away at that board and trying to stabilize. Sam's already down to 12 life. You know, it's a slower paced game, but that's a meaningful lead for Ben.
Yeah, so Sam untapping here, I believe there's 4 cards in hand, one of them being the Momentum Breaker. And the Kieran's in play, which means that we could start chipping away at Benjamin, still at a healthy 20 life. But no, definitely can't get too aggressive in the face of fear of missing out and Inti. Let's talk about the Delirium count. I believe that it's currently 3. We've got a sorcery, we've got an instant, and we have a creature.
Yes, yeah, two tiny boneses and the various of interaction that you just said.
And so, I believe we now have a land in the graveyard as well.
Yeah,
as
true.
The demolition field being cracked open here.
I was looking at that Inti trigger and going, well, at least, you know, that's an attack trigger, but the addition of that demolition field lets Ben suddenly turn on Delirium, and this is why Sam knew he had to be defensive this turn and save his mana. Loses that white source. Of course, we'll have a Plains in the deck as a 2-color player to replace it. But
well and truly, yeah.
Crucially, Ben cares about being able to now set up a huge turn with multiple Inti triggers and a sizable FOMO. Unfortunately, with the flying blocker, I suppose there's no real way to get some buffs and life gain from the bat without giving the Momentum Breaker back to Sam.
This is true. This is true. But Delirium, pumping the bat, or even just pump the Inti, even the second attack step with an Inti on the board is important just on its own.
Yeah, Inti, of course, does not have to attack itself to get the trigger, so you've got that versatility. You could keep buffing the FOMO, I suppose, although you might want to spread the counters out. And we're seeing a Torch the Towers in hand, so Ben has red mana available after that land activation. Could really try and push his luck here and force a lot of damage.
This is looking like a great position. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Sam would have floated a mana from that land before it died, so he may have the mana to activate the Soulstone Sanctuary.
True.
Unfortunately, you know. But no, Benjamin just going to get in immediately.
So we're counting Delirium here. Benjamin affirming that he does have enough. This is a real crucial spot for Sam. We assume he's got some kind of interaction.
We'll have to wait and see how the cards fall here. Benjamin, 3 cards in hand. We know them all. We know that there's a Mishra claimed by Gix. We know that there is a Tiny Bones and a Torch the Tower. We don't know as much about Sam's hand other than the Momentum Breaker.
Yeah, Sam must have something, right? Like, there's a lot of flash cards or instant speed cards in the deck between the Kira and the various removal spells. There is only one Go for the Throat main, but there's some Get Losts we haven't seen yet. So there's a lot of live draws here. Even a Kutzil's Flanker, which could come down and block. and turn off Delirium, so maybe that would have been already played, but who knows what Sam's plans are. He's clearly got something cooking. Benjamin has to target these triggers. The players are making sure they're both absolutely on the same page about what's about to happen. And then all the fireworks are going to go off at once.
Yeah, of course. Inti, it's one of those cards that, like, if you know what it does...
You discard a card to give an attacking creature a counter and trample, and then because you discarded, you also exile the top card, and you could play that, especially if it's an instant. It's a lot.
But you don't target the creature until after you discard the card.
I suppose maybe that's what the players were negotiating with there.
Yep.
Well,
so the fear of missing out would be targeting, and the Inti...
And it is it's the one-of flanker. That's what Sam was waiting for.
Okay, well, look, turning off Delirium is not the end of the world here. You know, the attack has already happened.
The flanker is a very versatile card. You could just choose to gain the life here, but it seems like with a Delirium card like FOMO around, exiling the graveyard might have the most upside for Sam in this spot.
So let's see what's happening. It looks like there are clarifying interactions here with fear of missing out, with Inti, making sure that all parties involved understand what's going on.
This is clear. Obviously, the game is really hinging on this combat step here. This is Sam's big shot to try and buy some time to stabilize at 12 life already, and the Torch the Tower is going to come in late. Was the Kieran not declared as a blocker yet? Or was
no, we're still resolving things
right.
with the flanker. Did exile the graveyard, so we hadn't moved to blocks yet.
Yeah, that makes sense, clearing the way for the bat. You could also have used it on, you know, whatever Inti gave trample to this turn, but keeping that bat alive while getting the attack from it, a pretty high value anyway.
So I see 2 cards in hand for Sam. I see Unholy Annex and the momentum breaker that we already know about. What do you think the odds are that if we see a land off the top for Sam, do we just see a 6/6 demon? The other half of Unholy Annex?
How brave do you feel, I think, is the answer to that question. Because, of course, then you might just say, look, I'll just be dead to go for the throat or some other, answering spell. But we see...
we're going with Momentum Breaker instead.
Hard to argue. Card's basically never bad. And it chews up, of course, the last creature that's not the bat, because otherwise you'd just be giving another Momentum Breaker away anyway. And Ben suddenly much less likely, it seems, to win the game this turn. Although,
Okay.
doesn't have to win
Duress.
this turn.
That's a good duress.
Hits that Annex, so Sam a little bit punished for drawing a tap land. How dare he?
All right, so just the attack with the bat, and Benjamin, very healthy, but very low resources.
And, I mean, Sam's only at 1 speed right now, but we do have to consider this deck has some legs as far as life gain in the late game, especially if you can start ticking up that speed. A lot of different copies of Momentum Breaker and I think Baser as well. And finally, Sam finds not his deck's main namesake card, but probably the most important one, especially in this spot. Gets that Momentum Breaker back. Everything's exiled. And even if this, temporary lockdown does become temporary in truth, that's actually a good thing for this white-black player.
Yeah, that Momentum Breaker using the second sort of mode on it there. If you have no creatures to sacrifice, you have to discard a card. And the Misha was discarded the turn before Benjamin drew the 4th land. The consolation prize is, of course, that 4th land allows Benjamin to attack with the Restless Vents.
Yes, and it is menacing, so it's the kind of creature that's potentially a pretty difficult threat for Sam to deal with. You need to have like the instant speed removal to hit it while it's activated, or you need to represent 2 blockers. You're gonna have to think carefully. Momentum Breaker, pretty hard to use in this situation.
You know what the Kutzil's Flanker did do?
What?
It removed the Wild Ride from the graveyard.
I didn't bring it up, but I almost said something about the Wild Ride, and then I went, actually, never mind. Kutzil's Flanker has at least saved you from that method of losing the game. And
5 mana from the graveyard is a bit pricey, but
Sam spend 4 to activate the
Correct,
Sanctuary there?
attacked with the Soulstone Sanctuary.
It is vigilant, so may as well activate it now. Both players under like no illusions as to whether that's part of the play. And now, Sam, if you can find a second blocker, will have an answer to that events. And Ben choosing not to even try with the events and instead taking away the duress from hand. I think Sam's probably okay with that.
Yeah, it's still a lethal attack on this following turn. You're not reducing the clock at all.
Well, he does now have the Momentum Breaker up to 3 speed. So with the live mana, not immediately lethal. The bat, though, going to help clock now.
And this event's getting a lot of value, just filtering through the deck. Will cost the Momentum Breaker there to, slow Benjamin down a little bit, if you will.
Yeah, following the advice of the BGs and just staying alive for now. All he can choose to do has to trust the top of the deck here. I mean, this is the kind of deck that normally has more play, right? So many of the permanents do things on the board or represent future potential, but right here, it's basically just down to whatever that card was off the top, and Sam, as always, immediately checking, make sure all of his lands are carefully straightened. That's the most important thing here.
It just gives you a second to think and process. It's a repetitive action that doesn't do anything, but it gives you the moment to get your thoughts in order. Yeah. We have reached maximum speed here for Sam.
Yeah, hopefully...
A very relevant statistic.
Exactly. If you're going to die fast and live young, I guess.
Yeah, great. All right, Benjamin, 2 cards in hand.
Sam not playing a second blocker, so that's got to be an instant. That has to be some kind of interaction here.
Well, if there's one deck that's happy to interact at flash speed in combat, it's probably this ORZHOV Pixie deck. All of the black removal spells, as well as Kieran, as well as Pixie itself, as well as Kutzil's Flanker.
Yeah, I was just trying to work out what exactly the carnage would be if Sam did find a Kieran and chose to pick up that temporary lockdown at instant speed, sort of, after declare attack or something. A lot occurs in that case. But
it would be pretty good for Sam, I think.
I think he would be. You don't necessarily have to think it through. You might just drop the play and let the triggers sort themselves out. But Ben, is this an attack without the land here?
Just the bat, yeah. There's a lot of 3s and 4s in Benjamin's deck here, so clearly at least one of those 2 cards in hand is worth playing over activating the Restless Vents.
Yeah, really interesting, because of course when you represent lethal attack with events, you're forcing Sam to make the first move, but in this case, I suppose Ben would rather trust the slightly slower clock of the bat and hold up whatever those cards are. The glare makes it a little hard to see here, but we're about to find out, I suspect.
All right, so Sam's draw was a Get Lost,
And he's-
targeting the temporary lockdown.
Exactly. Not the enemy creature, my enchantment, thank you.
Oh boy.
Not the way, you'd rather bounce it, you'd rather be able to replay that lockdown again and again, but in a spell like this, you're just happy that wasn't a land, and now Sam's deck gets to do the thing.
Yeah, so we're going to have a Hopeless Nightmare trigger, we're going to have a Momentum Breaker trigger, and a Bat trigger. It is Benjamin's turn, which means that Benjamin's triggers go on the stack, and then Sam's go on the stack, which means that Sam's triggers resolve first.
Yes.
Which is what we're seeing. We're seeing a creature removed, we're seeing a card discarded, and then we're going to be resolving the Bat trigger to reveal the hand of nothing.
Yeah, so in that case, kind of a lot of wash. But crucially, that's some life lost for Benjamin, and even more importantly, potential life gain represented by Sam. May even end up cracking this Momentum Breaker early. Oh, that's a beautiful time to draw this card.
Wow, Alesha, who laughs at fate.
So arguably like the linchpin of this deck, even though we've seen very little of her, all of this discarding and graveyard building shenanigans that we've seen Ben's deck do kind of hinge on this legend who has the ability to, for no mana, reanimate any or all of the creatures in this deck.
A 2/2 with first strike, so very able to brawl with a lot of the creatures in Sam's deck, other than exactly Soulstone Sanctuary. Bringing back a Fear of Missing Out, so and as the last card in Benjamin's hand, which means that there was no card discarded, just a draw. When I spoke to Benjamin about his deck, he did say that it all revolves around Alesha, the ability to bring back Mishra, the ability to bring back Dragon Engine, even just the bats on the early turns and the FOMOs.
Yeah,
this is the card.
Bringing back a FOMO when you have no cards in hand, just by being able to land that one fairly safe bat attack. Of course, Alesha's not when Alesha attacks trigger, although it does have one of those. The more important trigger is a raid ability. So being able to second main phase Alesha like that after representing tricks in combat is a huge swing in terms of board strength. And even though Sam managed to get access to that second Momentum Breaker and some maps, this is a tricky spot.
So what can we do if we're in Sam's seat? We're on 2 life, there's a Restless Fence, there's 3 creatures, one of them's got flying. A temporary lockdown would remove the Bat and the Fear of Missing Out, but then you've got a 3/3 first striking Alesha in the red zone and a Restless Fence.
I think you kind of have to remove Alesha, but you also, on the current state of the board, kind of have to remove the vents. You kind of have to remove the FOMO. So we're seeing a pretty tight situation.
Bit of a squeeze.
Yeah. Even a temporary lockdown doesn't really do it for you. I guess it has to be one of, if you have one of your bounce creatures like the Pixie, you can pick up the breaker, play the breaker, have another blocker on board as well, and try and survive another turn, and hopefully you just kind of keep making those incremental plays to get back in it. But Sam hasn't really been able to, like, for instance, get the Annex running or any of those more sustainable engines this game, and so finds himself just kind of living top deck to top deck. Yeah, that's a pretty good one, though.
We do see one map cracked on the Soulstone Sanctuary, revealing a second Get Lost on top of the library.
That's pretty good now, because you can at least threaten to block that Alesha once.
Yeah. The other important fact here is how crazy is this Fear of Missing Out? How delirious is Benjamin right now? I know about Deep Cavern Bat. I know about Torch the Tower. I believe there's a land in there as well, discarded to an earlier FOMO. Is there 4 types?
Ben was counting it carefully earlier, but I didn't see much more than you did. So I'm sure that whatever Ben's plans are, they fully revolve around exactly where that Delirium counts at and what the remaining cards or discard outlets allow him to reach. Whether he has it or not, we'll find out.
Yeah, Sam has also picked up the graveyard and counted it, so Sam is very aware as well. We do see the momentum being broken, and there is the temporary lockdown. So this is going to remove the Bat and the FOMO. The Duress is going to come back to hand. No mana to cast it this turn, though.
Shows the kind of pressure that Sam's under, that he felt the need to crack the breaker and get the life instead of letting it go back under. Because obviously there's big value in letting that go under the lockdown. You'd hope to recur it again later. But in the meantime, if you're sitting there on 2 life, that's not a great feeling.
So this Alesha is about to wheel up to 3 power, and that changes what it can bring back, of course. Alesha has the ability to bring back cards with its power or less. Deep Cavern Bat, always on the table. FOMO, always on the table. Phyrexian Dragon Engine, always on the table. With 3 power, Mishra on the table.
Yeah, I mean, Alicia, this, as you said, kind of the linchpin of this deck, so clearly built so that there are a lot of reliable targets. I think it's mana value less than or equal to a power, so...
It's mana value, not
yes.
power. Yeah, sure.
So it
activates the Dragon Engine as a possibility.
And Mishra on the second attack. But
Inti, always possible as well.
Yeah, the 2-drops in this deck are where I think most of the money gets made, but the fact that even one attack lets you potentially bring back that Dragon Engine, which then, of course, reloads your hand, it's scary for the opponent to think about. And then, of course, God forbid you should Wild Ride it and, I'll reanimate my Colstoke Gear Hulk. It's crazy good.
So it was Fear of Missing Out from hand and end step Inti coming back. I swear I've seen this board state already 3 times in this game.
This is really proving, I mean, I talked about the grinding power of Sam's deck, but Ben's deck is really, you know, showing its stuff right now. Like, again, Sam probably also thinks, did I not just clear this board? Did I not even exile some of these cards? And yet, with Alicia unable to be removed so far, Ben just keeps bringing back these threats over and over. And of course, they allow you to then, if not draw cards actively, at least sculpt your hand to stay active and threatening in the game.
Now, this Restless Vents and Inti represents a lethal threat on its own. Just the 3-power menace. You know, if the other 2 creatures were removed, the Restless Vents has enough power through 2 blockers. Through 1 blocker, sorry.
At least Sam has managed to get Ben all the way down to 5 life. Like this Vigilant creature land, we haven't really been commenting on it that much because it's just sort of methodically attacking turn after turn, and Ben obviously doesn't want to give up any potential attackers when they're so close to lethal. But that does mean that both players are now kind of getting, you know, very low on life left to give, and it's going to be one of these next couple of attacks you assume that breaks through. If Sam can find a way to, I suppose, pick up that lockdown and play it again, that might be good, but he'd have to survive this turn first as Ben lines him up for the killing blow.
Yeah, so we have a second Alesha in hand. First one's great, second one less great. Although it can bring back another copy of itself in the end step to untap itself if needed to block the Soulstone Sanctuary. Just attacking with the creatures, don't need to get the Restless Vents involved just now. Benjamin decides.
So Alesha gets a trigger from itself, Sam says. Now, what about the other stuff, the spicy triggers? What's happening with those? Do we discard the second Alesha to, as you say, set up the surprise second blocker? Although, to be fair, probably any creature you reanimate from your graveyard to be reasonable chance to block, you reckon?
It's true, it's true.
I like the lines you come up with, though.
Reanimating the Alesha means that it's safe from a temporary lockdown, for example. As opposed to, you know, if you reanimate another FOMO, that could just be removed by a temporary lockdown.
That's true.
I don't know the answers. This is very complex.
Ben's leaving the vents as well at home. Like you speculated, of course, that you'll really pressure Sam's available blockers, but since Sam didn't deploy any, at least at, you know, sorcery speed, Ben may be leaving that land behind in case you do need that bonus blocker, dodging a lockdown and other sorcery speed removal, and taps the FOMO.
Okay.
And I guess we've exiled a Torch the Tower, so that's a highly relevant Inti hit.
So the reason we're untapping the FOMO here is that we have 2 lethal attackers already. They both need to be dealt with, and then if the FOMO gets through, then it can attack again anyway. You know, the Alesha right now is lethal, the Inti right now is lethal, the Fear of Missing Out is going to deal 2 damage, and then has the opportunity to deal 2 damage.
And the Inti being blocked is the one that has Trample this turn. So we're going to cast, I assume, Unbargain, Torch the Tower, and that is going to be it.
Okay.
Trampling over for exactly lethal damage.
Wow, what a game. Look, the life total didn't show it much at the start of the game. You know, Benjamin getting up all the way to 22 there before Sam got any damage in. But that was a close one.
I mean, you could argue, I mean, it was literally a close one, but also Ben did not look flustered for a second there, just kind of breathing easy and making sure that, okay, better not lose any more life than this, but that, you know, every time Sam attacks, Sam's just hoping, you know, don't interrupt your opponent while making a mistake. Hey, do you feel like blocking this Soulstone Sanctuary? And Ben was confidently, no, I don't mind. That's fine. You can reduce my life total. I'm focusing on your life total. And in the end, it was the red-black deck through some interference that got there.
Well, let's have a look at the sideboards. Sam down a game here. So we'll be going into game 2 on the play, and let's see what Sam has in the sideboard of this Pixie deck. I see some Wiltleaf Lieges. I see another Kutzil's Flanker. That seems like a shoe-in here.
Yeah, Kutzil's Flanker, highly versatile, and especially when it has good blocks available against a lot of these smaller creatures out of Ben's deck, seems like a pretty handy card to have. Although you could also argue, hey, a Day of Judgment might have been good for bumping up the board there. Beza the Bounding Spring has been a real favorite against a lot of the, you know, anything with discard in it, helping you recover on various axes throughout the game. if it's a long game like that, maybe you even bring in the 4th Unholy Annex. It's all of these cards, again, could be quite effective against, you know, another mid-range deck that's kind of versatile in its threat profile and its interaction. But I'm interested to see, do you think the end comes in here, right? You're more exiling removal, more instant removal.
It's pricey.
Unless you're on low life.
I think it's much less appealing to me than a card like Rest in Peace or Ghost Vacuum. It actually looks like Sam is super prepared for graveyard strategies with the flanker in the main, the flanker in the sideboard, Rest in Pieces, Ghost Vacuums.
Yeah.
I could see a lot of cards coming in, and it's really going to depend on what Sam feels like he can cut from the main deck. You know, is this Lauren doing enough? Is this Beezer doing enough?
I think Beza is probably going to stick around. Lauren, though, I'm not sure. You've got to cut something if you want to bring in these sideboard cards. And, you know, I'm interested to see, because obviously, as you mentioned, Sam, really heavy on graveyard hate. But I think it's possible to over-index on that against this red-black deck. The Ghost Vacuums, if you have those, that seems incredible, right? The one of being able to target whatever Alicia targets, great. But Rest in Peace, what if you just get beat down by creatures you're holding 2 rips? It's you know, really bad beat in that case, but it could happen.
On the other side of the table, Benjamin Graves up a game with RAKDOS mid-range. Has plenty of options over in the sideboard. Brotherhood's End, not really for this matchup. Dreams of Steel and Oil, not really for this matchup. You mentioned early in the match that he can't really deal with enchantments.
Post sideboard, though, there is at least that one option, the Withering Torment Wizards, graciously giving black some kind of way to answer those permanents. I mean, it's not like the Unholy Annex troubled him in game 1. Maybe you just bring in the card that answered it originally, GEORGESZ. You bring another 2 copies of those, seemed like a pretty good spot. Agatha's Soul Cauldron's an interesting one. I don't know if you bring that in if your opponent has this much graveyard hate, and of course, it's an open deck list event. They can see what each other are potentially sideboarding. I feel like Case the Crimson Pulse might be the most likely card to come in. This game 1 was such a grind fest. You're guaranteed to get value out of that card.
Yeah, your opponent's playing Hopeless Nightmare. There is going to be a point in time where you have 0 cards.
I would love to draw 3 a turn. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the players know better than we do. That's why they're here in the top 4, and we are at the commentary desk. They have played these matchups, whether it's in paper, whether it's at their LGS, whether it's at major events like this, whether it's on Magic Arena. They know what's going on. Well, actually, I don't know if Sam's played this matchup.
Maybe. You never know. There's a lot of decks running around out there, but certainly you've seen, well, most of these cards before. You probably understand the context of the deck, and you just got a real extensive showcase of it there in game 1. You're like, okay, probably need to stop this Alicia one way or the other. Probably need to worry about those big haymaker creatures. These bats are very annoying. Lots of things to deal with.
Let's see if we can get a peep of some opening hands.
Do you feel like Sam's draw there was really representative of what the deck could do? Because it always felt a little bit awkward compared to what we saw in his previous coverage match. Maybe he's just hoping to get a slightly more playable sequence of cards.
Yeah, we'll touch on that in a second as we look here at the opening hands. I see 3 or 4 lands for Benjamin here. A Torch the Tower. Don't see much else there, but Sam happy with the 7, letting us off on a Concealed Courtyard.
Yeah, both plays keeping. Phyrexian Dragon
with a tapped
Engine.
land.
Is that 2 Dragon? No, it's a colorless land. Okay.
I think you're right. I think Sam only drawing one of this sort of Pixie / Nurturing Kirin effects. You know, not really. Now it's 2 Phyrexian Dragon Engines.
I accidentally cursed Ben. Sorry, Ben.
I don't think it was representative. You're right. You know, there was 2 Momentum Breakers, 2 Temporary Lockdowns, but only one of the Pixie.
Which is not to say like, oh, well, Sam should have won that game, because I guess it's the danger when you play a deck where it's sort of a sum of its parts kind of strategy. The individual parts themselves can end up looking a bit underpowered compared to a deck like Ben's that has a bunch of huge mythic rare creatures and stuff like Alicia that are big value engines kind of just in and of themselves.
The great news is we have a good look at the hands here. I see a Pixie, I see 2 lands.
Sunpearl Kirin.
An Annex at the back there, and is that a Temporary Lockdown?
Yeah, looks like it. And then, is that a Preacher? Foil Preacher of the Schism? That is the card that gets taken by the Bat. So Bat on Vampire Violence, but Sam left with a bunch of cards in hand, including a Lockdown that can, you know, do what for that Bat. And flashing in the... This is something we've seen Sam do a couple of times. The tempo Sunpearl Kirin play, not all concerned about letting that card go down. And in some ways, it's a setup for the Temporary Lockdown, right? Because a little bit counterintuitively, it's kind of a cool play to have the Pearl Kieran return as soon as the lockdown is removed.
Yes, and having the 2-drop into 3-drop after not doing anything on turn 1 or 2, you know, it appears like you're behind on board, and then suddenly here's my flyer, here's my Unholy Annex. I'm going to start accruing some card advantage. How many demons are in this deck, though?
Well, it depends. Is Soulstone Sanctuary a demon by your definition, or are you a sort of demon purist?
Right this very second? No.
No. Okay. Well, in that case, I think there's just the 3 to 4, depending on whether or not the 4th copy of the Annex stayed in the sideboard. There's not... Sam... Not that concerned, it seems, with potentially giving up a few life to the Annex if it means he gets to draw some cards. And I think most of the field, most people playing Standard right now would agree with him on that front. Especially
with access to Pixie and Kieran to, you know, remove the Unholy Annex if we need to.
That's true.
Benjamin spending turn 3 on a Phyrexian Dragon Engine.
Probably one of the more fun cards to say out loud in the current format. It feels like a Yu-Gi-Oh card, right? Phyrexian Dragon Engine, go!
It sounds powerful.
Destroy his life points and also sculpt my hand for me. I need to set up my graveyard.
It sounds super powerful, and that is to some extent because it is. You know, it's only a 3-mana 2/2 double strike, but any sort of +1 counters that it gets, say from Inti, these are amplified through this double strike.
Yeah, the double strike is where it's really at. Of course, we don't get that second trigger unless you unearth it from the graveyard or otherwise, say, reanimate it with Alicia. And Sam's going to give him the opportunity to do that because that is a Day of Judgment, the cool promo full art version, wiping out the board. It's only a couple of creatures, but as you said, the Dragon Engine representing a lot of damage and more importantly, killing the Bat to get back that card to hand.
It was a 2 for 2, the Day of Judgment and the Pixie down for the Bat and the Dragon Engine. But we've seen in other parts of our coverage how powerful Preacher of the Schism is, especially if it goes uncontested. And, well, it's not uncontested. There's a second Phyrexian Dragon Engine has hit the battlefield.
Yeah, Sam might have just been hoping for that, right? Like, if I clear away these creatures and there's a window where neither of us have much, that's the kind of board state where the Preacher's the strongest. But as Ben responds with a big Dragon Engine, Sam makes something even more powerful. It's the 6/6 Demon token. Both sides of that room fully unlocked and its power available, not only drawing you a card, but dinging your opponent for a 4-life swing in end step.
Yeah, that's... You never really feel how strong this is until you're sitting there staring at a 6/6 flying demon, ready to attack, ready to end this game in 3 turns if nothing changes. It's so fast, it's so large, and it's evasive, and we're attacking.
Anytime you get to do it on 3 and 5, I think it's so key, because now Sam doesn't even have to fear. You could potentially block with this demon and go, okay, you're clearly representing something here by attacking with this Dragon Engine, whether it's an Alicia trigger post-combat or some kind of trick. But, you know, whereas in other situations, losing that demon could be really dangerous in terms of making the Annex damage you again. Sam could consider protecting his life points. Looks like we're just taking the hit, though.
Yep, took the 4...
There is an Alicia in hand as well, right? So raid online, potentially.
Could be getting that Bat back. Could also play out this fear of missing out. Could do both, to be honest.
Lots of options for Ben.
Yeah, the Torch the Tower was the sort of trick there. If there was a block, you could finish off the demon with the Torch.
Yep.
So we are going to see FOMO discarding the Torch and Sam having a nod to himself there. Yep, I knew you had something.
Discarding the Torch is interesting, but I guess we do have the other removal spell in hand. That last card is Withering Torment. Not only for enchantments, it can hit creatures, and I think it tells you something about what Ben's priorities are, that even with the fully unlocked Unholy Annex in play, you aren't just firing off that spell to remove the enchantment. You're thinking to yourself, well, my opponent's already at 14. If I blow up this demon token, as we are doing now, Withering Torment coming in, then Sam's life total is very exposed here, and you may not mind him drawing the extra card if it puts you a step closer to winning the game right here.
Yeah. I mean, if Sam has no action here, which is unlikely, granted, after a couple of triggers of Unholy Annex, then this is a lot of pressure. You know, there's a 2/3. There's Delirium not on yet. We've got Artifact Creature instant, but if Delirium was to be turned on, then we've got a Phyrexian Dragon Engine that gets to attack twice.
Yeah, that's a lot of double strike damage right there.
Yeah.
Ben's deck continues to show its power here, almost through. It seems you can almost taste that grand final berth, but don't get ahead of yourself. Sam still has some plays, got a lot of mana on the table here, and really weighing his options.
I think Sam's thinking about a temporary lockdown.
3 mana tapped would indicate
Or perhaps
that.
Preacher. That would be the much better one.
Preacher at least
my opinion.
trades with the Dragon Engine, but then I guess you know, what do you choose to play around here? Goes for 2. You know what's better than 1 Preacher? 2 Preachers.
All right, sure.
Pretty solid turn.
Draw and drain in the end step, of course. It's not even a drain anymore. Actually, the demon gone. So that's actually
Drain yourself.
another important part of the Withering Torment. You know,
Yes.
it didn't just let me attack through and stop you attacking me back, but now your Annex is back to hurting you until you find a way to reset it.
It was very much the aggressive, high-tempo play there. So I'll let you keep drawing cards and fire off one of my sideboard pieces that I sideboarded in to remove your enchantment, one assumes. And actually, in this spot, I think I'm close enough to winning that I can just pounce and take out the 6/6 and leave you extra damaged by your own enchantment. But these 2 sturdy Preachers are going to trade 1 for 1, I suppose, in the end, but with the double block on the Dragon Engine, just making sure there, in case of a pump spell, that it didn't persist about. But Ben not playing that game, instead going for Alicia value. And once again, we'll see this dynamic where Ben goes in, some sort of trade happens, Ben's board thins out, Sam loses life, and then all of a sudden all the creatures are back in play.
We see the hand again here as this bat is back from the graveyard. 2 temporary lockdown, 1 land, 1 Pixie, 1 Kieran.
Do you have to take the lockdown?
There's 2 of them there.
Oh, there's 2 temporary lockdowns. Sorry, my bad.
Possibly. You do also, it's worth noting, Benjamin is down to 1 card in hand and has 2 Phyrexian Dragon Engines in the graveyard ready to unearth, come back with haste, and enter from the graveyard.
Yeah, in that case, I suppose there's not that much to be gained by taking a lockdown, since I think Sam in this spot would be pretty happy to play the other one and buy it immediately back out from under the bat there.
But on the other hand, taking one of the Pixies leaves another Pixie on the other side, so...
I mean, it just goes to show that this might not be one of the spots where Deep Cavern Bat is at its strongest.
Yeah, at the very least, you're getting this information and you have no impact on what actually happens next. But at least you know the information. You know that you're not playing around removal spells. You're not worried about another Day of Judgment. We're not camping on a Rest in Peace in hand or something like that.
Yeah, I think the Day of Judgment is just a one-off in the entire 75, so at least you feel pretty safe about that. But, you know, you'd be very happy to not reveal, say, a Sheoldred or something there that's going to put the brakes on this very aggressive line that Ben appears to be taking. Of course, these temporary lockdowns aren't going to help with that. And if you do manage to get, you know, the lockdowns applied and that slows the game to a crawl, then that's where the decision to leave the Annex in play with and target the Demon token may come back to haunt Ben. I mean, I'm never going to say it was a bad plan because the 6/6 is a much more immediate and pressing danger, but the card draw engine going to really make its, you know, itself felt in this longer game. So
Benjamin knows the answer, takes the Sun Petal Kieran, leaving the hand of 2 temporary lockdowns, a land and a Pixie.
So obviously, taking the lockdown does not hit Alicia, and Alicia, of all the cards to leave in play, can represent a lot of work. But if you can combine that lockdown with like any other card, or even if just Ben is unable to get the Preacher out of the way and doesn't find another attacker, I guess you might have to send the Vents in just to get the raid trigger.
So we are playing out the temporary lockdown, give back that Pixie, and 2 Fomos and a Bat under that lockdown.
Crucially, it is a Kieran, so could represent another blocker at instant speed. You know, the difference between those 2 cards not always significant in this deck, but...
And the Preacher is going to come across and make a friend with it. Now, it's important to note that there is 2 Withering Torment in the sideboard, not just 1.
Yes.
So we do still have the ability... Oh, and
what a card to find in this spot.
We do still have the ability to draw another Withering Torment off the top and answer one of these enchantments.
So this is the other trick answer when you ask how many demons are in the deck, because Sheoldred is not technically a demon, and the Unholy Annex does not see it that way, but Sheoldred sees the Annex drawing you a card, and she does not really care what the source of that card draw is.
That's true, yeah. So we see 2 cards in hand here for Benjamin. One of them is a land. The other one is an Inti. We could play the land, play the Inti, make a Dragon Engine?
We would have... Would we not have to attack to be able to make the Dragon Engine?
We can unearth.
Oh, of course. See, I'm so focused on the Alicia now. It's such a solid deck. I forgot the Dragon Engine just comes back on its own.
The words that are printed on the card.
My apologies for Phyrexian Dragon Engine. I should put some respect on that. I was unfamiliar with your game, as perhaps a lot of players are, understandably, but it comes back as Still just a 2-2 double striker. The 9-9 stats printed in faded text on the card are there for more spurious reasons we may not end up seeing on this stage.
You say it enters as a 2-2 double strike, but if you play this Inti first and then make the Dragon Engine, then attack, you can make it a 3-3.
Well, it still enters as a 2-2, but yes, you're correct. Yeah.
You're right, you're right.
And I was saying you would want to unearth an attack in order to put the Inti counter, you know, on Alicia, but you're right.
Sure.
There's, without the ability to really safely get her into combat past the Sheoldred, maybe just threatening a huge damage swing from the Dragon Engine would soak up some of Sam's board state.
However, if you were to make a Phyrexian Dragon Engine, can you actually afford to draw 3 cards here? You're on 10.
Sheoldred is such an awful, miserable, mean-spirited Magic the Gathering card, isn't it?
It really just puts the screws to you and makes you worry about every decision you make.
The draw 3 is a May on the Dragon Engine, at least, so those are separate decisions.
Yeah.
But Ben definitely having to mull all of this and much more over here. A critical juncture in the game. Did such good work to get the game to this point, and then one Sheoldred draw, and it's like, never mind. Suddenly I'm way in the hole. I have to figure out a way to recover this game, and it looks like Dragon Engine is the play.
Okay, so the land into tapped, which meant that the end.
Not afraid about 6ing, but that's really because it draws the other Withering Torment, but that does another 2 damage to you, and yeah, I think Sam just points at the Sheoldred, and Ben understood he was not going to get there.
So we are going to see a game 3.
Woo, fantastic. I love to see more of this matchup. Those 2 games were both good.
ORZHOV PIXIE against RAKDOS mid-range. Wow.
I continue to just be so impressed by Ben's deck, and obviously Sam's deck and play as well, but I've been impressed by ORZHOV PIXIE for like a couple of weeks, whereas this RAKDOS deck, when you see a fringe deck make top 8 like this, sometimes you go, maybe it's preying on one particular thing, or maybe it's just been a bit lucky, maybe it's got this one all-in line. This is just an astonishingly solid mid-range deck from a collection of cards nobody is playing. You can see it's not even on our metagame breakdown here, and yet now, okay, is it Prowess? It was 26% of the field. How much of the field is it now?
Right now, 0.
That's right. That's right. How much of the...
But for the day 2 conversion, or the X2 conversion,
yes,
it actually performed quite well.
It actually did upgrade its share to the X2 bracket from 26 to like 35%. But in the top 8, when we get down to the really real brass tacks phase of this tournament, IZZET Prowess has been bounced from the field despite some very good pilots, and now our deck is our field is a sort of 33-33-33 split of DIMIR mid-range and, for at least one more game, RAKDOS mid-range and ORZHOV PIXIE.
And this is what the players are playing for right now. We're looking at a 3-4 matchup right now, so the winner will go to the final. Both of these players taking at least $1,250 US for their trouble this weekend. If you win this one, you're upgrading that to 2,500 USD. There is a lot on the line in this matchup, and this isn't even the grand final.
Yeah, it's a pretty good game of deal or no deal already, Jim. But moving up to the grand final and getting yourself the chance at another 2.5K. Oh, yeah, and of course, the World's Invite. The chance to represent Australia alongside some of our previous RC winners. A really formidable squad we might be sending. It would be very funny to send Ben over. I guess we'd have to say it's APAC representation then, or ANZ representation. But regardless, the chance to be at Worlds, once-in-a-lifetime kind of opportunity for many.
Let's see an opening hand here. I see 3 lands, Dreams of Steel and Oil, Inti, Anoint, Go for the Throat. On the other side, I see 3 lands. That
2
looks like,
temporary lockdowns.
Yeah. Bit of a slower hand there, perhaps.
Both players keeping a lot of interaction, but the chance of... Yeah, you keep 2 temporary lockdowns and maybe play around a GEORGESZ, but instead it's the other discard spell. Dreams of Steel and Oil, we covered this in the previous matchup. It's going to reveal no valid targets.
It's a swing and a miss.
That's just how it goes with these black discard spells. In the end, half of the card is always just about that information, especially in a slow matchup like this. You're going to have time to play around the cards in Sam's hand. You're not going to get exploded in 3 turns' time. So being able to see, oh, there's 2 lockdowns. I've really, just one bat is not going to do it for me here.
And then pairing that with Sam actually drew an Unholy Annex off the top the turn after the discard spell. Of course, that couldn't have been taken by the Dreams as well. But a very good one to know. And Momentum Breaker taking out the Inti here.
Definitely living up to its name. Because
Getting
that's
the train rolling.
If you get into attack, you get in for 3. It's trample, it's upgraded. You're sculpting the hand, trying to find more answers. And Sam refusing or attempting to refuse to let Ben get off to any kind of start here, because Sam's draw looks a lot more like that game 2 win than that game 1 loss right now. He must be feeling solid.
Yeah, would you just be playing this Unholy Annex here?
It worked for you game one, didn't it? You'd hate for Ben to find a duress before you cast it. That happened in game one, and I won't say it cost Sam the game, but maybe he doesn't have the option there. Plays out a tapped black source.
Okay.
Is there
So holding up, get lost.
Yeah, there are swamps in hand, so I guess Sam getting the tapped play out of hand. And there is the duress coming through here.
Both of these players just have a hand full of answers right now. The only sort of proactive
And there
card
goes the Annex. So
is this Unholy Annex.
maybe
So now
Sam was fully within himself composed and prepared to face that eventuality. But if you were going to get punished for the decision, that's the punish.
Yeah, we have one player is holding 2 removal spells in hand and nothing else. One player is holding 2 temporary lockdowns and a removal spell in hand and nothing else.
I'm really interested by that decision to run out the creature land instead of getting the Annex down early. I guess you don't want to be in a situation where your opponent is suddenly, playing Alicia, reanimating Inti and cracking you while you also die to your own draw engine. But now Sam relatively short on action and you can't temporarily lock down this Alicia away.
Yeah, but Alicia doesn't do anything the turn you play it with nothing else on the board. You know, even if you had tapped out for your Annex, which interestingly wasn't played on turn 4 either.
Duressed away, right?
Oh, that'd be why.
The
you
punish.
Got me. You know, the Alicia doesn't do anything if you just let it be played and pass, unless, of course, there's that one of Wild Ride.
Both players seemingly right now playing a conservative game, right? Like you could develop your own board, but that's a huge risk. Better to, just make sure your opponent doesn't stick anything too powerful. And that trend will continue here as even that creature land Sam had been prioritizing actually hit by one of the instant speed removal spells, Anoint with Affliction, and that will be exiled. So Sam attempting to charge up that maximum speed, no chance. And now Ben deploys the Harvester of Misery, hard cast, and just like in the quarterfinal matchup, no relevancy on that, the -2/-2 trigger, which you would assume is the main reason you're playing this card. 5/4 Menace, though, no slouch on the battlefield.
Hopeless Nightmare going to take the last card in hand, which was a go for the throat.
So pretty good hit.
Benjamin completely out of answers. If that case of the Crimson Pulse did come in, this would be the draw you would want.
Oh, absolutely. This would be the best. If you were going to show off the potential of that sideboard card, prove how right you were in including it, this is the moment you need that. Whereas Sam has a few more valid hits, I think, really hoping to find, as always, one of those Pixies, one of those Kierans, reset the momentum breaker, and pick off this Harvester before Ben can put some alternative targets on the battlefield.
So we're mapping, and the response is a go for the throat. So one map is gone for no value here. Still one map remaining, but no creatures to go exploring with. We know Sam's hand right now is just 2 temporary lockdowns, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, hasn't really had the opportunity to play either, and that's what you get when Ben, gains full information of your hand on turn 1. Your opponent is not going to help you out and play into those known quantity temporary lockdowns. And since Ben's deck is built to include a lot of these more expensive creatures, he has the opportunity to do that.
Ooh, beautiful here. Phyrexian Dragon Engine off the top, goes exploring, finds a Withering Torment. So it's going to be a little bit bigger, 3/3 double strike.
Very high value card to send exploring, as you just pointed out, and Sam has to consider this new threat.
And the Withering Torment on the top of the library. Knows it's there, has a clean answer to whatever would come next. The Momentum Breaker being cracked here. Sorry, the Hopeless Nightmare being cracked here.
Yeah, the Scry too. I've seen Sam, I feel like, tense and touch the lands to maybe do this play a few different times on coverage, but this is the spot where you feel kind of becalmed enough, right? Your deck's like lost all momentum, even though you're the one playing Momentum Breaker, and you just feel like, I have to find something on top here. Like, I don't mind giving up a copy of Hopeless Nightmare to try and not hit a dead land drop this turn, and you did instead find the play you needed. That's the Momentum Breaker reset, the Dragon Engine cleared away before it can crash in with double strike, and now we're in a spot where I don't know if I would have kept that Withering Torment on top. Of course, Ben Graves does not care in the least what I would have done in his position. He's the one playing for $1,250 US and the chance to go to Worlds, but now you're...
Doesn't matter if you kept it or not. We're just going to
fair enough. You're always prepared
Dragon Engine it away.
Throw it away, and now potentially even, wow, the Wild Ride here. I mean, it's very...
It's already got haste. It's only here for 1 turn.
It's a lot of extra damage, though, with double strike.
No trample, though, which means that, the Kieran would certainly be blocking.
Yeah, and as a sorcery, unfortunately, Wild Ride doesn't have the surprise potential of Violent Urge out of the Delirium deck, so maybe just going to keep that around, just cut follow. And Sam's like, which of these temporary lockdowns do you want? I've got a full stock. We're the primary temporary lockdown merchant in this part of Australia. Only the best exiling enchantments available.
Well, all right. Well, we know exactly what Sam's holding now, at least, until the transfer.
Everyone at the table knows what Sam's holding. He's got lockdowns. All right.
Only temporarily, though, if these duresses keep coming.
Is there a point, there's no chance that you play one of these proactively, I guess, but only if mana became a concern. But at 5 lands already, you can always play the lockdown and then play the Pixie or the Kieran that you draw. And both these players continue to play a very reactive game, but Ben has some more action in hand.
That's a Mishra claim
Come
by Gix
on.
with haste with this wild ride.
It's a shame we already unearthed the Dragon Engine, isn't it?
There's still another one in the graveyard.
Oh,
Don't
under
you
all
worry
those
about
cards? I've lost count at this point.
Get lost.
Sam is the enemy of fun.
Yeah.
There will be no merging today.
It's unfortunate. We will only have 2 map tokens for our trouble. So if we were to unearth that second Dragon Engine, it could go exploring as well.
Yes, it could. And that's always probably the more reliable way to make use out of that card than hoping to somehow assemble it and Mishra at the same time on the battlefield. We're playing both those cards because they're sort of independently useful, not necessarily because we're determined to find, Mishra lost to Phyrexia or whatever that card's called.
So Sam's Kieran has gotten into the red zone enough times that he is moving the fastest that anybody could possibly move. Sam is now at maximum speed.
Now, Sam still also at 16 life has done a much better job this game of defending that life total early on. So not as much pressure to throw away the momentum breaker, but it's always nice to have that max speed locked in for when you need it. And the bat will eat up one of the remaining temporary lockdowns, chipping away at Sam's arsenal of...
Yeah. Sam actually just put a temporary lockdown under the bat and then showed the rest of the hand.
I mean, both players know at this point, so it's good to see them kind of just playing with perhaps a little bit of good humour.
The bat goes exploring, finds an Anoint with Affliction. That one's being put in the graveyard. A Torch the Tower. That's just slightly worse than Anoint with Affliction, surely, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Ben has no real interest in yet more reactive spells, right? You're trying to crack into Sam's life to at least force him to use some of these lockdowns, put him under some kind of pressure, because eventually he's going to draw something a bit more playable, you'd assume.
And I like the fact that, proactively exploring there forced Sam to need to use that temporary lockdown. If you waited on those maps, then maybe Sam didn't have to temporary lockdown, could be happy with the board as it was.
Yeah.
But pushing the issue was good.
You may not be drawing cards, but effectively surveilling those spells off the top of the deck is a big win, even
That's
though...
a 3rd Dragon Engine.
I mean, looking good so far. That's a card that Sam potentially has to, kill twice again, has to respect the double strike of, has to respect the merge trigger of.
And Sam drew Soulstone Sanctuary last turn, which is very key. Very happy to play it with this many lands in play as well.
Yeah, it at least gives you the option to stonewall that Dragon Engine, although I think Ben hasn't discarded the Wild Ride yet, so could land at least one good swing, which is very hard to block, at least favorably.
Yeah, you want to spend it before you perhaps reanimate another Dragon Engine and lose the card. So Sam just passing here, 2 cards in hand. One of them's a temporary lockdown that was under the bat and given back.
Ben going in the tank here.
Sam would love to see another Pixie or a Kieran or something along those lines off the top here.
I think that statement is sort of permanently true, really. At any point in the game, one could say, I think you really love to see a Kieran or a Pixie and sound very smart.
It's what's written on the box. ORZHOV Pixie. I mean,
It's certainly true in this case, because...
But picking up this temporary lockdown would be so good. You'd get another Kieran back, you'd get your momentum breaker, all in exchange for a bat.
I'll tell you what, Jim, I would not have expected, if you told me how long these 3 games are going, that by this point in game 3, we actually would not have seen Sam actually pick up a lockdown even once.
It's pretty wild. So the Soulstone Sanctuary coming across, keeping things fair. You attacked with your creature, I'll attack with my creature.
Yep.
And still threaten to block if something crazy, if something wild was to happen.
I think it's interesting that Sam's choosing to trade life points instead of creatures there, maybe respecting a trick like the Torch the Tower, but also, if there is a trick like that, then that's going to be there the whole time, and perhaps you'd rather risk it when you have more life to spare than when it could potentially end the game on the spot. But Sam, nerves of steel, got him this far in the event, waiting on that one top deck he needs to really pull back into the lead.
I feel like, you have to be looking to get this game to a conclusion. Your opponent has played their 3rd Phyrexian Dragon Engine. If the game goes long, you don't have the better long game. And we are flashing back, harmonizing this wild ride here.
Speaking of, moving to a conclusion in the game, what if I gave my double striker here +3/+0 until end of turn, and that will force a conclusion to at least the Soulstone Sanctuary, which is what Sam was waiting for, one assumes. Now, that's the harmonized cost they're paying on that wild ride.
So that wild ride should be in exile now after being cast from the graveyard.
And Sam, I think, is immediately pointing that,
on top of that one.
that's your one time doing that, buddy.
But at least, Benjamin managed to force the block with the Soulstone Sanctuary, get it off the board. It's no longer a factor. Wasn't a trade. It was a trade of the Dragon Engine, of the Sanctuary for the Wild Ride rather than for the Dragon Engine.
And so now these players are once again back at a sort of stalemate. But as you point out, Ben, as long as there is still, yet more Dragon Engine to unearth, is in a great spot where you can throw in another few points of damage and, even if this card dies, as long as it doesn't get exiled somehow, then you have the option to reload your hand and keep going. And Sam is struggling to find a more permanent way to answer this. You kind of need that Sheoldred, that card that stabilizes you. Finds the Pixie at long last. This will do something.
It's going to do a lot of things. We're going to give back a bat. That's going to trigger. We're going to get my own Momentum Breaker back. That's going to trigger. The bat's going to resolve first.
Yes.
And then the Pixie is targeting the Momentum Breaker.
So
the bat's resolving first. That's going to reveal 2 temporary lockdowns. One of them will be exiled, and then the bat will be sacrificed. And then we're picking up the Momentum Breaker. And then we're playing the Momentum.
This is why it's nice to have the Sunpearl Kirin or the Pixie under the lockdown when you play the other.
Did you catch all of that?
Yeah, I think I've got my, my Kirins from my Pixies. I got one of these like Dr. Zeus type books out on the table. We're just reading a tongue twister.
Yeah, yep. A lot of flowchart and if this then this.
Yeah.
Lots going on here. Lots of lands here, by the way, for Benjamin, as we see Phyrexian Dragon Engine.
Tired of saying that yet? It's still fun to say.
3 cards off the top.
Carnosaur with 3 mana available.
Great draw. I don't care about the 3 mana. I'm looking at the 6 mana.
That's fair enough.
An attack with the Dragon Engine over here. Sam down to 8.
Chooses to take the damage, wants to prioritize the creatures. I actually thought we might see one of those 2 bounce creatures fed away, but I think Sam's looking at that and go, okay, you only get to unearth attack me once. You've got some lands over there, but they're expensive to activate. I reckon I can win the race with these flyers.
Interesting. And these Reckless Vents, they are going to be a factor. There is 8 lands in play here for Benjamin. He could attack with both Restless Vents on a future turn if he so desires.
It's fun to see both players seemingly kind of shifting into an aggressive stance. Both of them feel like they've got a good shot at this if they can just land one more punch. But man, if that Trumpeting Carnosaur, depending on what it discovers into, that's quite a punch.
That would be really cool to see. Sam draws for turn. Benjamin didn't fire off the Duress there.
I suppose, given how this game's gone, you might be sick of looking at the same cards in Sam's hand.
I do think it is still 2 temporary lockdowns. And perhaps you want to try and take a Get Lost before it gets used on creature land or something like that.
Yeah, or even discard away the Duress to one of these vents or a similar effect. Obviously, that's something. It's a huge part of Ben's deck, right? Like any card you hold isn't just that card. It's kind of like they all have cycling because you've just so many redundant ways to rummage and loot them away.
With Inti, with fear of missing out, with these Restless Vents.
Tons and tons of ways to sculpt the hand you need.
We see Hopeless Nightmare.
That's another reason to keep a card in hand instead of playing it out, right?
Get rid of that Duress.
That Carnosaur survives, but the Duress takes the bullet. Get down, Mr. Dinosaur.
I'm excited because we're going to be spinning a wheel here. We are going to be tapping 6 lands. That stack only has 5 lands. We've got to put a 6th one there. Tapping 6.
Sam says the 6 lands can't feel good, now feels worse. Trumpeting Dinosaur might feel even worse in a second. This Discover can hit, I think, anything else in the deck. It's Discover 5. The next biggest thing is Colster Gearhulk, and that would be a hilarious find off the top. But instead, it's just a Deep Cavern Bat, humble but effective. And Sam will once again be obliged to reveal the hand.
You'll never guess what's in it.
This must feel like the worst part. Even if I lose, I'm just more insulted by like, how many times are you going to ask me? We both know it's 2 temporary lockdowns. That's all I have.
Yep. But there's now a 7/6 here.
Yeah.
That's a big guy.
No amount of temporary lockdowns really help with that. Now,
I believe there's a question being asked here.
this is still,
and the players are playing on. I believe someone wants to clarify something. Fear of missing out being played. No cards in hand, so we'll just draw one off the top.
Yeah. And the Carnosaur was already in play. I don't think it got removed for any particular reason, but as long as we're all on the same page here. And it's a page that has Benjamin Graves after that haymaker swing. Like we mentioned, this is kind of the point of this deck. It grinds and grinds, plays with low cards in hand, drain everyone's resources, and then you just have better top decks.
So Sam's scrying 2 here from the Hopeless Nightmares. He's land and Kutzil's Flanker. Now that card does a lot. But does it beat a dinosaur?
No. Well, not unless several other creatures you control also die this turn, and then your opponent swings into it after it's been buffed.
Yeah, and that's not the world that we're living in here.
On the other hand, your opponent has 7 life. So what if you indirectly beat a dinosaur by having a surprise blocker and a couple of extra points of life gain, and then you're able to somehow squeak through and win the race here? Sam doesn't seem to quite have the firepower for that right now, but all it would take is sort of 1 extra creature. I mean, if you don't need to block with the flanker itself, it swings for 3.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't think you have enough time for a couple of points of life. We have a fear of missing out.
That's
and
true.
And a trumpeting Carnosaur, assuming that there is 4 types in the graveyard.
Kutzil's flanker could also help with that.
Sure, yeah, okay. Maybe keeping it around to turn off the fear of missing out, yeah.
Also, with the amount of land Sam has in play, we kind of have to assume that you'll have access to that momentum breaker that's been patiently waiting the entire game at maximum speed. So Sam really on 12 life could endure a hit from the Carnosaur if there's some combination of blocking and turning off FOMO.
Question is, do you have to lock down here? Take out that bat, that FOMO, and your own momentum breaker?
I think there's other plays, but it seems quite likely that that's your best one.
Do you have to sacrifice the momentum breaker first?
Maybe. I
There's
think
2 Restless Vents over the other side.
we saw that Sam is prepared to sack the momentum breaker if that's the kind of line he wants to commit to. And it looks like 2 mana being tapped right now could be for that. Counting out the mana really carefully. You can't afford to gaff here.
If I'm not mistaken, if you sack this, you go to 12.
Yep.
If you temporary lock down, you remove all of the other cards except the Carnosaur. And then you're getting attacked by the Carnosaur and 2 Restless Vents?
Yeah.
For a total of 11?
Yeah.
Are the Restless Vents 3 power?
They're 2 power,
2
right?
power, okay. So it's a total,
2
total of
threes
11.
with Menace, and then you have Kutzil's flanker to represent 1 blocker.
No, the flanker went on the bottom.
Oh, okay. Well, what have we...
I think.
Right.
I'm
Well,
less confident now.
We're hoping it's representing something, right? But even the flanker wouldn't do much in this situation, right? You clean up the FOMO. I shouldn't have spoken so soon, but and the duress is going to show us what Sam has, and it's land and lockdown. The second lockdown.
All right, for the first time in this game of Magic, Sam Lewin has no temporary lockdowns in hand.
And this is the agony of the Pixie deck, and I suppose this is what happens. If your deck is relying on synergy between combinations of cards and you play against a black discard deck that's constantly forcing both players to be hellbent, then it's really hard for you to get the kind of combinations you need to counterpunch against the might of a 7/6 trampling dinosaur.
Yeah, Benjamin here is protected from Momentum Breaker. You've got to feel like it's Day of Judgment or bust.
Sam top decks.
And even then, there's a Restless
It is
Fence,
not
and that's
Day
it.
of Judgment.
We have a winner for our second semi-final. We know who is in our final. Benjamin Graves on the left here. He looks ecstatic. He is fist pumping and cheering at the table. And we're going to see him playing against Jennifer in the finals.
Yeah, Jennifer Rose Holloway already in the finals. If you forgot over the course of that marathon 3-game stretch with blue-black mid-range, had arguably an easier time qualifying through there. Benjamin Graves had a long, long road from Hobbymaster New Zealand here to the grand finals of RC9 in Melbourne, but he has made it to that final step of the ascent. Now only 1 more best of 3 to win. Can the deck get there another time?
That's right. We can see here our bracket. We can see the path that these players took. Benjamin defeating Trevor GEORGESZ on camera in the quarterfinals, beating Sam Lewin right then. Jennifer beating Ben Tudman in the quarterfinals, and Samuel Loy on camera in the semifinals. Thomas, there is 1 match left here at Regional Championship 9 in Melbourne, Australia.
I don't want it to end, Jim, but it's been an incredible ride, and this grand final has me salivating.
Welcome back. I'm Jim Dowling. I'm joined by Thomas Anderson. That was the second last match of Magic we've had today. We've had 3 best of 3s go to 3 games.
Yeah, and that one didn't even have a mulligan to 5 in it, if I'm correct.
And all of them have had super close games.
I mean, it speaks to the health of this standard format, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, I don't want to overstate anything, but from a metagame where we were a little bit like, oh, is it going to be all IZZET Prowess? Is it going to be all just these 3 blue-red X decks? And like, no. Hugely varied field, lots of different X and 2 decks converting. Then even in the top 8, we have these rogue decks coming through, and it's a mix of this very cool, innovative, well-suited to the meta RAKDOS deck and this consistent kind of just versatile player skill emphasizing blue-black mid-range. What a great finals to set up.
Well, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you with the grand final here at Regional Championship 9 in Melbourne.
welcome back once again, and for the final time, I expect, to the RC9 here in Melbourne. We're up to grand finals. It's been a tremendous weekend of Magic, and now we're on to the very final game. If you're joining us, better late than never. I'm Thomas Anderson. I'm co-casting today with Jim. Jim, how have you felt about this weekend as a whole, now that we're here right at the precipice?
It's been a long weekend. We've had a lot of super interesting, super close matches on the camera. A lot of players playing really tight, making the right decisions when there's lots of choices to be made. And this match is going to be no exception. We have the two final players in the tournament playing blue-black mid-range and red-black mid-range.
Yeah, funny how it comes down to that then. All the other prowess, the combos, the omniscience, like, mid-range fight.
Playing good cards.
Duress battle.
I think they're waiting down at the table, so we're going to head down there. Welcome down to the table. On the left and the top, we have Benjamin Graves. We've seen him in the last couple of rounds. Sorry, the left, the right and the top, Benjamin Graves. We've seen him the last couple of rounds. On the left and the bottom, we have Jennifer Rose Holloway. We've also seen her on coverage a couple of times.
Yeah, I guess that's the benefit of top 8, right? We get the chance to get a bit more familiar with the players. Yesterday, if you didn't catch the Swiss rounds, definitely check out the VOD. We absolutely had a great cross-section of different standard decks, different players from different regions, different stores. In this case, they're as far apart as New Zealand and Australia, Ringwood and Hobbymaster New Zealand. And these players have both been on coverage for a couple of times today. Jennifer got on, I think they both got on yesterday as well in the later rounds.
That's true.
They've sort of been late emergers then in terms of our coverage, shown winning often in the last day and a half, and now only needing one more win to claim the grand prize, Jim. Not only a fat chunk of that $15,000 US prize, but also the world's invite. And
we can see it there in one of the player cameras, the trophy. They're actually both getting a trophy, but one of them's bigger and more prestigious.
It is almost, you know, Joe, I mean, I'm sure when you're the second place player, you take that trophy home and it's great to have as a memento. It is kind of funny to see them next to each other. You're going to have the trophy, or you're going to have the, you know, the trophy.
Yeah. So, look, both of these players, they've seen each other around at this point. They've watched each other's top 8 matches. They know what each other's on. They've also got open deck lists, of course, but they know how these decks play, and they're going to have a game plan coming into this. Let's see if we can see some opening hands here.
Yeah, it's nice, though, as well, that both these players are on pretty balanced decks. It's not like a very obvious way to shut down that game plan. Maybe Ben Graves, a little bit vulnerable to some graveyard hate, seems to have dodged most of that noise in the first couple of rounds of our finals day, continuing his charmed run all the way to grands. But Jennifer Rose Holloway has been absolutely ruthless and made very few mistakes on her way here, getting over some great players and now getting over that one-drop Tiny Bones with Cut Down.
So Jennifer's hand, I saw a couple of removal spells, and most notably, Sheoldred the Apocalypse. This card is a major headache for Benjamin's deck. On the other side for Benjamin, I saw 2 Tiny Boneses, a Phyrexian Dragon Engine, a couple of lands, and I believe a Fear of Missing Out hiding at the back there.
Yeah, it looks correct to me, Jim. And so, I mean, solid hands for both players, no shortage of gas, and especially with Ben, there's the option for a lot of these cards to sort of redraw cards so that hand can change quickly and more cards can be found. But for now, Jennifer definitely adopting the sort of controlling position in the matchup, answering both of those early plays from Ben and preventing him from getting, you know, some card swapping action going on, or even potentially setting up Tiny Bones triggers for the later game. Now the duress, Ben setting aside the go for the throat as though to say, look, this is what you're taking. But of course, the information is highly valuable and Jennifer is going to put this to great use over the next few turns. You mentioned she already has the Sheoldred in hand. It feels like the big hump for this blue-black mid-range deck to get over has been finding space to land those key 4-drops, and already having it in hand must make you feel good.
Yeah, Benjamin, look, I'm very glad we get the information here in the commentary booth as the hand is revealed. We see a hand with 2 Tiny Boneses, as well as the one that's already been played and sent to the graveyard. This Phyrexian Dragon Engine, and then just 1 basic land drawn off the top this turn. So Jennifer has all the information except that 1 unknown card, but she knows that the way is clear. This Sheoldred is coming down. 1 damage from a Pain land, absolutely fine when you are resolving Sheoldred. This card has dominated every single RC.
Just about ready for this card to leave standard, I reckon. Controversial statement, I know, hot take. Sheoldred kind of done with her, but Jennifer's not. And if this is the last time that you cast a Sheoldred, it's come at a great time. Yeah, as you said, that 1 life incomparable to the amount of life Sheoldred can potentially gain. And now Ben will really have to find an answer. We saw in game 3 immediately before this, if you were with us on the stream, Ben narrowly triumph over Sam Lewin's Pixie deck, and part of that was because of the redraw potential from these Unearthed Dragon engines. But against Sheoldred, it's not a great option. Jennifer, just reading Tiny Bones the Pickpocket, not the first person today to do so.
Yeah, so Tiny Bones, great at attacking through Sheoldred, great at playing on defense against Sheoldred.
Great against Sheoldred.
But Sheoldred's also just happy to sit there. Like, if neither of them attack, Sheoldred's winning that.
Yeah, Sheoldred is my favorite enchantment in Standard currently.
Tiny Bones, of course, could attack through, and you're never going to block that, but there's no value to be had from it at this point in time. There's no fancy stuff in the graveyard. Yep. You see Benjamin here activating Demolition Field, taking out that Soulstone Sanctuary, which would have been a nice consolation. Jennifer has the ability to hold up mana for any interaction that she needs to cast, and the Soulstone Sanctuary was there for just in case we don't need to cast anything.
Yeah, but diminishing the Dimir player's options is definitely an important part of this matchup, because we've seen what happens when Jennifer has like sort of a wide array of potential plays to make. A very cerebral player and very careful not to jump the gun, seems to always find the ways to apply these answers effectively, finding spots where the cards can get value even late in games. And when you're early in the game and you already have a Sheoldred down, your opponent seemingly doesn't have removal or a way to get through for meaningful damage. That's an incredible position.
Yeah, and Benjamin did have the answer, did have the go for the throat. Very, very few answers in the deck for this card. But that's the power of Sheoldred. It's in the same color as GEORGESZ.
Yeah, a great follow-up. And of course, Jennifer backs that up with stack interaction as well. So the ability to draw extra cards, find these threats, find this cheap interaction, protect the threats with the interaction, that's the core of the Dimir deck, presented to us early on in this grand final. Ben's deck takes a different approach and still able to sort of assemble boards out of nowhere, as we saw previously. Perhaps we'll find a Lesher who laughs at fate at some point to demonstrate that potential. But right now, just trying to find a way past Sheoldred's 5 toughness body. It's a pretty great blocker on top of everything else the card does for 2 and 2 black. It's true, yeah. The Dragon Engine not able to get through yet. This Inti does have the ability to make it a 3/3 double strike instead of just a 2/2. But Jennifer says you're not even going to get the chance to attack with that Dragon Engine this turn. Sorry, bud. Yep. We're getting this Flood Pit's Drowner down to tap that, and we're also going to go for the throat this Inti. So even if this Tiny Bones was to sneak through, don't have the ability to grow a creature using the Inti. Yeah, and so now Jennifer's defense all shored up. Ben, back to the drawing board. At least you still keep that Dragon Engine, but it's turned off for the moment. Took the keys out of the ignition, and it's just sort of slumped there. Sheoldred interacts really well against Benjamin's deck. We've commented on in the past the fact that it can power through with so many looting effects, like fear of missing out, like these Phyrexian Dragon Engines from the graveyard. And instead, we're going to see Kaito come down and stun Tiny Bones. Ooh. Yeah, this is a very aggressive play, but Jennifer's in a very aggressive position. Ben's sort of laughing because there's little else to do. As you said, it's funny how most of this weekend we've been talking about how decks can dodge that Sheoldred effect. A lot of cards in Standard right now, like Sleight of Hand and Stock Up, that draw cards without actually saying that they draw a card. Ben's deck doesn't have those. Ben has, good old Standard draw a card or draw 3 cards, and against Sheoldred, that's going to wind you up in a lot of trouble. I am very amused here to see Kaito being cast, not ninjutsu'd, and then immediately ticked down using the -2 ability on Tiny Bones. He's a meaningful body. He has Death Touch. Incredible. Respect that skeleton. Really all of the time that Jennifer needs here, just keeping these blockers at bay for long enough. This Sheoldred has done enough damage, not just from its triggers, but from its red zone capabilities. And Benjamin's down to 5. What more can any of us say about this legend? It defends, it attacks, it drains life, it shuts off your opponent's potential outs. It slices, it dices, gets you a beer. Now, it's funny, that Kaito stunned the Tiny Bones, but everyone at the table knew that Benjamin had another one in hand. I mean, it's just to get... I think it just shows you how great Jennifer presumes her advantage to be, right? You are perfectly happy to spend Kaito and some loyalty to get one swing of Sheoldred, because that's... you know, 2 less draws that Ben has to find an answer, and now we're going to pick off some more of those key cards. The Dreams of Steel and Oil, I believe it's a 1 of in the entire 75 for Jennifer, we've touched on previously. Still hugely impactful every time it comes down. Ben trying to make an impact of his own with Anoint with Affliction, a rapid exchange of cards, and now suddenly all those cards are getting picked up. I think we know who the winner was here, Jim.
Yeah, look, these players have had long 3-game matches in the semi-finals and in the quarterfinals, and they're done with these long matches. They're here for quick games now. We're going to be going to the sideboard already for both of these players. We'll start off looking at Ben's sideboard. Down a game, looking to board in some stuff. Brotherhood's End, always an option. Dreams of Steel and Oil and Duress if you want a little bit more, little hand attack. Some more specific removal spells as well. Anoint with Affliction and Withering Torment. And again, we could be looking at this Case of the Crimson Pulse.
Yeah.
I'm mostly looking at this Brotherhood's End.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked before that Jennifer's deck doesn't play the largest creatures. There's a couple of bigger bodies that we happen to see in that match with how it progressed, but it's a great way to sort of quickly clean up all the little guys. And if you ever do into a board state where you're playing against Enduring Curiosity, which we haven't seen at all in the finals so far, but could happen at any time, then that's a great way to deny the potential card draw those bodies represent. I'm looking at the Withering Torments. We saw them in the last game, not only useful for removing enchantments in this deck that otherwise has no reason to do that, or no way to do that, but just for killing bigger creatures. You said, hey, this deck doesn't have a lot of answers to a turn 4 Shieldred, so maybe you need to bring in another couple of those.
It's true. You do get this sort of recency bias where like, oh, I just lost to that card. I should bring in more answers to that card. Anoint with Affliction, not going to do it in this matchup. Brotherhood's End, obviously not going to do it. So really, at that point, you're stuck with you go for the throats.
Maybe you just have to look at what cards you're going to take out of the main board and then just find that many to side in instead of trying to find excuses to bring in cards just to, as you say, patch up a hole, which may not even be the thing that costs you game 2 if you're going to lose it.
And on the other side of the board, Jennifer Rose Holloway, up a game here. Has lots of options in the sideboard, has an extra Shieldred. You've got to feel like that's coming in here. Gix's Command, and again, more specific removal spells. Anoint with Affliction, Cut Down. Could even bring in some further counter magic. And of course, the card that we've spoken about to bring in against Benjamin all weekend, Ghost Vacuum.
Yeah, it didn't end up availing his previous opponents enough to win them the game, but I think that Jennifer's deck, with its ability to provide tons of other answers and drag the game out, is maybe best positioned to really use Ghost Vacuum. It turns off a lot of the biggest plays that Ben could have used to, say, turn around a position like that one in game 1. Ghost Vacuum is just going to slam the door in those spots, and the rest of her deck has proven more than capable of actually ending games. But as you said, there's other cards you could bring in here. You could even bring in the Fairy Masterminds, right? There's a lot of ways that this red-black deck draws extra cards. And you might think, oh, that's a blue versus blue type sideboard card, but here you would get value off the Phomos, off the Inti, off the Dragon Engines. I'm sure Jennifer would not say no to those extra draws.
How do you feel about Gix's Command? It's an expensive card, but if there's a matchup where you can get away with expensive powerhouses, surely this is it.
I would agree. I'm also slightly biased. I really like Gix's Command. It's also the kind of card where, because it has so many different modes, you can usually make some kind of argument for it. But the Sacrifices their biggest creature mode is usually one of the ones which is like a bellwether for its usefulness in the matchup. And these are some of the biggest creatures in the RAKDOS deck that you'll be playing against all weekend. So I reckon it's a chance to come in.
All right, well, we'll see whether the players agree with us, whether they disagree. Of course,
will we be embarrassed?
These are the 2 best players of yesterday's 222-player tournament here at Regional Championship 9 in Melbourne, Australia. This is what the room looked like. This is what they had to battle through to get here. Benjamin especially got stuck on that first point. Benjamin played against IZZET Prowess 5 times yesterday and once in the top 8 today.
Yeah, actually, if you ask Benjamin, he would have said this is like an 80% IZZET Prowess field just by what he saw. But, you know, some people just have all the luck. And, yeah, he ate up those blue-red decks, contributed significantly to most of those players falling just short of making our top 8. Lots of X and 2 decks still. Prowess still a very formidable deck in the meta. I don't think it's been answered at all. But showed that with enough people running like main deck High Noons in their Xur decks, running Authority of the Consuls wherever white mana is available, it can be hobbled.
And a lot of these decks didn't do well in their conversion, not just to top 8, but to, say, X2 or better as a winning record. IZZET did really well, but we didn't see any of the Demons players at X2 or better. We saw, I believe, 1 Xur player went X2 or better. A lot of these decks sort of fell off when we looked at the metagame as a whole, red aggro also dropped in popularity, or in success, I suppose.
Yeah, I think the Xur deck just kind of showed that it's a deck that has limited ability to patch up its bad matchups. And when its bad matchup is half the room, then that, like, obviously Xur can beat these prowess decks sometimes, and a lot of them were kind of pre-boarding against them, but you can still just get blown out, and the deck has very little play against the fastest possible hands from prowess decks. The Demons decks, I feel a little bit funny about that stat because there's so much commonality between the Demons decks and these black mid-range or Pixie lists, but the mono black list for sure sank like a stone.
Well, let's talk about what these players are playing for. There is 2 players left, which means we can just look at these top 2 options. Both of these players have locked up a Pro Tour invite to Pro Tour Edge of Eternities in Atlanta. They've also locked up at least 2,500 USD wire transfer, done and dusted. What they're playing for, the winner of this match gets an invite to Worlds and an extra 2,500, bringing their money up to $5,000.
Yeah, if you just told me the second place prize, I'd say that's already a pretty good weekend's work,
Right.
especially for playing Magic, right?
Yeah.
But then you could also double your money and go to Worlds, and suddenly there's a lot to play for. Even if you're, you can make peace with it if you end up coming second. But for now, eyes on the prize.
Yeah, and that invite to Worlds would get you playing alongside Thomas Bott and James Moore as our current Worlds team, winners of RC 7 and 8. Here is the bracket, the sort of path through the top 8 that these players had to take to get here. We see Jennifer Rose Holloway beat Ben Tudman's Oculus deck in the quarterfinals, and then Samuel Loy's green-red Delirium deck in the semifinals. What a deck that was. Benjamin Graves took out Trevor GEORGESZ on IZZET Prowess, and then Sam Lewin on white-black Pixie on his way to the finals. He came all the way from New Zealand, and we've had people around the commentary area chatting with us, being like, oh, can we get him on camera? I love to see him. I helped him work on this deck. I lose to him at FNM every week. It's been really cool to see the locals, his locals, not our locals, the local New Zealand crew coming over here to support their guy.
Yeah, really puts the truth into ANZ Magic Super Series. The NZ is represented here. That's not just sort of Australian parochialism. The Australian locals have instead been coming up to us going, is this red black deck for real? What's the what's the combo? We're like, oh, well, Alicia reanimates cards out of the graveyard and then you attack with them. It's like, no, but for real, what's the combo? Like,
It's that simple.
That cannot be your win condition. It's like, well, it can actually, and if it's your win condition, you might make it all the way to grand finals, and that's exactly what Benjamin Graves has done. Unfortunately, down game 1, but he came back from that before.
That's right, yeah. We've seen all game 3s today and a lot of long matches yesterday. Honestly, Benjamin didn't have that many game 3s yesterday as he just played against IZZET Prowess and had extra long lunch breaks every single round.
Yeah, so I suppose, we weren't there to watch all of those games, but the numbers don't lie. If you want to beat up IZZET Prowess and your meta is currently, 36% or more blue-red, perhaps try sleeving up this unorthodox red-black list. Might have more legs than you think.
Buy Mishra's now.
Invest in Phyrexian Dragon Engine today.
I'm worried that these players have the same sleeves.
That's one of those things you can't...
That is my personal worry here.
Always the judge, eh, Jim?
But we'll see very shortly as they're drawing their opening hands. Benjamin lost game 1. What is he hoping to see in an opening hand here?
Duress, which right there it is. Because that was the problem, right? Is you need to get some early momentum. You need to make it so that when Jennifer Rose is answering one card, the other cards are hitting her. If she can just keep up with you 1 for 1 for 1 and keep you off the board, then you're going to have a really hard time fighting back once those haymakers like Shielders and Curiosities start landing. We do see Gix's command in the hand there, so that did come in from the board here. Going to potentially be a game ender just like it was in the semis.
So it looks like Jennifer's got a slower hand this game. And Benjamin has 2 discard spells and an anoint, so also a slower hand. Nothing proactive from him.
I'm not sure we've seen a quick game at all from Benjamin, which hasn't been entirely his doing. His opponents are also killing his creatures, but I think Jennifer has the right idea here. You can lean on a greedier hand, and you're going to have time to play it out.
So I lied here, actually. Jennifer played a Spyglass Siren on turn 1, the most aggressive creature in the deck. And Benjamin drew an Inti and played that on turn 2. Choosing to go with this instead of playing a Duress, perhaps just... worrying about counter magic, wanting to ensure that it makes its way to the board.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's exposed to a cut down, but I guess if you get an attack in with it and quickly buff it up to a 3/3, maybe you can sneak in under that. Unfortunately for Ben, Jennifer has that 1 mana removal spell, which means she's so efficient she can even exploit at the same time and reveal, hey, there's more where that came from. Go for the throat on top of the library.
Yeah, so Benjamin's hand here, 2 Duresses and a Dreams of Steel and Oil. Only 1 black source, though. We're working on 1 dual land, 2 mountains, and
a blast zone?
a blast zone. We
Pretty
haven't
good in
seen this one yet, but this could be good, to be honest.
Kills any number of sirens, Jim.
Well, there's only 1 in play right now.
Any number of sirens, theoretically.
Theoretically, if there was 12 on the board.
Well, there's 2 Duresses in hand. That's a good number of a good thing to have.
All right, and looking at the rest of Jennifer's hand here, I think it's just lands that go for the throat and that Gix's command.
So potentially a window. I mean, on the one hand, that's a good hand in ways for Jennifer because she's under absolutely no pressure right now from Ben, and those Duresses aren't doing a ton of work. But if Ben can find a way to get aggressive right here, starting with the Duress to take away, unfortunately, again, Jennifer just has this awful habit of revealing key pieces of interaction to map tokens, and Ben's like, actually, I reckon I might have a dip of that with this Duress.
Yeah, taking the Gix's command here because he doesn't have a creature to put on the board, just the Harvester of Mystery, but no second black source here to cycle that away or discard that, channel that away? Discard that card away to hit this Siren.
It has channel in my heart.
And it looks like Jennifer drew a Ninja.
Well, that's about as hard as you can get punished for not anointing with Affliction or 1/1.
Yeah, surprise.
Yep.
Cop that.
Didn't Duress that, did you?
Should have played around it, I suppose. So Jennifer here going to be surveilling 2, sees a second Spyglass Siren and a discard spell. Puts the Siren in the graveyard, draws the Dreams, and will fire that off as well. And that is going to take the Harvester.
The lack of black mana really costing Ben right here because normally there's no way that you'd get caught with these cards in hand. At least you'd have been able to play some of them out. Maybe that Harvester a little too expensive, but now with the inability to get these hands on the battlefield is costing him, as not only is his life total rapidly depleting from that Planeswalker, but now this Duress is going to represent most of his action for the turn.
Yeah, the Duress, we knew the contents of the hand at that point, but the Duress meant that Benjamin couldn't play the Alesha that turn.
Yeah, and so you have
to choose between one or the other, and you know that if you play the Alesha, it's gonna eat the removal spell anyway.
It feels so awkward, but that's what the lack of black mana does to you. You have to be like, I guess this turn I'll take away the removal spell, and the next turn I'll land the threat. But we talk about threats. Jennifer is already streets ahead of Benjamin in this department. You can see Ben groaning a little to himself there, not yet accepting defeat clearly on 13 life, but you're going to take a chunk out of this Kaito every turn, and now there's a Sheoldred in your future. Very worrying stuff.
So Kaito ticking up here, making an emblem. Improving itself, any future Soulstone Sanctuaries, and any future Kaitos if there happened to be another one that came down.
Surprising number of ninjas in this format.
Blast Zone going to wheel up to 2. We've got the mana, we may as well do something with it. And Benjamin really feeling the pinch here. This Kaito in play, putting a lot of pressure on, and the knowledge that Sheoldred is on top of the library.
He belatedly finds that second black source, but not only is it a pain land, it's not like he was trying to find a black spell's casting cost. It was just the tempo hit of not being able to, say, sequence out that Alicia last turn.
Yeah.
And now, even with your graveyard exile, thanks to that, crucial discard spell from earlier, Ben has very few options that are going to be meaningful in this board state. Maybe even just has to choose to tick up the blast zone again. I mean, does he die this turn to the Kaito?
I think if you don't act or block, you're dead on board, right? The Kaito is
I'm bad at Kaito
4
maths.
now, plus 1 from the emblem, so 5. 4 now, and then could tick up, make an emblem
You're
for 5.
effectively dead to Sheoldred.
And then the Sheoldred, yeah.
Yeah.
There's also a creature land over there as well.
That's true. The Restless Reef, Jennifer, tons of options. Ben, almost none. I mean, I don't say the Blast Zone play because it's a good play, just more to illustrate the sheer lack of alternatives, right? What are you going to play, Alicia and chump block?
I mean, I think it's that or lose the game.
But then where are you next turn? I mean, this is not a deck that's playing, board wipes. There's no damnation to be had. And Ben perhaps bemoaning the lack of a graveyard right now, those exiling effects from Jennifer making their presence felt. But Jennifer just being able to get out way ahead in both games, and it's such a huge advantage for this deck to have to not be on the back foot.
Going into the stun?
I mean, I guess that represents more damage. And is that just lethal? That's potentially our tournament. The attack from the Restless Reef is going to mill. Ben has 1 Anoint in hand, which is going to preserve him for now, but cost him another life.
By 1 more turn. So going down to 7 from the Anoint, and then the attack coming through, putting Ben to 1. Now look, Thomas, I have not seen a player on 1 life lose the game today.
You're right. When you're on 1 life, it actually activates Rage mode.
Yeah,
all of your
armor.
Your lands tap for 2 mana. You get your additional card for turn. It's very well known.
Benjamin is now playing RAKDOS mid-rage.
Unfortunately, despite all his rage, Jennifer has him kind of caged up here. Even that Siren Pirate is lethal, and that will be the game. Poor Ben.
Wow. That was quick.
That was lightning fast. I mean, after the absolute grind fest, you could say that Ben ran out of stamina, but really it was more his top deck that did than anything else. That was unfortunate to see, but, you know, after making it all this way, you can't be sad about the deck's performance for either of these players.
Jennifer's friends are very gleeful to see that win on the coverage around us. We're going to come back into the booth and talk about the event.
Absolutely.
Welcome back to the booth. I'm Jim Dowling. I'm joined by Thomas Anderson at Regional Championship 9 in Coburg, Melbourne, Australia. We have a winner.
We do. After long last, and then also it was kind of short last at the end there. Like, we have a winner. We have a second place deserving prize getter. We have 10 new Pro Tour qualifiers. We have to hand out a bunch of checks. There's a lot to be done here, but in the immediate aftermath from the commentary desk, all I can think about are those last couple of games. Obviously, the grand final, I won't say it was anticlimactic. I'll say it was like a ceiling of the dominance that Jennifer Rose Holloway has displayed throughout the whole weekend. Only dropped 1 game, and we didn't see it, so it more or less didn't happen. And basically never looked out of any game where she was on camera. I think maybe there was 1 game drop that I saw where maybe the draw just didn't work out. In every other case, this blue-black deck looks for real.
That's right. She seemed on top of every single action that she had available there. You know, nabbing extra cards with Dreams of Steel and Oil where possible, sneaking in damage, realizing when to go for stun counters and aggressive lines instead of eking out card advantage with her DIMIR mid-range deck. And wow, that Kaito at the end there, really surprising Benjamin out of nowhere and dominating. And Sheoldred.
The single Sheoldred, Jim. It's so funny, right? There's 1 Sheoldred, 4 Curiosities. It's a deck that's often billed as DIMIR Curiosity. How many Curiosities did we see on the battlefield today?
We saw none. So Jennifer is going to be joining our team for Worlds 2025. Joining the ranks of James Moore and Thomas Bott, as well as both of these players and the entire top 8 that we saw today heading to the Pro Tour. And Jennifer's got a stack of cash under her name as well.
Much deserved, right? You worked hard for that money. It's been a grueling for some of these players, 3 days. And as you said, you know, you have all of the weight of expectation of your friends around you. Jennifer, it was really interesting and in my case, heartwarming to see, right? You see someone on stage who's clearly not jaded of the experience, who's sweating it out, who's going through the pressure of playing for a lot of money against a really skilled opponent and probably an unfamiliar deck, and yet within the game, steal, absolutely sure. That's what reps will do for you. That's what self-confidence will do for you, and I'm excited to see how she does at Worlds.
That's right. Now, if you wanted to join the ranks and get into another event like this, the next regional championship is in October, also in Melbourne, hosted by the same tournament organizer as today. We want to thank Wizards of the Coast for their lovely efforts putting on this event, as well as Glenn Doyle, Good Games, Let's Play Games, the production team, the judge team, the scorekeepers. There's been a lot of people putting in so many hours to make this event happen, as well, not just for the players, but for the coverage, for the viewers out there, for you all to behold. And you can be a part of it as well if you turn up to the next regional championship in October.
Exactly. And look, you may not be in our top 8 per se, but we might be able to put you on coverage. You can enjoy the atmosphere of the event. There's still hundreds of people in there right now playing side events, playing mystery booster draft. I kind of wish that I was in there. Maybe I'll sneak in there now and finish out the weekend strong. But of course, none of this would be possible either without Ultimate Guard. Thank you very much for sponsoring. And really, it takes all of these parts of the Magic community to come together and make something as fun as this weekend, Jim.
That's right. And so many people spend hours, you know, all of it. The tournament organizers have sleepless nights in the lead up to this, making sure that everyone has a great time and everything is perfect for all of the players. But that's it. The weekend has come to a close. We've featured 8 rounds. We've featured 4 finals matches. That's the end for us.
It's been, look, I could complain, but it's been a pretty good dose of magic. I feel magicked out for the weekend. Huge hats off to Jennifer and, of course, to Ben coming all this way. Hopefully goes home with a good story. Not too disappointed with $2,500 and a Pro Tour invite.
Yeah.
Not too shabby work. And to everyone else who competed this weekend, congratulations to you as well. Hope you got what you came for.
Well, that's all for us. Thank you for joining us. And we'll be back next time with more competitive Magic coverage.